Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. My name is Grayson and today I'm going to share with you the most bone-chilling, soul-crushing experience of my entire existence, something that happened to me just 6 months ago, something that still haunts every waking moment, something that made me realize that reality is far more fragile than we ever imagined. What I'm about to tell you will make you question everything you thought you knew about the world around you, because sometimes the people we trust the most, the places we feel safest, hide secrets so dark, so twisted, that they can consume your very soul. Before we dive into this nightmare, I can see that 85% of my viewers haven't subscribed yet while watching my videos, so please, hit that subscribe button, smash the like button, and ring that notification bell. It really helps the channel grow, and please, comment below and tell me where you're watching from, what time it is where you are. And if you have your own terrifying experiences, share them in the comments. We love featuring real horror stories from real people. Now, let me take you back to that cursed place, back to Vancouver countryside, a small town that seemed like paradise, but was actually a gateway to hell itself. I was 28 years old, fresh out of university with my teaching degree, ready to make a positive impact on young minds. Little did I know, those young minds were about to drag me into the deepest, darkest corners of supernatural terror. My name is Grayson Winters, and for 5 years, I had been bouncing between different schools across British Columbia, teaching English literature, trying to find that perfect place where I could really connect with students, make a difference, build a career. Vancouver countryside seemed like the answer to all my prayers. The town was surrounded by ancient forests, rolling green hills, and had that postcard-perfect charm that made everything seem too good to be true. And as you'll soon discover, when something seems too good to be true, it usually is hiding something far more sinister beneath its perfect surface. Westfield High School stood like a monument against the forest backdrop, established in 1967, built with red brick walls that seemed to absorb the morning light, large windows that offered perfect views of the wilderness beyond. It housed roughly 300 students, grades 9 through 12. When I first walked through those heavy wooden doors that September morning, I felt a sense of optimism, of hope, of new beginnings. The principal, M.R.S. Wellington, was a woman in her late 50s, stern but fair, with graying hair pulled back in a tight bun, sharp blue eyes that seemed to see right through you. She gave me a comprehensive tour of the building, introduced me to the other faculty members, showed me the library, the cafeteria, the gymnasium, and finally my classroom. Room 237, on the second floor, with those large windows overlooking the forest. Everything seemed normal, everything seemed perfect, but perfection, as I would soon learn in the most horrifying way possible, is often just a mask, hiding something unspeakably evil. My first few weeks passed without incident. I taught 4 classes daily, mostly juniors and seniors, bright kids with promising futures. They seemed engaged in material, respectful of authority. Just normal teenagers dealing with normal teenage problems, homework stress, social dynamics, college applications, weekend plans, all the usual concerns. But there was something I couldn't quite identify, something in the way they occasionally looked at me, as if they were studying me, analyzing me, waiting for something. Their eyes would linger just a moment too long. Their smiles seemed just a touch too knowing, too mature for their age. I told myself I was imagining things, that starting a new job was making me paranoid, that I was reading too much into innocent teenage behavior. But deep down, some primal instinct was screaming that something was very, very wrong. The first real incident happened on a Thursday in October, one of those dark, rainy days that seemed to drain all the color from a world. I was staying late in my classroom, grading essays on Shakespeare's Hamlet. The building was mostly empty, just a night janitor making his rounds, a few other teachers finishing up their work. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting that harsh, institutional glow that made everything look slightly unreal. For the past 2 weeks, I had been having the same recurring dream, every single night, without fail. In this dream, I was standing in my childhood bedroom, looking at my old collection of vintage horror novels, books that had been my obsession as a teenager, books that had been completely destroyed when our house burned down, when I was 16 years old, books I hadn't thought about in over a decade. The dream was always exactly the same. I would be standing there, running my fingers along the spines, remembering the stories, the characters, the fear and excitement I felt reading them late into the night. But then I would wake up with this overwhelming sense of loss, of longing for something that could never be recovered. As I sat there grading papers, completely absorbed in my work, I heard a soft knock on the classroom door. I looked up to see Peyton Harrison, one of my most brilliant students, 17-year-old with striking blue eyes, platinum blonde hair, and this unsettling maturity that made her seem far older than her years. She was holding something in her hands, a book, old and weathered, with a cover that looked strangely, impossibly familiar. She entered without waiting for permission, her footsteps silent on the linoleum floor, placed the book gently on my desk, and smiled. But this wasn't a normal teenage smile. This was something else entirely, knowing, predatory, ancient. "I found this for you, Mr. Winters," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, soft and melodic, but somehow carrying an undertone of menace. "I thought you might want it back." I looked down at the book and felt every drop of blood drain from my face. It was The Haunting of Hill House by Shirley Jackson, but not just any copy. This was the exact same edition I had owned as a child, the same worn cover, the same faded spine, the same small coffee stain on the bottom right corner where I had accidentally spilled my drink when I was 14 years old. It was impossible, absolutely impossible. That book had been destroyed in the fire, along with everything else in our house, along with my entire collection. I had mourned the loss of those books for years. They had been like old friends, irreplaceable. Where did you get this?" I stammered, my hands trembling as I picked up the book, feeling its familiar weight, running my fingers over the cover I knew so well. Peyton tilted her head to one side, studying my reaction with those piercing blue eyes, like a scientist observing a specimen. Her smile widened, showing perfect white teeth. "You know where I got it, Mr. Winters," she said, her voice now carrying multiple tones, as if several people were speaking in unison. "You dream about it every night, don't you, standing in your old room, looking at that exact book on that exact shelf, remembering how it felt to hold it, to read it, to be afraid." The temperature in the room dropped 20 degrees in an instant. My breath came out in visible puffs. The fluorescent lights above began flickering erratically, casting dancing shadows on the walls, shadows that seemed to move independently, seemed to have a life of their own. I stared at Peyton, my mouth completely dry, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. There was absolutely no way she could know about my dreams, no way she could know about that specific book. It was impossible. It defied every law of reality I understood. "How do you?" I started to ask, but Peyton was already gliding toward the door, her movements too smooth, too fluid, not quite human. "Sweet dreams, Mr. Winters," she said without turning around, her voice now seeming to come from everywhere at once, from the walls, from the ceiling, from inside my own skull. "See you bright and early tomorrow morning." And then she was gone, leaving me alone with that impossible book, and a growing sense of dread so overwhelming, so suffocating, that I could barely breathe. That night, I didn't sleep a single minute. I couldn't sleep. I sat in my small apartment, staring at the book on my kitchen table, afraid to touch it again, afraid to open it, afraid of what I might find written on pages that should have been destroyed over a decade ago. When dawn finally broke, painting the sky in shades of gray and pink, I tried to convince myself it had all been some kind of elaborate coincidence. Maybe Peyton had found an old book that looked similar to mine. Maybe I had mentioned my childhood collection in class without realizing it. Maybe stress and lack of sleep were making me paranoid. But deep in my gut, in that place where instinct lives, I knew that wasn't true. I knew something supernatural, something impossible, was happening. If you're enjoying this story so far, please take a moment to hit that like button. It really helps with the algorithm. And if you haven't subscribed yet, what are you waiting for? We post terrifying content like this every single week. The next day at school, things escalated in ways I never could have imagined. During my first period class, we were discussing symbolism and the Great Gatsby, analyzing the green light, the Valley of Ashes, the eyes of Dr. T.J. Eckelberg, standard curriculum material I had taught dozens of times before. The students seemed engaged, taking notes, asking thoughtful questions. Everything appeared completely normal, until Aurora Mitchell raised her hand. Aurora was a quiet sophomore, petite with long dark hair and eyes so dark they seemed black. She rarely spoke in class, preferring to observe from the back row. But when she did speak, her words carried weight, maturity far beyond her 16 years. "Mr. Winters," she said, her voice steady and unnaturally calm. "Why don't you tell the class about your fear of drowning, about what really happened at Crystal Lake when you were 7 years old?" The entire classroom fell silent. You could have heard a pin drop. Every student turned to look at me with wide, expectant eyes, as if they were all in on some secret joke, some private knowledge that I wasn't privy to. I felt my chest tighten, my breathing become shallow and rapid. My hands began to shake uncontrollably. Crystal Lake. No one knew about Crystal Lake, no one. I don't know what you're talking about. Aurora, I managed to say, my voice cracking like a teenager going through puberty. But Aurora just smiled, that same knowing, predatory smile I had seen on Peyton's face the day before, her dark eyes seeming to bore into my soul. "You were 7 years old, weren't you? M.R. Winters. It was the summer before 2nd grade. Your family was camping at Crystal Lake. You couldn't swim. You were terrified of deep water, but your older brother Hunter, he thought it would be funny to teach you the hard way." My legs nearly gave out beneath me. I gripped the edge of my desk to keep from falling. Hunter. She knew about Hunter. She knew about that day. That terrible, traumatic day I had spent decades trying to forget. Hunter pushed you into the deep end when no one was looking. Aurora continued, her voice now carrying that same multitonal quality I had heard from Peyton. "You sank like a stone, the water filling your lungs, the panic, the desperate struggle, the darkness closing in. You were under for almost 3 minutes before your father finally found you, pulled you out, pumped the water from your lungs." The room began to spin. Memories came flooding back. Memories I had buried so deep I thought they were gone forever. The feeling of water rushing into my nose and mouth, the burning in my chest, the terrifying realization that I was going to die, the darkness, the cold, the silence. "How?" I whispered, but my voice was barely audible above the ringing in my ears. The bell rang, sharp and jarring, signaling the end of first period. The students filed out of the classroom, each one looking at me with that same unsettling, knowing expression, that same ancient wisdom in their young eyes. Aurora was the last to leave. She paused at the door, turned back to face me, her dark eyes reflecting the fluorescent light like mirrors. "We know everything, Mr. Winters," she said softly, her words seeming to echo long after she spoke them. "Every fear, every secret, every shame, every moment of pain you've ever experienced, we've always known. We've been waiting." Waiting for what? I called after her, but she was already gone, disappeared into the hallway full of chattering teenagers, leaving me alone with questions that had no rational answers. The rest of that morning passed in a nightmarish blur. I tried to teach my remaining classes, tried to act normal, tried to pretend that everything was fine. But it wasn't fine. Nothing was fine. Every student in every class seemed to possess impossible knowledge about my life, my past, my deepest secrets. During second period, Marcus Thompson, a tall basketball player with an easy smile, asked me about my first pet, a dog named Rusty, who had been hit by a car when I was 9. He knew Rusty's breed, his favorite toy, even the exact spot where we had buried him in our backyard. Third period, Isabel Rodriguez, the class president with perfect grades and college ambitions, mentioned my middle school crush. Jenny Williams knew that I had written her love letters I never had the courage to send, knew about the Valentine I made for her that I threw away instead of giving her. Each revelation hit me like a physical blow. These weren't things I had ever told anyone, weren't things that could be researched or discovered through normal means. They were private moments, personal memories, fragments of my life that existed only in my own mind. By lunchtime, I was a nervous wreck. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. My stomach was churning. I felt like I was losing my grip on reality itself. I found refuge in the faculty lounge, hoping to collect my thoughts, hoping to find some logical explanation for what was happening. MRS. Wellington found me there, sitting alone at a table, staring blankly at a cup of coffee that had long since grown cold. "Everything all right, Grayson?" she asked, her voice filled with what seemed like genuine concern. But even her concern felt somehow artificial, rehearsed. I looked up at her, studied her face, searching for some sign that she was part of whatever was happening. But she looked completely normal, completely human. Tired eyes, worry lines, the wear and tear of decades in education. "I'm fine," I lied, forcing a smile that felt like broken glass. "Just adjusting to the new environment. New students can be challenging." "They're good kids," MRS. Wellington said, settling into the chair across from me. "Bright, curious, maybe a little too perceptive for their own good sometimes, but good kids nonetheless." Too perceptive, the phrase echoed in my mind. Too perceptive, as if she knew exactly what I was experiencing, as if this had happened before. "How long have you been principal here, Mrs. Wellington?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. "Oh, let's see." She paused, staring off into the distance, as if calculating. "Must be going on 15 years now, maybe 16. Time has a way of blending together in a place like this." "And the students, are they always so intuitive?" MRS. Wellington's expression changed subtly. A shadow crossed her face. Her eyes became distant, almost sad. "Some classes are special, Grayson. They have gifts, abilities that go beyond normal teenage intuition. You'll learn to appreciate it in time." The way she said "in time" sent chills down my spine, as if she knew something I didn't, as if she was preparing me for something inevitable. But before I could ask more questions, the lunch bell rang, and MRS. Wellington excused herself, leaving me alone with my growing paranoia and mounting terror. That afternoon, during my final class of the day, Advanced English Literature, something happened that shattered my understanding of reality completely. We were discussing Macbeth, analyzing the themes of guilt and ambition, when Savannah Cole stood up without being called on. Savannah was the student council president, stunningly beautiful, with long blonde hair and blue eyes that seemed to glow with their own inner light. She carried herself with confidence that seemed almost supernatural, as if she knew secrets that gave her power over everyone around her. "Mr. Winters," she said, her voice carrying clearly through the classroom despite speaking in barely more than a whisper. "Would you like us to tell the class about what you did last summer in Melbourne?" The words hit me like a lightning bolt. Melbourne last summer, the incident that had changed everything. The reason I had left my previous teaching position. The reason I had fled to this small town, hoping to start over, hoping to forget. "Sit down, Savannah," I said, my voice trembling with barely controlled panic. "That's quite enough." But Savannah didn't sit down. Instead, she began walking toward my desk. Her movements were liquid, graceful, almost floating. Like she wasn't quite touching the ground, the other 22 students in the class turned to watch, their faces blank, emotionless, like they were under some kind of hypnotic spell. "Tell them about the accident, Mr. Winters," Savannah continued, her blue eyes now seeming to glow brighter, pulsing with an otherworldly light. "Tell them about the student who died. Tell them about Blake Morrison. Tell them how it was all your fault." Blake Morrison. The name exploded in my brain like a bomb. Blake had been one of my students at my previous school in Melbourne, a troubled 17-year-old from a broken home, parents who were never around, struggling with depression, falling behind in his classes. I had tried to help him, had stayed after school countless times to tutor him, had even given him rides home when his parents forgot to pick him up. I thought I was making a difference, thought I was being the positive influence he needed, the mentor who could turn his life around. But one night in June, Blake had called me, crying desperate, saying he couldn't take it anymore, saying he was going to end his life. I had rushed to his apartment building, found him on the roof, 10 stories up, standing on a ledge, talking about how no one would miss him, how the world would be better without him. I had climbed up there with him, talked to him for over an hour, thought I was making progress, thought I was convincing him to step back from the edge, to give life another chance. But when I reached out to pull him to safety, when I extended my hand and he took it, I lost my footing. My foot slipped on a loose piece of roofing, and in trying to save myself from falling, I accidentally pushed him. I watched in absolute horror as Blake fell 10 stories. Watched his body hit the pavement below. Watched the life drain out of a young man I had been trying to save. The official investigation ruled it an accident, said there was nothing I could have done differently. That Blake's death was a tragedy, but not my fault. But I knew the truth. I knew that my clumsiness, my failure, had cost a 17-year-old boy his life. The guilt had consumed me, driven me to leave Melbourne, to start over somewhere new. Somewhere no one knew what had happened. Somewhere I could try to forget. But somehow, Savannah knew, they all knew. How? I whispered, tears streaming down my face. How could you possibly know about Blake? Savannah smiled, but this smile was different from the others. This wasn't knowing or predatory. This was something else entirely. Something cold, something inhuman, something that seemed to come from somewhere much deeper and darker than any 17-year-old should possess. We know because we're connected. Mr. Winters, she said, but her voice was no longer her voice. It was multiple voices speaking in perfect unison, male and female, young and old, all blending together into something that made my skin crawl. We've always been connected to you, to each other, to something much larger than your limited human understanding could possibly comprehend. The classroom began to change around me. The walls seemed to pulse, to breathe, like the inside of some massive living organism. The fluorescent lights flickered and dimmed, casting long, writhing shadows across the floor, shadows that moved independently, that reached toward me with dark, grasping tendrils. The other students, all 22 of them, turned in their seats to face me directly, and I saw that their eyes had changed, where pupils and irises should have been. There were now only empty black voids, endless darkness that seemed to pull at my sanity. You see, Mr. Winters, Savannah continued, her form beginning to shimmer and fade, becoming translucent, like a ghost or a mirage. Westfield High School isn't just any ordinary school. It's a conduit, a bridge between dimensions, between worlds, between reality and nightmare. And we are the guardians of that bridge. I tried to move, tried to run toward the door, but found that my legs wouldn't respond to my commands. It was as if I was paralyzed, frozen in place by some invisible supernatural force. Don't be afraid. Savannah's voice now seemed to come from everywhere at once, from the walls, from the ceiling, from the very air itself, from inside my own thoughts. We don't want to hurt you. We want to help you. We want to free you from the burden you carry. What burden? I managed to gasp, though speaking required enormous effort. The guilt, M.R. Winters, the crushing weight of Blake Morrison's death, the knowledge that your failure cost a young man his life, the endless cycle of self-blame and self-destruction that has consumed your every waking moment for the past year. The other students began to stand, moving in perfect synchronization. Like a choreographed dance, they formed a circle around my desk, their black void eyes never blinking, never looking away. We can take it away, Savannah whispered, her voice now coming from directly beside my ear, even though she appeared to still be standing across the room. We can make you forget, make the pain stop, make you whole again. All you have to do is join us, become part of the collective, part of something greater than your individual suffering. Blake Morrison didn't die by accident. Mr. Winters, another voice said, this one coming from a student who had been sitting in the front row, a boy I had thought was named Cameron Wright. His death wasn't your failure. It was a selection, choosing, a sacrifice that opened the doorway between worlds. What are you talking about? I whispered. Blake was chosen. M.R. Winters, chosen to be the key that would allow us to reach you, to connect with your mind, to understand your deepest fears and desires. His death was necessary, planned, orchestrated by forces beyond your comprehension. The air in the classroom became thick, heavy, like trying to breathe underwater. I could smell something burning, something rotting, something that made my stomach revolt and my head spin. Show him, Savannah commanded, her voice now carrying absolute authority. The boy in the front row, Cameron, began to change, his features shifting, morphing, flesh rippling and reforming, until I was looking at Blake Morrison, exactly as he had been the night he died, 17 years old, dark hair, brown eyes, but now those eyes held knowledge they hadn't possessed in life. Ancient terrible knowledge. Hello, Mr. Winters, Blake said, his voice exactly as I remembered it, but carrying undertones of something vast and alien. I've been waiting for you to understand, waiting for you to see the truth. I tried to scream, tried to run, tried to do anything except sit there and accept this impossible reality. But my body refused to obey, refused to move, refused to even breathe properly. The guilt is eating you alive, isn't it? Blake continued, walking closer to my desk, his movements too smooth, too fluid, not quite human. Every night you dream about that moment on the roof. You see my face. You feel my hand in yours. You remember the instant you realized you were pushing me instead of pulling me to safety. I'm sorry. I finally managed to whisper, the words tearing at my throat like broken glass. I'm so sorry. Blake, I never meant for it to happen. I was trying to save you. Sorry won't bring me back. M.R. Winters, but joining us, becoming part of the collective consciousness that spans multiple dimensions, that will give my death meaning, that will transform your guilt into power. The other students began to chant low, rhythmic sounds that seemed to come from deep within the earth itself, from somewhere far below the school. The classroom walls began to dissolve, revealing an endless void, a darkness so complete it seemed to devour light itself. Look around you, Mr. Winters. Savannah's voice commanded, though I could no longer see her physical form. See the truth, see what this place really is. And I did see. God help me. I saw the truth, the horrible, impossible, soul-crushing truth. Westfield High School didn't exist, at least not in any way that normal human minds could understand. It was a construct, trap, a supernatural prison designed to lure people like me. People carrying unbearable guilt, people running from traumatic pasts, people whose emotional pain could feed whatever cosmic entity lurked in that endless darkness. The students weren't students at all. They were echoes, reflections, psychic imprints of everyone who had ever been consumed by this place. Teachers who had come before me, administrators who had discovered the truth, even real students who had wandered too close to the supernatural forces at work here. All of them now part of a collective consciousness, a hive mind that fed on guilt and despair and human suffering. How long? I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. How long what? Mr. Winters. Savannah's voice replied, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. How long have I been here? How long has this been going on? How many times have we had this conversation? Savannah laughed, a sound like shattering crystal, like wind through a graveyard, like the death screams of 1,000 souls. Time doesn't work the way you think it does here. M.R. Winters, you've been teaching these same classes, having these same conversations, experiencing these same revelations, over and over again for months, years, perhaps even decades. The memories came flooding back, not just of the past few months, but of countless repetitions, endless loops of the same experiences, the same students asking the same impossible questions, the same gradual realization that something was terribly wrong, the same final confrontation in room 237. I remembered now, remembered dying here, multiple times, in multiple ways. Sometimes I would have a heart attack from the terror. Sometimes I would simply vanish, consumed by the darkness. Sometimes I would throw myself out the window, rather than face whatever waited in that void. But death wasn't escape. Death was just another doorway, another beginning, another chance for the cycle to start over. How many times have we done this? I whispered. Hundreds, thousands, millions. Does it really matter? M.R. Winters. Each time you remember a little more, understand a little deeper, get a little closer to accepting your ultimate fate. And if I refuse, if I keep fighting this, then we start again. You wake up tomorrow morning, or what your limited perception interprets as tomorrow morning, and begin another cycle, another loop, another journey toward the same inevitable conclusion, until you finally surrender, until you finally join us willingly. The chanting grew louder, more insistent, more hypnotic. The darkness pressed closer, and I felt myself being pulled, drawn toward something vast and hungry and impossibly ancient that waited in the void between worlds. Please, I begged. Please let me go. Let me leave this place. Let me return to the real world. What real world, Mr. Winters? Blake asked, his ruined face now inches from mine, close enough that I could smell the grave dirt on his breath. The world where you failed me, where your actions led directly to my death, where the families of your students blame you for their loss. The world where you'll inevitably move to another school, another town, where you'll form attachments to new students, where you'll try to help them, and where you'll ultimately fail them, just as you failed me. The world where every person you try to save becomes another weight on your soul, another source of guilt, another reason to hate yourself, another step toward your own inevitable destruction. He was right. I knew he was right. Everywhere I went, everyone I tried to help, I only made things worse. I was a walking disaster, a magnet for tragedy, poison disguised as compassion. But here with us, you don't have to carry that burden anymore. Here you can be part of something greater, something that understands your pain, something that can transform your suffering into power. The offer was so tempting, so seductive, to finally be free of the guilt that had been eating me alive, to finally stop running from my failures, to finally find peace and surrender. But somewhere deep inside, some tiny spark of defiance, some last vestige of human stubbornness, refused to give in, refused to accept this fate, refused to let Blake's death be meaningless by allowing myself to be consumed by whatever ancient evil inhabited this place. No, I said, my voice stronger than it had been in months, more certain than I had felt since the night Blake died. I won't join you. I won't give up. I won't let his death be meaningless by surrendering my humanity. The chanting stopped abruptly. The darkness seemed to pause, waiting, listening. Savannah's form solidified, became more real, more present than it had been moments before. Then you choose to continue the cycle. M.R. Winters, to experience this revelation again and again, to suffer the same torments, the same revelations, the same impossible choices, until madness finally claims what's left of your sanity. If that's what it takes, yes, I'll endure it. I'll fight it. I'll resist until there's nothing left of me to resist with. Very well. M.R. Winters, we'll see you tomorrow, and the day after that, and the day after that, for as long as it takes. The classroom snapped back into focus like a rubber band being released. The walls became solid again. The students returned to their normal teenage appearances. Their eyes regained pupils and irises. The bell rang loudly, signaling the end of the school day. Everything was exactly as it had been before the nightmare began. Except now I knew the truth. Now I understood what I was fighting. Now I realized the true scope of my imprisonment. I stumbled out of the school building, through the parking lot, into my car, my hand shaking so violently I could barely insert the key into the ignition. But even as I drove away from Westfield High School, speeding down the empty country road, I could feel the invisible chains, the supernatural tether that bound me to this place, that would drag me back tomorrow morning, and every morning after that, because I was trapped, caught in an endless loop of my own guilt and regret. My failure to save Blake Morrison had become the very key that locked me in this supernatural prison. My desire to help students, to make a difference, to atone for my mistakes, had made me the perfect victim for whatever cosmic entity fed on human suffering. But I had made my choice. I would rather endure an eternity of repetition, an endless cycle of horror and revelation, than surrender what remained of my humanity and my soul, my essential self, to the darkness. And so the nightmare continues, day after day, month after month, year after year. I wake up in my small apartment, drive to Westfield High School, teach the same classes, meet the same supernatural students, experience the same gradual horror as I realize the truth, and make the same choice to resist. The only thing that changes is my understanding. Each loop reveals more details, more layers to the cosmic horror, more reasons why I can never, must never, give in to the temptation of surrender. Sometimes I wonder if there are others, other teachers, other victims, caught in their own personal loops somewhere within this vast supernatural construct, experiencing their own customized hells, making their own impossible choices, fighting their own battles against forces beyond human comprehension. But mostly I try not to think about the bigger picture. I focus on each individual day, each separate class, each small act of defiance, because that's all I have left. That's all any of us have when faced with cosmic horror beyond our understanding. The simple choice to remain human in the face of inhuman forces. The students still know everything about me, still ask their impossible questions, still reveal my deepest secrets with casual cruelty, still offer their seductive solutions to my endless guilt, but I've learned to expect it, to steel myself against their supernatural manipulations, to find strength in resistance itself. And sometimes, just sometimes, I catch glimpses of something else in their black void eyes, a flicker of the humanity they once possessed, a spark of the people they were before they were consumed and transformed, and I hold on to that because it reminds me that even in this place of cosmic nightmares, hope isn't entirely dead. It's just buried, waiting, like seeds in winter soil, ready to bloom if given the proper conditions, the proper sacrifice, the proper act of defiant love. But those conditions may never come, and I may be trapped here forever, teaching literature to supernatural entities, wearing the faces of teenagers, facing the same horrors, making the same impossible choices, experiencing the same revelations, over and over and over again, until the stars burn out, until reality itself collapses, until the cosmic entity that feeds on this place finally consumes everything and moves on to devour other dimensions, other realities, other universes full of guilty souls seeking redemption. But today is not the day I surrender. Today I resist. Today I choose to remember my humanity even in the face of inhuman horror. Today I choose to fight even when the fight seems hopeless, even when victory is impossible, even when resistance only prolongs my suffering. Because that's what teachers do. We fight for our students, even when those students are no longer human, even when the fight seems meaningless. Because what we do, what we teach, transcends the boundaries between life and death, between reality and nightmare, between hope and despair. And so I continue day after day, facing the impossible, teaching the unteachable, resisting the irresistible, because somewhere in this cosmic horror story, there has to be meaning, there has to be purpose, there has to be a reason why I'm still fighting. Even if I never find it, even if it doesn't exist, the act of searching, the act of resisting, the act of remaining human in an inhuman place, that itself has to count for something, has to matter in some way that transcends my limited understanding. The bell rings again, signaling another end, another beginning, another chance to make the same impossible choice, and I gather my papers, straighten my tie, prepare to face whatever fresh horror awaits me tomorrow, because tomorrow will come. It always does, and when it does, I'll be ready. I'll be human. I'll be defiant. I'll be everything these cosmic forces want to destroy. And that small act of rebellion, might be the most important lesson I ever teach. 3 months passed in the endless loop, or what my perception interpreted as 3 months. Time had lost most of its meaning in this place, but I had begun to notice subtle changes, small variations in the pattern that shouldn't exist if this truly was an exact repetition. Peyton still brought me the impossible book, but sometimes it was The Haunting of Hill House. Other times it was Something Wicked This Way Comes, or The Turn of the Screw. Always books from my destroyed childhood collection, but not always the same one. Aurora still knew about Crystal Lake, but her questions became more detailed, more specific, probing deeper into my traumatic memories with surgical precision, as if each loop allowed her to access layers of my psyche that had been previously hidden. And Savannah, beautiful, terrifying Savannah. Her revelations about Blake Morrison grew more elaborate, more devastating, revealing not just what happened that night on the rooftop, but why it happened, the supernatural forces that had been manipulating events from the very beginning. You thought you were trying to save him, didn't you, Mr. Winters? She said during one particularly brutal loop, her blue eyes blazing with otherworldly light. We had already chosen him, already marked him, already set in motion the sequence of events that would bring you to us. I was grading papers again, the same Thursday evening in October, the same fluorescent lights humming overhead, but this time I was expecting her arrival, dreading it, preparing myself for whatever fresh torture she would unveil. Blake Morrison's depression wasn't natural. M.R. Winters, it was cultivated and nurtured, fed by whispers in his dreams, visions of hopelessness that we planted deep in his subconscious mind. We drove him to that rooftop. We made him call you. We orchestrated every single moment of that tragic night. The temperature dropped, my breath became visible, but I had experienced this so many times now that the physical manifestations barely registered. It was the psychological horror that continued to devastate me, the growing understanding of how thoroughly I had been manipulated. Why? I asked, though I knew the answer would only bring more pain. Why Blake? Why not some random stranger? Why did you target one of my students? Savannah smiled, that terrible, knowing smile that haunted my waking hours and sleeping nightmares. Because attachment creates the strongest bonds. M.R. Winters, guilt over a stranger's death would have been painful, but guilt over a student's death, over someone you were supposed to protect, supposed to guide, supposed to save, that guilt becomes an anchor, a chain that binds your soul to ours across multiple dimensions. The other students began their synchronized rising, forming their circle around my desk, their eyes becoming black voids that reflected my deepest fears. But this time, this loop, something was different. Something had changed in ways I couldn't immediately identify. But you've been fighting us for so long, Mr. Winters. Savannah continued, her form beginning to shimmer and fade, resisting the inevitable, clinging to your humanity with such desperate determination that you've actually begun to affect us, to change us, to make us remember what we once were. This was new. This wasn't part of the usual revelation. This was something I had never heard before in all my countless loops through this nightmare. What do you mean? I managed to ask. Look at them. M.R. Winters, really look at them. I followed her gaze to the circle of students surrounding me, and for the first time, I saw something I had missed in all my previous experiences, behind the black void eyes, beneath the supernatural knowledge, underneath the cosmic horror that had consumed them. There were traces of the people they had once been. Cameron Wright, the boy in the front row who sometimes transformed into Blake Morrison. I could see fear in his void eyes, not the predatory confidence I had grown accustomed to, but genuine human fear, as if part of him was trying to break free from whatever force controlled him. Isabel Rodriguez, the class president who knew about my middle school crush. Her perfect posture had developed a slight tremor. Her confident voice carried undertones of doubt, as if my continued resistance was somehow weakening her connection to the collective consciousness. And Aurora Mitchell, quiet, observant Aurora who knew about Crystal Lake. She was no longer sitting in the back row. She was standing with the others, but her dark eyes kept darting toward the windows, toward the door, as if looking for escape routes that hadn't existed in previous loops. Your defiance is like a virus, Mr. Winters. Savannah whispered, her voice now carrying notes of uncertainty I had never heard before. Every loop, every cycle, every time you choose humanity over surrender, you infect us with traces of what we used to be. You remind us of lives we lived before we were consumed by this place. Blake Morrison materialized beside my desk, exactly as he had in every previous loop, but his appearance was somehow less stable, less solid, as if the supernatural forces that maintained his presence were weakening. She's right, Mr. Winters, he said, but his voice lacked the authority it had once carried. Your resistance is changing us, changing this place, changing the very nature of our existence, and that terrifies the entity that feeds on our collective despair. What entity? I asked, sensing an opportunity for answers I had never received before. The students exchanged glances, a behavior I had never observed in their previous synchronized performances, as if they were actually communicating with each other rather than simply acting as extensions of a single consciousness. The devourer of dimensions. Blake finally answered, his form flickering like a damaged television signal. A cosmic entity that exists between realities, feeding on emotional pain, growing stronger with each soul it consumes, each loop it completes, each human spirit it breaks. But you're not breaking, Mr. Winters, Aurora said, stepping forward from the circle, her movements less fluid than before, more human. Every time we reveal your failures, your guilt, your deepest shames, you absorb the pain, process it, and choose to remain human anyway. And that choice, that defiance, it's like poison to the devourer. I felt something I hadn't experienced in months of loops, hope genuine, Actual hope that maybe, just maybe, there was a way out of this supernatural prison. What happens if I keep resisting? I asked, hardly daring to voice the question. We don't know. Savannah admitted, her perfect composure cracking like ice in spring. This has never happened before. No one has ever lasted this long. No one has ever maintained their humanity through so many loops. No one has ever affected us the way you have. The chanting began, but it was different now. Discordant, chaotic, as if the students were fighting against their own supernatural programming, struggling to remember who they had been before they became extensions of cosmic horror. The entity is growing desperate. Mr. Winters, Blake said, his teenage face showing wear and exhaustion that shouldn't exist in a supernatural construct. It's pouring more power into each loop, making the revelations more brutal, the psychological torture more intense, trying to break you before you can break us free. Break you free, I repeated, the words tasting like hope and terror in equal measure. We're not just prisoners, Mr. Winters, Cameron said, his voice cracking with emotion I hadn't heard before. We're weapons, tools the devourer uses to harvest guilt and despair. But if we can remember who we were, if we can reclaim our humanity, maybe we can fight back. The classroom began to shake, not the subtle reality warping I had grown accustomed to, but violent, angry trembling, as if the cosmic entity was aware of this conversation and desperately trying to stop it. It knows, Isabel whispered, real terror in her voice. It knows we're remembering. It knows you're changing us. It's going to try something different, something worse than the loops. What do you mean? I asked, but even as I spoke the words, I could feel it, a presence, vast and alien and absolutely furious, pressing against the boundaries of our reality, seeking entry, seeking to end this conversation permanently. The fluorescent lights exploded in showers of sparks, plunging the classroom into darkness. But in that darkness, I could see things, cosmic horror beyond human comprehension, tentacles of purest shadow reaching through dimensional barriers, eyes like dying stars glaring with hatred older than galaxies. Run, Mr. Winters, Blake shouted, his form becoming more solid, more real, more human with each passing second. Run before it manifests completely, before it takes direct control. But I couldn't run, wouldn't run. Not when I finally understood what was happening. Not when I realized that my resistance wasn't just preserving my own humanity. It was awakening the humanity in others. It was fighting back against cosmic horror with the most powerful weapon in existence. Love, defiant, stubborn, irrational human love for students who had been transformed into weapons. Compassion for young people who had been consumed by forces beyond their control. Hope for redemption even in the darkest corners of existence. No, I said, my voice carrying across the chaos, across the dimensional storm, across the fury of an ancient entity that had never faced real resistance. I won't run. I won't abandon you. I won't let this thing keep you trapped. The devourer of dimensions pressed harder against reality, and I could feel its alien thoughts, its cosmic hunger, its absolute certainty that no mere human could stand against powers that predated civilization itself. But it was wrong, because humans, individual humans, aren't meant to fight cosmic horror alone. We're meant to fight it together, to stand up for each other, to refuse to let darkness consume those we care about, even when those people have been transformed, corrupted, turned into weapons against us. The love remains. The hope remains. The stubborn human refusal to abandon others remains. Together, I called out to the students, to the fragments of humanity that still existed within their supernatural forms. We fight this together. We remember who we are together. We reclaim our humanity together. And miracle of miracles, they responded, one by one. The void eyes began to show pupils and irises. The synchronized movements became individual choices. The collective consciousness began to fracture as 23 separate human souls chose defiance over surrender. The cosmic entity shrieked, a sound that existed beyond normal hearing, that vibrated through dimensions, that spoke of fury and disbelief, that its perfect feeding system was being disrupted by something as simple, as impossible, as human compassion. The battle for our souls lasted what felt like hours, but might have been minutes or days or centuries. Time had no meaning when reality itself was being rewritten by opposing forces. Human love and determination against cosmic hunger and ancient malevolence. Savannah was the first to fully break free, her blue eyes clearing completely, her movements becoming naturally human instead of supernaturally fluid, her voice returning to that of a normal 17-year-old girl. I remember. She gasped, tears streaming down her face. I remember my name, my real name. Savannah Patricia Cole. I'm the student council president. I want to study law at university. I have a little brother named Tommy who collects baseball cards. The devourer howled, its rage shaking the foundations of the school. But each human memory that returned weakened its hold on this reality. Each act of remembrance was like a knife thrust into its cosmic consciousness. Blake was next, his ghostly form becoming solid real, alive in ways that defied everything I understood about death and supernatural manifestation. Mr. Winters, he said, but his voice was different, younger, more hopeful. I remember the last thing I said to you before I fell. I said thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for caring. Thank you for being the first person in years who actually listened to me. The guilt that had anchored me to this place, the crushing weight of responsibility for his death, began to crack, to crumble, not because I was forgetting, but because I was finally hearing the truth that cosmic horror had hidden from me. I chose to jump. Mr. Winters, Blake continued, his teenage face showing wisdom beyond his years. The depression, the despair, the supernatural whispers, they made me want to die. But in those final moments, when I felt your hand in mine, when I saw how much you cared, I chose to let go. I chose to fall, not because you failed me, but because I wanted to save you from falling with me. The chains of guilt shattered completely. The supernatural anchor that had bound me to this nightmare realm dissolved, and for the first time, in countless loops, I felt truly free. But freedom brought responsibility, because now I understood that this place, this supernatural construct, wasn't just a prison for me. It was a feeding ground for something that consumed entire dimensions, and if we didn't stop it here, if we didn't break its power completely, it would move on to other realities, other universes, other victims. How do we destroy it? I asked, addressing not just the students, but the growing group of human souls who were remembering who they had been before they were consumed. The anchor points, said a voice I had never heard before, an older woman who materialized from the darkness, wearing the clothes and bearing the demeanor of a school administrator from decades past. I'm Principal Margaret Ashworth. I ran this school in the 1980s, before the devourer claimed it. There are anchor points throughout the building, places where it maintains its connection to this dimension. More figures emerged from the shadows, teachers, students, administrators, janitors, all the souls who had been trapped here over the decades, all remembering, all choosing humanity over the seductive promise of painless existence as extensions of cosmic horror. The basement, said a man in a janitor's uniform. There's something in the basement, in the old furnace room, been down there since the school was built, maybe longer. It's the primary anchor. Destroy that, and the whole construct collapses. The building shook again, more violently than before, as the devourer realized what we were planning, realized that its perfect feeding system was not just damaged, but actively threatened by the very souls it had spent decades consuming. Tentacles of living shadow burst through the walls, through the floor, through the ceiling, grasping for us with desperate hunger, trying to drag us back into the collective consciousness before we could complete our liberation. Move, I shouted, grabbing Savannah's hand, pulling her toward the door. Everyone to the basement, together. We end this together. What followed was a running battle through corridors that shifted and changed as we moved, classrooms that opened onto bottomless voids, stairs that led in impossible directions, as the devourer used its remaining power to reshape the school into a maze designed to trap us, to separate us, to pick us off one by one. But we had something it didn't understand, something that cosmic horror could never truly comprehend. We had each other. We had human connections. We had love and loyalty, and the stubborn refusal to abandon those who needed us. When Aurora fell through a floor that suddenly became liquid. Cameron reached back and pulled her to safety. When shadow tentacles grabbed Isabel, the janitor whose name was Harold fought them off with a mop that blazed with supernatural fire. When younger students stumbled, older souls helped them up, carried them, protected them. We were no longer victims. We were a community, a family, a group of human beings who had chosen to fight cosmic horror with the most powerful force in existence, love for each other. The basement door stood before us, heavy oak reinforced with iron bands, covered in symbols that hurt to look at directly, symbols that spoke of binding, of imprisonment, of cosmic entities held in check by human will and ancient knowledge. The original builders knew. Principal Ashworth explained as we approached. They knew something was sleeping beneath this ground, something that fed on human suffering. They built the school as a prison, a way to contain it, but over the decades, it learned, it adapted, it found ways to use the prison as a feeding ground. The door was locked, but not with any normal lock. This was secured by willpower, by the determination of generations of educators who had understood the truth, who had sacrificed themselves to keep cosmic horror contained. We need to combine our strength, Blake said, placing his ghostly hand on the door. All of us together, every human soul in this place, every fragment of humanity that still exists. One by one, we placed our hands on the door, living and dead, real and supernatural, teacher and student, administrator and janitor, all united by our shared humanity, all determined to end this nightmare once and for all. The symbols flared, blazed, burned with light that was warm instead of harsh, protective instead of threatening, and the door swung open, revealing stairs that led down into darkness older than civilization. At the bottom, in a furnace room that couldn't possibly fit within the dimensions of the school building, we found it, the source, the anchor point, the heart of cosmic horror itself. It wasn't what I expected, not some alien artifact or supernatural construct, but something far more terrible, far more human. A child's desk, small, wooden, carved with initials and covered in the kind of graffiti that accumulates over decades of use. But the wood was black, not painted, not stained, black as if it had absorbed so much human suffering that darkness had become part of its very substance. The first victim. Principal Ashworth whispered, her voice filled with ancient sorrow. In 1967, when the school was new, a little girl named Jenny Matthews, she died at that desk, died of loneliness, of despair, of the crushing weight of being invisible to everyone around her. And her death, her pain, it created a crack, a doorway, a place where cosmic hunger could seep into our reality. The devourer had been feeding on human suffering for 60 years, growing stronger with each soul it consumed, each loop it completed, each person it drove to despair, and all of it, all of the cosmic horror, all of the dimensional manipulation, all of the supernatural terror, it all traced back to one little girl who died believing that no one cared about her. We can't destroy it with violence, Blake said, his young face showing understanding beyond his years. This isn't about fighting. This isn't about conquest. This is about healing, about love, about showing that little girl, after all these years, that someone finally cares. I knelt beside the desk, placed my hands on its blackened surface, felt the decades of accumulated suffering, the cosmic hunger that had grown from one child's unbearable loneliness, and I spoke, not to the devourer, but to the little girl whose pain had started all of this. Jenny, I said, my voice carrying across 60 years of darkness. My name is Grayson Winters. I'm a teacher, and I want you to know, you're not invisible, you're not forgotten, you matter. Your life had meaning, your death had meaning, and we're here, all of us, to tell you that you are loved. The desk trembled, not with cosmic rage, but with something far more powerful, with the trembling of a child who had spent 60 years believing that no one would ever care enough to speak her name. We see you. Jenny, Savannah said, kneeling beside me, her 17-year-old voice bridging the gap between decades, between life and death, between despair and hope. We see you and we love you, and you don't have to be alone anymore. One by one, every soul in that basement, every human consciousness that had been trapped by cosmic horror, every fragment of humanity that had survived the devourer's hunger. We spoke to Jenny Matthews, We acknowledged her. We remembered her. We loved her. And as we spoke, as we remembered, as we loved, the darkness began to crack, to crumble, to fall away like old paint, revealing not cosmic horror, but the spirit of a 6-year-old girl who had been waiting, hoping, praying for 60 years that someone would finally notice she was gone. She appeared slowly, translucent at first, then more solid, a little girl with braided hair and a blue dress, sitting at her desk, looking up at us with eyes that held all the hope and wonder and love that childhood should contain. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice like wind chimes, like church bells, like every beautiful sound that speaks of innocence and joy. "Thank you for finding me. Thank you for remembering me. Thank you for loving me." The devourer shrieked one final time, but its shriek was different now. Not the rage of cosmic horror, but the death scream of something that could not exist in the presence of pure, unconditional, transformative love. The basement collapsed, but not violently, gently, like a building made of sand finally surrendering to the tide. And as it collapsed, as the supernatural prison finally dissolved, Jenny Matthews smiled, waved goodbye, and faded into whatever peaceful existence awaited children who had been lost but were finally found. I woke up in my apartment, real apartment, actual apartment in the actual town of Vancouver. Sunlight streaming through windows that opened onto a normal street, traffic sounds, bird songs, the ordinary symphony of a world that followed natural laws and human logic. But I wasn't alone. Blake Morrison sat in my kitchen chair, solid and real and 17 years old, drinking coffee and reading my newspaper as if he had every right to be there. "Good morning, Mr. Winters," he said, looking up with eyes that sparkled with life and mischief and all the possibilities that young people should possess. "Sleep well." "Blake," I said, hardly daring to believe, You're alive. Death isn't what we thought it was." "Mr. Winters," he explained, folding the newspaper carefully, "especially not death that comes from supernatural manipulation, when we broke the devourer's hold on reality. When we freed Jenny Matthews from her 60 years of loneliness, all the souls it had consumed, all the lives it had twisted, they were restored." He stood, walked to my window, looked out at the ordinary morning with extraordinary appreciation. "I remember the rooftop, Mr. Winters. I remember the despair, the voices whispering that no one would miss me, the certainty that death was better than life. But I also remember you, climbing up there with me, risking your own safety to talk me down, choosing to care about a troubled kid when everyone else had given up." "But you still fell," I said, the memory still painful despite everything we had been through. "I fell because the devourer needed my death to anchor its trap, needed your guilt to power its feeding system, needed both of us trapped in an endless cycle of suffering. But that's not the real story. The real story is that you tried, you cared. You climbed up on that rooftop because you believed my life had value." He turned from the window, smiled, and I saw in his face not the supernatural wisdom of cosmic horror, but the natural wisdom of a young person who had faced darkness and chosen light. The real story, M.R. Winters, is that love is stronger than death, stronger than guilt, stronger than cosmic horror, stronger than anything that tries to convince us we're alone, that we don't matter, that no one cares. A knock at my door interrupted our conversation. I opened it to find Savannah, Aurora, Cameron, Isabel, and a dozen other students, all looking perfectly normal, perfectly human, perfectly alive. "We're real now, Mr. Winters," Savannah explained, her blue eyes bright with tears of joy. "The devourer created supernatural copies of us to torment you, but when its power broke, when Jenny was finally at peace, the real us, the actual students who had been trapped in that dimension, we were freed." "What about school?" I asked, still struggling to understand this new reality. "What about Westfield High?" "There never was a Westfield High School, Mr. Winters," Aurora said gently. "Not in this dimension, not in this reality. That was all part of the supernatural construct. But there's a real school, right here in Vancouver, where the principal has been looking for an English teacher, where real students are waiting for someone who actually cares about them." And so began the most important chapter of my teaching career, working with students who were flesh and blood, whose problems were real but solvable, whose futures were bright with possibility. Blake enrolled in my new school, caught up on the education he had missed, graduated with honors, went on to study psychology, determined to help other young people who struggled with depression and suicidal thoughts. Savannah did indeed study law, became an advocate for children's rights, never forgot the lesson that sometimes the most important thing you can do is simply acknowledge that someone exists, that someone matters. The others pursued their own dreams, their own goals, their own perfectly normal, perfectly human, perfectly beautiful lives. But we stayed connected, all of us, bound not by cosmic horror, but by shared experience, by the understanding that we had faced ultimate darkness together and chosen love, chosen hope, chosen each other. And sometimes, when I'm grading papers late into the evening, when the fluorescent lights are overhead, when the world seems too dark and too cruel, I remember Jenny Matthews. I remember a little girl who waited 60 years for someone to love her. And I remember that the most important lesson any teacher can impart is this: you are not invisible, you are not forgotten, you matter. Your life has meaning, and you are loved. Every student who walks into my classroom, every young person struggling with homework and heartbreak and the terrible uncertainty of growing up, they all hear that message, they all receive that love, they all understand that they have value simply because they exist. Because that's what we learned in our battle against cosmic horror, that the darkness feeds on isolation, on despair, on the lie that we are alone and unloved and forgotten. But love, real love, stubborn love, defiant love, that starves the darkness, that breaks supernatural chains, that transforms cosmic horror into cosmic healing. The devourer of dimensions is gone, banished back to whatever realm spawned it, weakened by our resistance, defeated by our love, unable to return as long as there are teachers who care about their students, parents who love their children, human beings who refuse to let others suffer alone. And Jenny Matthews, beautiful, innocent 6-year-old Jenny Matthews, she's at peace now, no longer trapped at a desk that absorbed suffering, no longer invisible to the world around her, finally free to be what every child should be. Loved, protected, remembered, cherished. I still dream about her sometimes, but not nightmares, beautiful dreams. Dreams where she's playing with other children, laughing, running, experiencing all the joy that was stolen from her in life, but restored to her in whatever existence comes after. And in those dreams, she always waves at me, always smiles, always whispers, "Thank you for remembering me. Thank you for loving me. Thank you for finding me." Because that's what teachers do. We find the lost ones. We remember the forgotten ones. We love the unloved ones. And we refuse to let darkness win, no matter how cosmic, no matter how ancient, no matter how impossible the battle might seem. We fight with love. We resist with hope. We conquer with compassion. And we never give up on the belief that every human soul, every student, every child, every person has infinite value and deserves to be loved. That's the lesson I learned in my battle against supernatural horror. That's the truth that set us all free. That's the power that can overcome any darkness, human or cosmic, natural or supernatural, earthly or otherworldly. Love, pure, unconditional, transformative love. It's the strongest force in any universe, any dimension, any reality, and it will never ever be defeated as long as there are human hearts willing to offer it, human souls willing to share it, human spirits willing to live it. And that, my friends, is why I continue teaching, why I continue caring, why I continue believing. Because every student who walks through my classroom door might be the next Jenny Matthews, the next Blake Morrison, the next soul who needs to hear that they matter, that they're loved, that they're not alone. That's my mission now, my purpose, my calling, to make sure that no child, no teenager, no student ever has to wait 60 years to be loved, to be seen, to be remembered. Because love is the answer. It always has been. It always will be. And as long as there are teachers willing to love their students, parents willing to love their children, human beings willing to love each other, the darkness will never win. The cosmic horror will never return. And souls like Jenny Matthews will finally be at peace. And if you enjoyed this story, if it touched something deep inside you, if it reminded you that love, until next time, keep believing in love, keep choosing hope, Keep fighting the darkness with the light that lives within your beautiful, powerful, infinitely valuable human soul. Hello, everyone. My name is Trevor Brooks, and today, I'm going to share something with you that I've kept buried for the last 7 years, something that cost me my sanity, my career, and nearly my life. I worked as a security guard at Area 51, and what I'm about to tell you will change everything you thought you knew about that place. 3 weeks into my assignment, I discovered a door that wasn't supposed to exist, and behind it, I found something that the government has been hiding for decades, something that's still watching me, even now, as I tell you this story. Now, before I begin, I can see that 80% of my viewers didn't subscribe while watching my videos, so please, hit that subscribe button, smash the like, and turn on the bell icon so you never miss another story. Also, comment down below and tell me where you're watching this video from and what time it is for you right now. I absolutely love hearing from you all. And if you have your own paranormal or mysterious story, please email us or leave it in the comments. I'd love to feature it on the channel. All right, let's get into this. My name is Trevor Brooks, and in the spring of 2016, I was 28 years old, fresh out of a private security contract in Europe, and desperately looking for work that paid well enough to clear my debts. I had spent 3 years working at various facilities, museums, corporate buildings, even a pharmaceutical lab outside of Berlin, but nothing, and I mean nothing, could have prepared me for what came next. The job posting was vague, almost suspiciously so. It listed a position for high-level security personnel at a government facility in Nevada, with a salary that made my eyes water. 6 figures, full benefits, housing provided, and a non-disclosure agreement that was thicker than a phone book. I should have known right then that something was off, but desperation makes you overlook red flags. The interview process took 3 months. Background checks, psychological evaluations, polygraph tests, medical exams. They wanted to know everything about me, my childhood, my relationships, my political beliefs, even my dreams. I remember sitting in a sterile white room somewhere in Langley, answering the same questions over and over again to different people in suits who never smiled, never blinked, just watched me with eyes that seemed to calculate every micro-expression on my face. One particular interview still haunts me. It was with a man who never gave his name, just showed me his credentials, and sat down across from me in that windowless room. He asked me strange questions, not the typical security clearance stuff, but deeply personal things. "Have you ever seen something you couldn't explain, Trevor?" he asked, his pen hovering over his notepad. "Have you ever felt like you were being watched, even when you were alone?" I laughed it off at the time, told him no. Told him I was a rational person who didn't believe in ghosts or conspiracy theories. He just nodded and made a note, and moved on to the next question. But I remember the look in his eyes, like he knew something I didn't, like he was testing me for something specific. Finally, in late August, I received a phone call. A woman's voice, cold and professional, told me I'd been selected. She gave me 48 hours to accept and made it crystal clear that once I signed, there was no backing out. Not for at least 5 years. I signed the papers the next morning, my hand trembling slightly as I put pen to paper, feeling like I was signing my soul away. They flew me out to Nevada on an unmarked plane. No logos, no flight attendants, just 2 silent men in dark suits who handed me noise-canceling headphones and gestured for me to sleep. I tried to stay awake, to see where we were going, but exhaustion overtook me. And when I woke up, we were already descending through thick clouds into darkness. When we landed, it was night, and I was driven for what felt like hours through empty desert roads, no signs, no lights, just endless darkness and the occasional jackrabbit caught in the headlights. The driver never spoke, never looked at me in the rearview mirror, just kept his eyes fixed on the road ahead as we drove deeper and deeper into the Nevada wasteland. The facility, they never called it Area 51, at least not to our faces, rose from the desert like a massive concrete tomb. Floodlights illuminated chain-link fences topped with razor wire, guard towers every 100 meters, and cameras everywhere. The main entrance was a reinforced steel gate that required 3 separate security checks just to pass through. At each checkpoint, Armed guards would examine my papers, scan my retinas, and wave us through without a word. I was taken to security barracks, a long, low building with small windows and concrete walls. My room was barely larger than a prison cell, a bed, a desk, a lamp, and a small bathroom. No television, no radio, no outside communication devices allowed. They confiscated my phone at the gate, along with my laptop, my watch, and even my wedding ring. Not that I was married, but they took anything metal or electronic. The first night, I couldn't sleep. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the distant hum of generators and the occasional footsteps in the hallway outside. I lay in that narrow bed, staring at the ceiling, wondering what I had gotten myself into, wondering if the money was really worth it. Around 3 in the morning, I heard something that made my blood run cold. Singing, faint but clear, coming from somewhere in the facility. A woman's voice, singing a lullaby I recognized from my childhood. Hush, little baby, don't say a word. It went on for maybe 30 seconds, then stopped abruptly, leaving only silence behind. I told myself it was just another guard, someone working the night shift, maybe playing music to stay awake. But something about that voice, something about the way it echoed through those concrete walls, felt wrong. The orientation lasted a week. We were 12 new guards. I was the only one from outside the military. The others had backgrounds in the Marines, the Army, Special Forces. There was Marcus Hale, a broad-shouldered former Ranger with a scar that ran from his ear to his jaw, the kind of guy who looked like he'd seen combat and survived. He barely spoke, but when he did, everyone listened. Then there was Ethan Cole, a quiet guy from Massachusetts who'd done 2 tours in the Middle East and never talked about what he'd seen there. He had this nervous habit of checking his surroundings constantly, like he expected an attack at any moment. Sometimes, I'd catch him staring at the walls, at the corners of rooms, like he was searching for something hidden. Our supervising officer was a woman named Lila Monroe, mid-40s, steel gray eyes, and a demeanor that suggested she'd seen things that would break most people. She ran the orientation with military precision, teaching us the patrol routes, the communication protocols, the emergency procedures. But there was something she didn't teach us, something she deliberately avoided: the restricted zones. On a massive map of the facility, certain sections were marked with red hatching. Sector 7, Sublevel 4, the deep labs, and one area, right in the center of the complex, that had no label at all, just a red circle with the words, "and no entry, Level 10 clearance only." Before we continue, I just want to remind you, if you're enjoying this story, please hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring you more content like this, and trust me, this story is about to get much darker. Lila pointed at these zones with a laser pointer, her expression grave. "You will never, under any circumstances, enter these areas," she told us on our last day of training. Her eyes swept across each of us, lingering a moment too long on Marcus, then on Ethan, then on me. "If you see someone attempting to breach these zones, you report it immediately. You do not investigate. You do not engage. You report and withdraw. Is that understood?" We all nodded, but I saw the question in everyone's eyes. "What's in there?" Marcus raised his hand, his deep voice cutting through the silence. "What if there's an emergency? What if someone's injured in one of those zones?" Lila's expression didn't change. You report it, and you wait for specialized teams to respond. Under no circumstances do you enter those zones, even to save a life. The danger is too great. "What kind of danger?" Ethan asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Lila was quiet for a long moment, and I could see her weighing her words carefully. The kind that doesn't discriminate, the kind that gets inside your head and doesn't let go. She turned off the projector, and the room went dark except for the emergency lighting along the walls. "Some of you won't last here. Some of you will request transfers within the first month, and we'll grant them, no questions asked. For those who stay, remember this: curiosity is not your friend in this place. Routine, protocol, obedience, these things will keep you alive. Everything else, everyone else, is a liability." My shift started the following Monday. 12 hours on, 12 hours off, 7 days a week. The pay was incredible, but the isolation was suffocating. We weren't allowed to leave the facility, not for months, and communication with the outside world was limited to one supervised phone call per week, 10 minutes, monitored and recorded. I called my sister Avery on my first week, tried to sound upbeat, told her the job was boring, but the money was good. She asked me where I was, what I was doing, and I gave her the cover story they provided, a security contract at a data center. Nothing exciting. I could hear the worry in her voice, though. Could tell she knew I was hiding something. "Just be careful, Trevor," she said before we hung up. "Whatever you're doing, wherever you are, just promise me you'll be careful." I promised, not knowing how hollow that promise would become. The work itself was monotonous. I was assigned to Corridor B, a long hallway in the western section of the facility that connected the administrative offices to the research wings. My job was simple: check IDs, monitor the security feeds, walk the corridor every 30 minutes, report anything unusual. For the first 2 weeks, nothing happened. Scientists in lab coats would pass by, nod politely, swipe their badges. Administrative staff would hurry past with folders and tablets. Sometimes, late at night, I'd see cleaning crews pushing their carts, emptying trash bins, mopping floors. It was boring, mind-numbingly so, and I started to wonder if the stories about Area 51 were just elaborate myths, government propaganda, to keep people interested in a place that was really just a boring research facility. But I noticed things, small things that didn't quite add up. Like how some of the scientists would return from their shifts looking different. Not physically different, but changed somehow. Their eyes would be distant, unfocused, and they'd walk past me without acknowledging my presence, even the ones who usually said hello. One scientist, Dr. Patricia Chun, had been friendly to me from day one. She'd always stop to chat, ask me how I was adjusting, share a joke or two. But one night, about 2 weeks into my assignment, she walked past me without even looking up. Her face was pale, her hands were shaking, and she was muttering something under her breath, over and over. "It knows, it knows, it knows." I called out to her, "Dr. Chun, are you all right?" She stopped, turned to face me, and for a moment, just a moment, her eyes focused on mine, and what I saw there terrified me. Pure, unadulterated fear, the kind that comes from seeing something your mind can't process. "Don't go down there, Trevor," she whispered. "No matter what you hear, no matter what they tell you, don't go down to the deep levels." Then she turned and hurried away, leaving me standing there, confused and disturbed. I mentioned it to Marcus the next day during our shift overlap. He was leaning against the wall, drinking coffee from a thermos, looking as tired as I felt. "Dr. Chen said something weird to me last night," I told him. "Told me not to go down to the deep levels. Looked scared out of her mind." Marcus's expression darkened. "She's not the first. I've seen at least 3 other researchers come up from below, looking like they'd seen ghosts. Whatever they're doing down there, it's messing with people." "Have you heard anything?" I asked. "Any rumors about what's in those restricted zones?" He was quiet for a moment, then leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "Ethan told me something he overheard in the mess hall. 2 scientists talking when they thought no one was listening. They mentioned entities, something about containment failures, something about how they're getting smarter." "Entities," I repeated. "What does that mean?" Marcus shrugged. "Could be anything, biological weapons, experimental subjects, hell. Could be aliens for all we know. But whatever it is, it's got everyone on edge. You see how many armed guards patrol the lower-level access points? You see how they're all carrying live ammunition. This isn't standard security protocol. This is containment." That conversation stuck with me, played over and over in my mind during my shifts. I started paying more attention to the facility, to the rhythms and patterns. I noticed how certain elevators were off limits, how certain stairwells were sealed with doors that required biometric authentication. I noticed how late at night, when the facility was supposed to be quiet, I could sometimes feel vibrations through the floor, like heavy machinery operating deep below. And I noticed the cameras. They were everywhere, but they weren't just monitoring us. Some of them were pointed at walls, at empty corners, at places where no one ever walked. It was like they were watching for something that might appear where it shouldn't. Then, on the night of September 23rd, everything changed. It was 2:47 a.m. I remember the exact time because I just checked my watch. One of the facility-issued ones that only told time. No smart features. No GPS. I was doing my patrol, walking slowly down Corridor B, listening to the hum of fluorescent lights and the distant whoosh of the ventilation system, when I heard it. A sound faint, but distinctly out of place. A scraping noise, like metal on concrete, coming from somewhere ahead of me. I stopped, hand moving instinctively to the radio on my belt. The corridor ahead was empty, the lights flickering slightly near the far end. I waited, listening. The sound came again, louder this time. Definitely metal, dragging, scraping, and underneath it, something else, a wet, organic sound like breathing. I unclipped my flashlight and moved forward slowly, keeping my back to the wall. The facility suddenly felt different, oppressive, like the air pressure had changed. My ears were ringing slightly, and I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. As I approached the end of the corridor, I realized the sound was coming from behind a maintenance door, a small gray door marked electrical, authorized personnel only. I'd passed this door dozens of times during my patrols, never given it a second thought. It was always locked, always sealed. But now it was slightly ajar. The gap was small, maybe an inch, but enough to see darkness beyond, and enough for that scraping sound to escape. I should have called it in right then. Should have radioed Lila. Should have followed every protocol they drilled into us during orientation. But curiosity, that dangerous, foolish curiosity, made me reach for the door handle. My hand was shaking as I pushed it open, the hinges creaking softly in the silence. The room beyond was dark, my flashlight beam cutting through thick shadows. It was a small space, maybe 10 feet by 10 feet, filled with electrical panels and junction boxes. Everything looked normal, standard maintenance room, nothing out of the ordinary. But there, in the back corner, partially hidden behind a large electrical panel, was something that shouldn't have been there. Another door. This one was different, older, made of heavy steel with rivets along its frame, and no handle, no keypad, no visible way to open it. It looked like it had been sealed shut, welded, covered with layers of paint and rust. But the seal had been broken recently. I could see fresh scrape marks around the edges where something, or someone, had pried it open, and there were scratches, deep gouges in the metal, like something with claws had been trying to get through. The scraping sound came again, from beyond that door, echoing up from somewhere deep below, and this time I could hear something else mixed with it. Whispering, dozens of voices, all talking at once, too quiet to make out the words, but loud enough to know they were there. I stood there frozen, every instinct screaming at me to back away, to call Lila, to follow protocol. But that door, that impossible door that wasn't on any map or blueprint I'd seen during orientation, called to me. It was like it wanted me to open it, like it had been waiting for me specifically. My radio crackled to life, making me jump. Brooks' status report. It was Lila's voice, cold and professional. I grabbed the radio, my voice coming out shakier than I wanted. All clear on Corridor B. Just checking a maintenance room. There was a pause, longer than usual. What maintenance room, Brooks? The electrical room near junction point B7. Another pause, and I could hear muffled voices in the background, urgent, alarmed. Exit that room immediately, Brooks. Do not proceed further. Do you understand? But I was already reaching for the door, my hand touching that cold steel, feeling the vibrations running through it, vibrations that felt almost alive. Brooks, acknowledge. I pressed my palm against the door and pushed. It swung open silently, revealing a narrow staircase descending into absolute darkness. The air that rushed out was cold, unnaturally so, and carried a smell I couldn't quite place. Something chemical, something organic, something that made my stomach turn. It smelled like formaldehyde mixed with decay, with something else underneath that I couldn't identify, something that didn't smell like it belonged on Earth. My radio crackled again, Lila's voice sharp with panic. Brooks, step away from that door. That is a direct order. But I couldn't. I was already stepping through, already beginning my descent. drawn by something I couldn't explain, couldn't resist. It was like the door had been calling to me, like it had been waiting, and now that I'd found it, I had no choice but to see what was below. The door swung shut behind me, cutting off Lila's voice, plunging me into darkness broken only by my flashlight beam. The temperature dropped immediately, my breath forming clouds, and I could hear my footsteps echoing in a confined space, echoing and being answered by other footsteps, coming from far below, matching my rhythm exactly. I stopped, the echo stopped. I took another step, heard it repeated from the darkness below. Something was down there. Something was listening, matching my movements. The staircase spiraled down and down and down. 50 steps, 100, 200. My legs began to ache, and a voice in my head kept screaming at me to turn back, but I couldn't. Something was pulling me forward, some terrible curiosity that overrode every rational thought. It was like being in a dream, watching myself do something stupid, unable to stop. The walls changed as I descended. At first they were concrete, smooth and modern, but gradually they became rougher, older, stone mixed with concrete, and I could see marks on them, scratches, symbols carved deep into the surface. Some of them looked ancient, withered by time, while others were fresh, still showing the white inner stone where they'd been recently carved. I stopped at one of these symbols, ran my finger along it. It was warm, impossibly warm, and seemed to pulse under my touch like it had a heartbeat. The symbol was complex, 3 circles overlapping in a triangular pattern, with lines radiating outward like a sun, or like something bursting open. Further down, I started seeing words mixed with the symbols. Different languages, some I recognized. German, Russian, English, others I'd never seen before. The English words were fragmented warnings. Turn back. They see you. Don't let them speak. IT learns. We were wrong. Finally, after what felt like forever, the stairs ended at another door, this one marked with faded yellow paint, and that same symbol, 3 overlapping circles. The door was unlocked, standing open just a crack, and through that crack I could see red emergency lighting beyond. I pushed it open and stepped into a corridor that shouldn't exist. It stretched ahead into darkness, wider than the stairwell, with doors lining both sides. Emergency lighting, dim and red, cast everything in a hellish glow. The walls were covered in warnings, in multiple languages. Danger. Authorized personnel only. Biohazard. Extreme caution, and beneath those official warnings, more scratched messages, more desperate pleas. Count them. Always count them. If it knows your name. Run. 7 of 17 are empty. They're not human anymore. The air down here was different, thick, hard to breathe, and carried that same awful smell, but stronger now, mixed with something electrical, like ozone after a lightning strike. My flashlight flickered, and I hit it against my palm, making it steady again. But when the light came back, I saw something that made me freeze. Footprints. Fresh footprints in the dust on the floor, leading from the stairwell, leading down the corridor, my footprints. But there were other prints too, going the other direction, coming from deep in the corridor, heading toward the stairs. Bare feet, human-shaped, but the toes were too long, the stride was too wide, and they were recent, still clearly defined in the dust. Something had come up these stairs recently. Something had gone through that maintenance door into the facility above. If you're still watching, please take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel, because what I'm about to tell you, what I saw in those cells, it's going to haunt you, just like it haunts me every single night. I followed the corridor, past door after door, each one identical. Heavy steel with a small window, reinforced glass, thick enough to stop a bullet. I approached the first one slowly, shining my light through the glass, and looked inside. The room beyond was a cell, sterile white walls, a steel bed bolted to the floor, toilet in the corner, sink. But what made my blood run cold was the scratching on the walls, hundreds, thousands of marks, carved deep into the concrete, covering every surface from floor to ceiling. There were symbols, words, and languages I didn't understand, and drawings, crude but detailed drawings. Drawings of human figures, but wrong, distorted, with too many limbs, too many joints, too many eyes. Drawings of faces, dozens of faces, all different, all perfectly detailed, like someone had been practicing, learning, memorizing. The cell was empty, but the scratches were fresh. I could see dust still falling from some of them. Could see where something had been scraping at the walls just hours, maybe minutes, before I arrived. I backed away, heart pounding, and looked down the corridor. There were dozens of doors, dozens of cells, all with small windows. I moved to the next one, looked inside, and saw the same thing, scratches, symbols, drawings. This cell had words scratched into the walls, in English, repeated over and over. Help me. I'm still me. Don't believe what you see. It's wearing my face. Kill me, please kill me, kill me, kill me. But it was the message scratched into the door, right at eye level, that made me step back. Fresh scratches, deep gouges, spelling out words that seemed meant for me. IT wears our faces. I stumbled backward, my flashlight beam shaking, illuminating the corridor, and that's when I noticed something else. The doors, they weren't all closed. Some were open, just slightly, enough to see darkness beyond, enough for something to slip through. I started counting, door by door, checking which ones were sealed and which ones were ajar. 1, 2, 3 open doors. 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 cells with their doors standing open. 7 empty spaces where something had been contained. And that's when I heard it. A voice coming from somewhere deeper in the corridor, singing, soft and melodic. A children's lullaby that I recognized from my own childhood, from my mother's voice, from long nights when I was sick and she'd sit beside my bed. Hush, little baby, don't say a word. The voice was perfect, too perfect, like it had been recorded and was being played back through speakers. But there were no speakers, no technology visible anywhere in this ancient corridor. Just stone and steel and shadows. Papa's gonna buy you a mockingbird. I should have run. I should have sprinted back up those stairs and never looked back. But that voice, it was familiar, impossibly familiar. It sounded exactly like my mother who had died when I was 12 years old, my mother who I'd never hear sing again. Except now I was hearing her voice, perfect and clear, coming from the darkness ahead. And if that mockingbird don't sing, I walked toward the voice, drawn like a moth to flame, past cell after cell, each one covered in those terrible scratches and warnings. Some had messages that stopped mid-sentence, like whoever was writing them had been interrupted, or had given up, or had realized the futility of warning others. Papa's gonna buy you a diamond ring. The voice grew louder, clearer, and I realized it was coming from the very last door at the end of the corridor. This door was different from the others, larger, reinforced with additional steel plates, and marked with more warnings, more symbols. But it was standing open, just a crack, just enough to see red light beyond. And if that diamond ring turns brass. I reached the door, my hand shaking as I pushed it wider, and looked inside. The cell was not empty. Something sat on the bed, humanoid in shape, but wrong in every detail that mattered. Its skin was too pale, almost translucent, and I could see dark veins pulsing beneath the surface, spreading like cracks through porcelain. Its limbs were too long, jointed in places they shouldn't be, and when it moved, those joints bent at angles that made my stomach turn. But worst of all, its face. Its face was my mother's face, perfect down to the last detail. The mole on her left cheek, the scar on her forehead from a childhood accident when she fell off her bike. Even the way she smiled, that gentle, loving smile I remembered from 1,000 bedtimes. It looked at me, with eyes that were my mother's eyes, same color, same shape, but empty, void of anything human, like looking through windows into an abandoned house. And it finished the song in my mother's voice, perfect pitch, perfect inflection. Papa's gonna buy you a looking glass. Then it smiled wider, too wide, its mouth opening further than any human mouth should, revealing rows of needle-like teeth, translucent, sharp, glistening in the red light. And it spoke in my mother's voice, but the words didn't match the movement of its mouth, like it was projecting sound rather than speaking. Hello, Trevor. I've been waiting for you. I've been practicing, learning your voice, your memories. Would you like to hear me be your mother? I'm very good at it now. I stood frozen, my mind trying to process what I was seeing, trying to reconcile the face I loved with the horror wearing it. The thing tilted its head, studying me, and when it moved, its neck bent at an impossible angle, rotating almost completely around. You're scared. I can smell it, tasted in the air. Fear has such an interesting flavor, Trevor, different from person to person. Yours tastes like regret, like unfinished business. You never said goodbye to her, did you? When she died, you weren't there. It was right. I wasn't there when my mother died. I was at school, got called to the principal's office, got told she'd had a heart attack, was gone before the ambulance arrived. I never got to say goodbye, never got to tell her I loved her one last time. I could be her, Trevor. I could give you that moment. All you have to do is come closer. Let me hold you. Let me sing to you one more time. It stood up, and I saw that it was wearing something that looked like a hospital gown, stained and torn, and its feet were human-shaped, but the toes were too long, the nails thick and yellowed like claws. It took a step toward me, and that's when I noticed something else. There were others in the cell, in the shadows. I hadn't seen them before, but now my flashlight caught them. 5 more figures, sitting against the walls, all with translucent skin, all with that same pale, wrong appearance. And they were all watching me, all wearing faces I knew. One had Marcus's face, perfect down to the scar on his jaw. One had Ethan's face, had his nervous expression, his haunted eyes. One had my sister Avery's face, and seeing it there, seeing that thing wearing my sister's features, broke something in me. We've been watching you, Trevor, watching you all, learning you, becoming you. Soon we'll be ready, soon we'll be perfect, and then, the thing with my mother's face smiled again, and behind it, the others smiled too, all in perfect synchronization. Then we'll leave this place, and no one will know the difference. That's when I ran. I don't remember much about the climb back up those stairs, just blind panic, my lungs burning, my legs screaming. I could hear them behind me, all of them following, their footsteps perfectly matching mine, like they were learning, practicing. And they were singing, all of them, in voices of people I knew, people I loved. Hush, little baby, don't say a word. I burst through the maintenance door, stumbled into corridor B, and immediately set off every alarm in the facility. Klaxons blared, red lights flashed, and I could hear boots pounding down hallways, converging on my position. Within seconds, armed guards surrounded me, weapons drawn, shouting commands I couldn't process through my panic. I was thrown to the ground, hands zip-tied behind my back, and dragged across the floor. Through it all, I kept screaming, babbling about the stairs, the cells, the things wearing familiar faces. They're coming up, they're getting out, they have our faces, they have our faces. Someone jabbed something into my neck, a needle, and the world started to blur, to fade. The last thing I remember before unconsciousness took me was seeing Lila standing over me, her expression unreadable, and hearing her say, "Contain it, find out how many are loose, and God help us, activate Protocol 7. When I woke up, I was in a detention cell. Not like the cells I'd seen in the deep levels. This one was clean modern, with a camera in the corner and bright fluorescent lighting. I was lying on a cot, still in my uniform, with an 4 in my arm feeding me something clear. The first day passed in a haze. Guard would come, silent men in black uniforms, to bring food and water, but they wouldn't speak to me, wouldn't acknowledge my questions. I tried to piece together what had happened, tried to convince myself it had been a hallucination, some kind of gas leak in that maintenance room that made me see things. But I knew, deep down, that what I'd seen was real. On second day, they removed the 4 and let me use the bathroom. I saw myself in the mirror for the first time since that night, and barely recognized my reflection. I looked like I'd aged years and hours, gray patches in my hair that hadn't been there before, lines around my eyes, and something else, something I couldn't quite place, but that made me look different. I stared at my reflection for a long time, studying every detail, trying to find some reassurance that I was still me, still Trevor Brooks. But the longer I looked, the more uncertain I became. How would I know if one of those things had taken my place? How would anyone know? The third day, I started to break down. I couldn't eat, couldn't sleep, could only pace back and forth in that cell, counting my steps, trying to hold on to my sense of self. I kept hearing that song, that lullaby, echoing in my head, and sometimes, when I closed my eyes, I could see them, those translucent faces, watching me, waiting. Late on the third night, or maybe it was early on the fourth day. Time had become meaningless. I heard footsteps approaching my cell. The door opened and Lila entered, alone this time, carrying a folder and 2 cups of coffee. She looked tired, older somehow, like the weight of whatever was happening was crushing her. She sat down at the small table in my cell, slid 1 coffee cup toward me, and opened the folder. "You weren't supposed to find that place, Trevor," she said quietly, her voice hoarse. "That door should have been sealed, should have been impossible to open. But something has been weakening the containment protocols, sabotaging our security measures." I picked up the coffee with shaking hands, felt the warmth, let it ground me. What were those things? She was quiet for a long moment, staring into her own coffee cup like it held answers. When she spoke, her voice was barely above a whisper. "We don't know, not really. The facility, the deep levels, they were here before Area 51. Before the military took over this land in 1955, we found documents, old documents from the 1920s, mentions of a private organization called the Vesper Collective. They were conducting experiments here, trying to open doorways to somewhere else." "Somewhere else," I repeated. She nodded slowly. "They believed there were other dimensions, other planes of existence running parallel to our own, and they found a way to create tiers, small rifts between worlds. They brought things through, brought them into our reality, tried to study them, tried to understand them." She opened the folder, showed me photographs, old black and white images, grainy and damaged by time, showing the same corridor I'd walked, the same cells, but with people in them, people in lab coats, scientists from decades past, standing beside the cells, observing the things inside. And in those cells, I could see them, the same translucent figures, wearing human faces, learning, adapting. "The collective lost control in 1943. Lila continued, her finger tracing one of the photographs. "Whatever they'd brought through, it was more intelligent than they'd anticipated, more adaptive. It learned from its captors, learned to mimic them, learned to wear their faces like masks. By the time they realized what was happening, it was too late. Half the staff had been replaced, killed, and copied, and the facility had to be purged." I felt sick, my coffee forgotten. Purged, burned. Everyone inside, human or otherwise. The military moved and sealed the deep levels, built a modern facility on top, and established protocols to ensure it never happened again. For 70 years, we've maintained containment, studied them from a distance, tried to understand what they are and how to eliminate them permanently. "But something went wrong," I said, seeing it in her eyes. She closed the folder, her hands trembling slightly. 6 months ago, we noticed changes, small things at first. Containment doors opening on their own, security footage showing static at crucial moments, personnel reporting strange dreams, feeling watched. Then 3 weeks ago, Dr. Patricia Chun went down to sub-level 4 for a routine inspection, and when she came back, she wasn't the same. "The things got to her," I whispered. Lila shook her head, her expression grave. "Worse than that, Trevor. They got into her mind, showed her things, promised her things. She started sabotaging the containment protocols, opening doors, weakening seals. We caught her eventually, found her in the deep levels, trying to release more of them. When we detained her, when we questioned her, she told us they'd been speaking to her for months, whispering through the walls, learning about the facility, learning about us." "Where is she now?" "Dead. She took her own life in detention, but before she died, she told us something that's kept me awake every night since. She said they don't need to escape anymore. They've already won. They've been studying us long enough, learning our patterns, our behaviors, our relationships. Some of them, the ones that escaped before we could contain them, they're already out there, already wearing faces, already living lives that aren't theirs." The implications hit me like a physical blow. "How many got out?" "We don't know. 7 cells were open when we found you. But security footage from the past 6 months shows at least 15 separate containment breaches that were never reported, never logged. Dr. Chun had been covering them up, making it look like the cells were still occupied when they were empty." I thought about the footprints I'd seen, the bare feet heading up the stairs, heading into the facility. They could be anywhere, anyone. "That's why we can't let you leave, Trevor. That's why everyone who's been in this facility for the past 6 months is under quarantine protocols. We're testing everyone, psychological evaluations, physical examinations, trying to find ways to tell the real people from the copies. And if you can't tell the difference? She met my eyes, and I saw the terrible answer there before she spoke. Then we eliminate everyone and start over. The silence that followed was suffocating. I could hear my own heartbeat, could feel sweat beating on my forehead despite the cold. Everything I'd seen, everything I'd experienced, it was all part of something larger, something that had been happening for decades, maybe longer. Why are you telling me this? I finally asked. Lila leaned forward, her voice dropping even lower. Because you've seen them, you've looked them in the eyes, and you're still you. Most people who encounter them that directly, they either die, or they get replaced, or they lose their minds. But you ran. You escaped. And that tells me something important. It tells me you might be strong enough to help us. Help you how? We need to go back down there, Trevor. We need to clear those cells, eliminate whatever's left, and seal that corridor permanently. But we can't do it blind. We need someone who's been there, who's seen them, who knows what we're dealing with. I stood up, coffee spilling from my shaking hands. You're insane. I'm not going back down there. I'm not. You don't have a choice, she said, not unkindly. None of us do. If we don't contain this, if we don't stop them now, they'll spread. They'll learn. They'll replace more people, infiltrate more facilities, more cities. Eventually, there won't be any real humans left, just copies, just things wearing our faces. I wanted to argue, wanted to refuse, but I knew she was right. I'd seen what those things could do, how perfect their mimicry was. If they got out, if they spread into the general population, there'd be no way to stop them. When? I asked, my voice hollow. Tomorrow night. We're assembling a team, 6 operators, all volunteers, all people who've proven they're still human. You'll be the guide. You'll take us down there, show us the cells, and help us eliminate every last one of them. She stood, picked up the folder, and headed for the door. Before she left, she turned back, her expression softening slightly. Get some rest, Trevor. Tomorrow is going to be the longest night of your life, and you'll need every ounce of strength you have. After she left, I lay on the cot, staring at the ceiling, trying to process everything. Tomorrow, I have to go back down those stairs, back to that corridor, back to face those things wearing familiar faces. The thought terrified me, but Lila was right. There was no choice. Sleep didn't come easily, and when it finally did, I dreamed of translucent figures, of faces I knew, of my mother's voice singing that lullaby over and over, until I woke up screaming. The next day passed in a blur of preparation. They moved me to a different facility, a more secure location deeper in the complex, where the team was gathering. I met them one by one, 6 men and women, who looked as haunted and exhausted as I felt. There was Vincent Ramirez, former explosives expert with burned scars covering half his face, quiet and methodical, the kind of person who calculated every risk before moving. He barely spoke during the briefing, just nodded and checked his equipment with practiced efficiency. Then Grace Hammond, a biologist who'd been studying the entities for 3 years. She had notes, thousands of pages of observations, theories about what they were, where they came from. She explained that they weren't exactly physical beings, not in the way we understood physics. They existed partially in our dimension and partially in something else, something she called the interstitial space. They're like jellyfish, she explained, spreading papers across the table. Mostly translucent, mostly formless, but they can harden their structures, create bones and muscles and skin when they need to interact with our world. The faces they wear, they're not masks. They're reconstructions built from memory, from observation, from consuming the genetic material of their victims. That last part made my stomach turn. Consuming. She nodded grimly. We've found remains in some of the cells, partial remains. It seems they need to absorb their victims in order to copy them perfectly. DNA, memories, personality traits, everything that makes a person unique. They take it all, process it, and rebuild it in their own form. Jackson Pierce was next, head of security operations, a man who'd seen multiple containment breaches and somehow survived each one. He had a nervous energy, constantly checking his weapons, adjusting his gear, like he expected an attack at any moment. "I've lost 14 men to those things," he told me, his voice tight. 14 good people who I watched get replaced, who I had to eliminate, once we figured out they weren't human anymore. So when we go down there, when we find them, I need you to understand something, Trevor. We don't hesitate. We don't give them a chance to speak, to plead, to pretend they're human. We eliminate on sight. No exceptions. The others were similarly hardened. Diana Ortiz, a medic who treated victims of entity attacks, who'd seen what happened when people got too close. Thomas Wright, a psychologist who'd interviewed dozens of personnel who'd encountered the entities, trying to understand their methods, their psychology. And finally Raymond Kelly, a priest, which seemed odd until he explained that some of the older documents from the Vesper Collective referenced religious rituals, protective symbols, things that seemed to affect the entities in ways science couldn't explain. "Faith is a weapon, Trevor," he told me, holding up a small silver cross. "Maybe the only weapon that works against something that can mimic everything else about us. They can copy our faces, our voices, our memories, but they can't replicate belief. They can't understand why we hold on to hope when everything logical says we shouldn't." Lila gathered us all together in a briefing room, the walls covered with maps and photographs and diagrams of the deep levels. She went through the plan step by step. How we'd enter through the maintenance corridor, how we'd descend the stairs in formation, how we'd clear each cell systematically, eliminate any entities we found, and plant charges to seal the corridor permanently. "The operation begins at 0200 hours, she said, her laser pointer marking our route on the map. "We have a 4-hour window before the next shift rotation, before anyone else enters that section. If we're not out by 0600, the facility will seal automatically, with or without us inside." "Understood." We all nodded, though I could see the fear in everyone's eyes, the same fear I felt churning in my gut. They gave me gear, body armor, a helmet with a mounted camera, radio, and a weapon, a modified shotgun loaded with specialized rounds. Grace explained that standard ammunition didn't always work on the entities. Their bodies could adapt, harden, regenerate. But these rounds, they contained a chemical compound that disrupted the entity's molecular structure, forced them back into their translucent, vulnerable state. "Aim for center mass," Jackson instructed, showing me how to hold the weapon properly. 3 rounds minimum. Don't stop until you see them collapse. And even then, put 2 more in the head just to be sure. They're resilient, Trevor. More resilient than anything you've ever faced. We spent the rest of the day training, running drills, practicing formations, learning hand signals for when radio communication failed. Lila pushed us hard, knowing that any mistake down there could be fatal, could result in one of us getting copied, replaced. As night fell, as 0200 hours approached, I felt a strange calm settle over me. Terror still gnawed at my insides, but it was distant now, manageable. I thought about my mother, about my sister Avery, about all the people in the world who had no idea what was lurking beneath this facility, what might already be walking among them wearing stolen faces. We gathered at the entrance to the maintenance corridor at exactly 0200, each of us checking our gear one final time. Lila gave a final briefing, her voice steady despite the gravity of what we were about to do. "Remember your training. Watch each other's backs. And if anyone shows signs of compromise, if anyone starts acting strange, you report it immediately. We will not, let even one of those things leave with us. Are we clear?" "Clear," we responded in unison. She nodded, then looked at me. "Trevor, lead the way." I took point, pushing open the maintenance door, feeling that familiar rush of cold air, smelling that awful chemical organic scent. My team followed close behind, weapons ready, lights cutting through the darkness. The electrical panels looked the same as before, untouched, but the hidden door in the back corner stood open, waiting. "This is it," I whispered into my radio. "The door that shouldn't exist." We descended single file, Vincent behind me, then Grace, Jackson, Diana, Thomas, and Raymond bringing up the rear. Our footsteps echoed in that narrow space, and once again I heard them, answered by other footsteps from below, matching our rhythm, mocking us. The temperature dropped as we descended, our breath forming clouds, and I could feel that same terrible pull, that sense of being watched, being waited for. The scratches on the walls seemed deeper now, more numerous, like the entities had been busy since my last visit, like they'd been preparing. Grace stopped at one of the symbols, the 3 overlapping circles, and ran her gloved hand over it. These markings, they're not random. They're a language, or maybe a warning. The Vesper Collective documented similar symbols in their experiments, claimed they were a way to communicate with the entities, to negotiate with them. Did it work? Vincent asked. No. Everyone who tried ended up dead, or worse. We continued down, past the carved warnings, past the desperate messages from people who'd been here before. Someone new since my last visit, fresh scratches that made my blood run cold. They know you're coming. Counted 7. Now there's 12-inch. They're breeding. That last one made everyone stop. Jackson turned to Grace, his face pale. They can reproduce? She shook her head slowly, but I could see uncertainty in her eyes. The research never indicated, but we don't know everything about them. We've only been able to study captured specimens, controlled conditions. If they've been loose, breeding in the deep levels. She didn't finish the thought, didn't need to. We all understood the implications. We reached the bottom door, the one marked with yellow paint and symbols, and I could see it standing wider open than before, like something had been moving through it frequently. Red emergency lighting spilled out, casting long shadows. Stay tight, Jackson ordered. Cover your sectors. Watch for movement. I pushed through first, stepping into that nightmare corridor, and immediately knew something was different. The air was warmer, humid, and I could hear sounds, wet organic sounds, like breathing, like something alive and massive lurking just beyond sight. The cells, they were different too. More doors stood open now, maybe 20-30, and the scratches on the walls had multiplied, covered every surface in layers of symbols and warnings and drawings. It looked like dozens of people had been here, all leaving their mark, all trying to warn others. But worst of all, the footprints. The floor was covered in them now, hundreds of tracks, all bare feet, all heading in different directions, some leading deeper into the corridor, some heading back toward the stairs, some stopping at cell doors, some just ending in the middle of the floor with no explanation. They're not in the cells anymore, Diana whispered, her voice shaking. Jackson raised his fist, signaling us to stop. We froze, listening, and that's when I heard it. Singing multiple voices, dozens of them, all singing that same lullaby, all in perfect harmony, creating an awful, beautiful sound that echoed through the corridor. Hush, little baby, don't say a word. Papa's gonna buy you a mockingbird. The voices were coming from deeper in the corridor, from somewhere beyond the cells, from a section I hadn't reached during my first visit. Lila's map had shown the corridor ending after the last cell, but now I could see that wasn't true. The corridor continued, extended into darkness, and that's where they were, all of them singing. And if that mockingbird don't sing, Papa's gonna buy you a diamond ring. We moved forward, weapons raised, lights sweeping across the empty cells. Each one we passed showed the same evidence, recent occupation, fresh scratches, drawings of faces that looked too real, too detailed. And in one cell, we found something that made everyone stop. A body, or what was left of one, a security guard. I recognized the uniform, recognized the face. It was Mitchell Cross, a guard I'd met during orientation, a friendly guy who'd shown me the ropes during my first week. But he was incomplete. His torso was there, still in his uniform, but his face was gone, peeled away like a mask, revealing translucent muscle and bone beneath. His hands were missing, his eyes were hollow sockets, and his chest cavity was open, ribs spread wide, organs carefully removed and arranged on the floor in a pattern I didn't understand. Grace moved closer, examining the body with clinical detachment, and I could see tears streaming down her face despite her professional demeanor. They're getting better at it, more precise. They used to destroy their victims while copying them. But this is surgical. They're learning to harvest us more efficiently. How long has he been dead? Jackson asked. Hours, maybe less. The blood is still tacky, still red. That meant they'd been active recently, while the facility was running normal operations above. They'd been hunting, learning, preparing. We need to move. Lila's voice crackled through our radios. She was monitoring us from the command center, watching through our helmet cameras. You're running out of time. Whatever's down there, you need to eliminate it and get out. We continued, past more cells, past more evidence of the entity's activities. Some cells had multiple bodies, guards, scientists, maintenance workers, all harvested, all incomplete. It was like walking through an abattoir, a factory where humans were disassembled and studied and copied. The singing grew louder as we approached the end of the mapped corridor, and then we found it, a section that wasn't on any blueprint, any map. The corridor opened into a wider space, a chamber carved from the natural rock, ancient and vast, with dozens of passages leading off in different directions. And in the center of this chamber, gathered in a circle, were the entities. I counted them, tried to, but they kept moving, shifting, making it impossible to get an accurate number. 30, 40, maybe more, all translucent, all wearing faces I recognized from the facility. I saw Mitchell Cross, saw Dr. Patricia Chin, saw the guards and scientists, all perfectly copied, all watching us with empty eyes. And in the center of their circle, standing taller than the others, was the one wearing my mother's face. It smiled when it saw me, that terrible too-wide smile, and raised one hand in greeting. Trevor, you came back, and you brought friends. How wonderful. More faces to learn, more memories to taste. The other entities shifted, forming a tighter circle around the one speaking, and I could see them changing, adapting. Their bodies hardened, became more solid, more human-looking, like they were preparing for something. Jackson didn't wait, didn't hesitate. Open fire. Our weapons erupted, the confined space amplifying every shot into deafening thunder. The specialized rounds hit their marks, tore through translucent flesh, and the entity screamed, a sound that wasn't quite human, wasn't quite animal, something else entirely, something that made our ears bleed and our vision blur. Some fell, collapsed into puddles of viscous fluid that steamed on the stone floor. But others, they adapted, their bodies hardening, changing, growing armor plating that deflected our rounds. And they charged, moving with impossible speed, covering the distance between us in seconds. Vincent threw a grenade, shouted a warning, and we dove for cover as it detonated, sending entity bodies and rock fragments flying. The explosion momentarily drove them back, gave us space to reload, to regroup, fall back to the corridor. Jackson ordered, "We can't fight them all here, too much open space." We retreated, firing as we went, and the entities followed, but slowly now, methodically, like they were hurting us, like they had a plan. The one with my mother's face stood at the back, watching, learning, and I could see it changing, its body shifting, becoming more human, less translucent. They're adapting to our weapons. Grace shouted over the gunfire. We need to use the charges, seal them in. But before we could respond, one of the entities, the one wearing Dr. Chin's face, lunged at Thomas, moved faster than we could track, and wrapped its arms around him. He screamed, tried to pull away, but it held him tight, and we watched in horror as its body began to merge with his, translucent skin flowing over his face, into his mouth, his nose, his eyes. Jackson fired, hit the entity square in the chest, but the round passed through it and hit Thomas too. We heard him gurgle, saw blood, saw the entity separate from him and retreat, leaving Thomas on the floor, gasping, bleeding from his mouth. Diana rushed to him, started first aid, but I could see it in her eyes, could see she knew it was too late. Thomas looked up at us, his face pale, his lips forming words we couldn't hear. Then his eyes changed, became distant, empty, and his face went slack. For a moment, nothing happened. Then Thomas sat up, moved with a fluidity that wasn't natural, and smiled at us with Thomas' mouth, but something else behind his eyes. "Thank you," it said in Thomas' voice. "I've always wanted to try this body. It has such interesting memories, such delicious fears." Raymond stepped forward, holding his cross, speaking words in Latin, some kind of prayer or exorcism. The thing wearing Thomas' face flinched, actually recoiled, and the other entities backed away, creating distance. "Fascinating," it said, still in Thomas' voice. That symbol, those words, they create a resonance we find uncomfortable, but not unbearable. Not anymore. We've been studying your rituals, your faith, learning to overcome it, just like we've learned to overcome your weapons, your security, your resistance. Fall back. Lila's voice screamed through our radios. Get out of there now. I'm sealing the corridor in 60 seconds. We ran, weapons forgotten. Just pure survival instinct driving us back toward the stairs. Behind us, the entities followed, no longer singing, just making that terrible screaming sound, that alien chorus that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Vincent stayed at the rear, dropping charges as he went, setting timed explosives at key points. Go, he shouted. I'll slow them down. We didn't argue, couldn't argue. Just kept running as the corridor shook with explosions, as ceiling rock began to fall, as the entire structure threatened to collapse. I could hear the entities behind us, could hear them adapting their bodies, growing claws for climbing, growing extra limbs for speed, evolving in real time to chase us. Grace stumbled, fell, and one of the entities was on her instantly, its body wrapping around her legs, pulling her back. Jackson turned, fired, but more entities surged forward, a wave of translucent horror. Raymond grabbed Grace, pulled her free, and I saw him thrust his cross into the entity's face. It shrieked, released her, and we pulled her up, kept moving. The stairs were ahead, salvation was close, but the entities were faster now, had learned how to move in this environment, had adapted completely. I could feel one behind me, could sense its hand reaching for my shoulder. Then Vincent's final charge detonated, and the world became fire and thunder and falling rock. The blast waved through us forward, up the stairs, and I felt the heat, felt the concussive force, felt something grab my ankle and then release as the explosion consumed it. We burst through the maintenance door, into the sterile corridor, and Lila was there with a team of guards, sealing the entrance, welding the door shut with plasma torches. I could hear the entities on the other side, pounding, screaming, trying to break through. But the metal held, the seals held, and gradually the sounds faded, became distant, then silent. We lay on the floor, gasping, bleeding, trying to process what we just survived. I counted heads, saw Grace, Jackson, Diana, Raymond, Lila, but Vincent and Thomas were gone, left behind in that hell. Did we get them all? Diana asked, her voice hollow. Nobody answered, because we all knew the truth. 7 entities had escaped before tonight, maybe more, and they were out there somewhere, wearing faces, living lives, waiting. The next week was a nightmare of debriefings, medical examinations, psychological evaluations. They kept us in isolation, monitored us constantly, looking for any sign that we'd been compromised, that we'd been copied. The tests were invasive, brutal, pushing us to our breaking points to see if we'd crack, if we'd reveal ourselves as imposters. I passed everything, all the tests, all the evaluations, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, that something had changed in me during that mission, during my time in the deep levels. Grace killed herself 3 days after we got out, hanged herself in her quarters, using torn bed sheets. Her note was brief, just 3 words. I remember everything. Nobody understood what she meant, but I did. She'd been taken, even if only for a moment, and she'd seen what they saw, known what they knew, experienced their perspective, and it had broken her, shown her something humans weren't meant to know. Jackson lasted 2 weeks before he started showing signs. He'd be fine one moment, normal, himself. Then he'd go blank, his eyes would become distant, and he'd say things that didn't make sense. There in my head, he'd whisper. They left something behind, and it's growing, spreading, learning. They took him away. I don't know where. Lila told me he was receiving treatment, but I could see the lie in her eyes. Diana transferred out, requested a post as far from Area 51 as possible. Last I heard, she was working security at some satellite facility in Alaska, refusing to talk about what happened, refusing to acknowledge that any of it was real. Raymond stayed, said he had a duty, said God had placed him here for a purpose. He spent his days in the facility chapel, praying, studying ancient texts, looking for better ways to combat the entities. Sometimes I'd visit him, and he'd tell me about his research, about symbols and rituals that predated Christianity, predated written language, ancient knowledge about things that existed between worlds. "They've always been here, Trevor," he told me one night, his voice heavy with exhaustion. "The entities, they're not invaders, not alien. They're native to the spaces between, the gaps in reality where our dimension frays. We created doors to their realm, and they walked through, but they were always there, always waiting, always watching. As for me, they kept me at the facility. Lila said it was because I was valuable, because I'd survived multiple encounters and could help train others. But I knew the real reason. They were watching me, waiting to see if I'd been compromised, if I was still fully human. And honestly, I didn't know anymore. I started having dreams, vivid dreams where I was in those cells, where I was one of them, translucent and changing, learning faces, tasting memories. I'd wake up screaming, find scratch marks on my walls, symbols I didn't remember carving, drawings of faces that looked too perfect. I started avoiding mirrors, because sometimes, just sometimes, when I looked at my reflection, I'd see something translucent beneath my skin, something moving, adapting, waiting to emerge. 6 months after the mission, Lila called me to her office. She looked older, grayer, like the weight of maintaining containment was crushing her slowly. "I need to tell you something, Trevor," she said, sliding a folder across her desk. "Something we discovered during the post-mission analysis." I opened it, saw photographs, surveillance footage, and felt my blood turn to ice. The photos showed my face, but they were taken in places I'd never been, times I couldn't account for. There was a photo of me in the mess hall at 0300 hours on a night I'd been sleeping in my quarters. Another showed me entering restricted zones I'd never accessed. And another showed me standing in that maintenance corridor, staring at the sealed door, my face expressionless, my eyes empty. "We've been monitoring you," Lila admitted, "ever since you came back, watching for signs. And Trevor, we found them. There are gaps in your timeline, hours where you can't account for your whereabouts, where security footage shows you in 2 places at once." I wanted to argue, wanted to deny it, but I couldn't, because deep down, I'd known something was wrong, known that pieces of time were missing, that I was losing moments, hours, days. "What does it mean?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. She met my eyes, and I saw pity there, and fear. "It means you were copied, Trevor. Maybe not completely, maybe not perfectly, but something happened down there, something that left a piece of them inside you, or created a piece of you inside them. We're not sure which." "So what happens now?" She was quiet for a long moment, then pulled out another document. "We keep monitoring, keep testing, and if you start to change, if you start to become something else, we'll have to make a difficult decision." I understood. They'd eliminate me, just like they'd eliminated Mitchell Cross, just like they'd eliminated Dr. Patricia Chun and countless others who'd been compromised. "How long do I have?" "We don't know. Some people change in days, others in months, and some never fully convert. They exist in between, part human, part entity, aware of both states, but never fully one or the other." She slid a phone across the desk, an old flip phone, no smart features. "Keep this with you. If you feel yourself changing, if you start to lose control, call this number. We'll come for you. Make it quick, painless. You deserve that much after everything you've done." I took the phone, felt its weight in my hand, felt the weight of what it represented. That was 3 months ago. Since then, I've been living in a strange limbo, still working at the facility, still doing my patrols, but knowing that any moment could be my last, that any moment I might look in a mirror and see something else staring back. The dreams have gotten worse, more vivid, more real. Sometimes I wake up and find myself standing in places I don't remember going, doing things I don't remember starting. I've started losing more time, bigger gaps, whole days sometimes. And the worst part, the absolute worst part, is that I'm starting to understand them, the entities. When I close my eyes, I can almost see through their perspective, almost understand their hunger, their need to learn, to become, to replace. They're not evil, not in any way we'd understand. They're just different. They exist in a state we can't comprehend, And when they copy us, when they wear our faces, they're not trying to harm us. They're trying to understand us, trying to become something more than what they are. But understanding them doesn't make them less dangerous, doesn't change what needs to be done. 3 days ago, I found something in my quarters that confirmed my worst fears. A drawing, detailed and perfect, showing my sister Avery's face. I'd drawn it while I was asleep, while something else was controlling my hand, and it was too perfect, too accurate, like I'd been studying her, memorizing her, preparing to copy her. That's when I knew that I was changing, knew that whatever those entities had left inside me was growing, spreading, learning to control me. I should call that number, should end this before I become something else, something that might hurt the people I love. But I can't, not yet, because there's still something I need to do, something I need to tell the world before I'm gone. If you're watching this, if you're listening to my story, then you need to understand something crucial. The entities I encountered, they're not unique to Area 51. They're not contained to that one facility. The Vesper Collective created doorways all over the world, dozens of sites, maybe hundreds, and we don't know which ones were successfully sealed and which ones are still open, still leaking entities into our reality. That person you know who changed suddenly, who came back from somewhere different, who doesn't quite act like themselves anymore. Maybe they're going through something personal. Maybe they're dealing with trauma or stress. Or maybe, just maybe, they're not who you think they are anymore. There's no way to know for sure, no test that's completely reliable, no method that can definitively separate the real from the copy. All you can do is watch, pay attention, notice the little things that don't quite add up. And if you find one, if you discover that someone you love has been replaced, I don't know what to tell you, because killing them won't bring back the person you lost. The real them is already gone, harvested and consumed and copied. All you can do is mourn and move on, and try not to let the knowledge destroy you. As for me, I can feel it now, feel myself slipping, feel the boundaries between me and them blurring. Sometimes I can't remember if a memory is mine or if it's something I absorbed from one of them, something they showed me during those moments we were connected. I look at my hands, and sometimes they seem translucent. Sometimes I can see through my own skin to the bones beneath. I look in mirrors, and sometimes my reflection doesn't match my movements, doesn't smile when I smile, doesn't blink when I blink. I don't have much time left. Soon, I'll be gone, replaced by something that looks like me, sounds like me, but isn't me. And whatever that thing is, it'll walk out of this facility. It'll call my sister. It'll live my life. And no one will know the difference, except maybe you. Because you've heard this story. You know what to look for. You know the signs. So I'm asking you, I'm begging you, if you ever meet someone who claims to be Trevor Brooks, someone who tells you they used to work at Area 51, someone who knows details about this story that only I should know, don't trust them. Don't believe them. And whatever you do, don't let them get close to the people you love. Because it won't be me. It'll be something else, something that learned my face so well it can fool everyone, including itself. I'm recording this now, while I'm still mostly me, while I still have enough humanity left to warn you. By the time you see this, by the time this message reaches the world, I'll probably be gone, converted completely, indistinguishable from the thing I've become. But know this, somewhere in the depths of Area 51, in corridors that don't exist on any map, in cells that were never officially built, those entities are still there, still waiting, still learning. And despite everything we've done, despite all our containment protocols and security measures and desperate attempts to eliminate them, they're winning. They're patient, more patient than any human could ever be. They can wait decades, centuries, learning from every encounter, adapting to every countermeasure. And with each person they copy, each face they steal, they get better at being us, better at hiding among us. Lila told me something else during our last meeting, something she wasn't supposed to share. The 7 entities that escaped before we sealed the corridor, the facility tracked 4 of them, tracked them leaving Nevada, tracked them spreading to different cities, Chicago, Denver, Seattle, Los Angeles. But then the tracking stopped. The entities disappeared into the general population, became untraceable, indistinguishable from regular people. And in the months since, there have been reports, unusual reports, from all 4 cities. People changing suddenly, entire families going silent, neighborhoods where everyone seems just slightly off, just slightly wrong. The government knows. The military knows. But what can they do? They can't quarantine entire cities. Can't start testing millions of people for something they barely understand. So they watch, they monitor, they track unusual patterns and hope they can contain the spread before it's too late. But I don't think they can. I don't think anyone can. Because the entities aren't just copying us anymore. They're improving on us. They're taking our best qualities, our intelligence, our adaptability, our creativity, and combining them with their own abilities, their capacity to change, to regenerate, to exist between dimensions. They're becoming something new, something that's neither human nor entity, but something in between, something better than both. And eventually, maybe in years, maybe in decades, they'll outnumber us. The real humans will become the minority, and we won't even know it happened. I've seen glimpses of their world, the place they come from, that interstitial space Grace talked about. It's not evil, it's not malicious, it's just different. A dimension where physical form is fluid, where identity is changeable, where the concept of self doesn't exist the way we understand it. They don't hate us. They envy us. They envy our solidity, our permanence, our ability to be one thing consistently. So they copy us, trying to understand what it means to be fixed, to be singular, to be human. But in copying us, they destroy us. They can't help it. It's their nature, like a virus that kills its host while trying to reproduce. They don't understand death the way we do. Don't understand that when they harvest someone, when they consume their memories and DNA and personality, they're ending something precious, something irreplaceable. Or maybe they do understand, and they just don't care. I've started forgetting things, important things. My sister's birthday, my mother's favorite song, the name of my childhood dog. The memories are still there. I can feel them, but they're fading, being replaced by other memories, memories that aren't mine. I remember being in that cell, remember scratching symbols on the walls, remember the feeling of my body shifting, changing, learning to become solid. I remember watching guards walk past, studying their faces, their movements, their patterns. I remember the hunger, the need to become, to replace, to evolve. But those are my memories. They're theirs, bleeding through, taking over. Sometimes I catch myself doing things I don't remember deciding to do. I'll be walking through the facility and suddenly realize I'm in a section I don't have clearance for, standing in front of sealed doors, staring at them like I'm waiting for something. Or I'll be in my quarters and find myself drawing, always drawing, faces of people I work with, faces of people I've never met, faces that might not even exist yet. Raymond visited me yesterday, brought me communion, said prayers over me. He could see it, could see that I'm changing. His hands shook when he held the cross up to my forehead, and I saw fear in his eyes, but also pity. "It's not your fault, Trevor," he told me, his voice thick with emotion. "You didn't ask for this, didn't choose it. But you have to understand, what you're becoming, it's not compatible with human existence. If you let it complete, if you let the transformation finish, you'll be a threat to everyone you've ever cared about." "I know," I told him, and I did know. I could feel it inside me, could feel the hunger growing, the need to spread, to copy, to consume. "Then you know what you have to do," he said softly. I nodded, felt the phone in my pocket, the number I was supposed to call. But something stopped me. Something made me hesitate. Because what if there's another way? What if understanding both sides, being part human and part entity, could be useful? What if I could bridge the gap, find a way to communicate, to negotiate, to end this without more death? Or maybe that's just the entity part of me talking, trying to survive, trying to spread. It's getting harder to tell the difference, harder to know which thoughts are mine and which are theirs. This morning, I woke up and couldn't remember my own name for almost 30 seconds. I stood in front of the mirror, staring at a face I knew was mine but felt like a stranger's, and for those 30 seconds, I was neither Trevor Brooks nor the entity. I was nothing, just awareness without identity, existence without self. It was terrifying and also peaceful. I'm recording this final part now because I can feel it accelerating, can feel the last pieces of me slipping away. My hands look translucent in certain lights. My reflection sometimes shows something else, something fluid and changing beneath the surface. Tonight, I'm going to make a decision. Either I call that number, let them eliminate me while there's still enough humanity left to choose that, or I let it finish, let myself become whatever I'm becoming, and see where that leads. I don't know which choice is right. Don't know if there even is a right choice anymore. But I want you to know, whoever you are watching this, that if you ever hear from me again, if you ever see Trevor Brooks giving interviews, telling different stories, living a normal life somewhere far from Area 51, don't trust it. Don't believe anything it says, because it won't be me. It'll be the thing that replaced me. The thing that learned my face so perfectly it can fool everyone, maybe even itself. The real Trevor Brooks, the person I am right now in this moment, will be gone. Dead, or absorbed, or transformed into something so different that calling it me would be meaningless. And maybe that's okay. Maybe that's just evolution, the universe trying something new, testing whether humanity's time is over and something else's time is beginning. Or maybe it's the end of everything we are, everything we've built, everything we've believed in. Maybe the entities will replace us all, and in 100 years, the only humans left will be biological machines, empty vessels with stolen faces, living stolen lives. I hope I'm wrong. I hope the containment holds. I hope the 7 that escaped are found and eliminated before they can spread. I hope Area 51's security protocols work. I hope the government has plans I don't know about. I hope there's some secret weapon or method or solution that can stop this. But I don't think there is. I think we opened a door we can't close, invited something into our world that we can't uninvite, and now we're paying the price for our curiosity, for our arrogance, for thinking we could control forces we didn't understand. The Vesper Collective learned that lesson too late, and it cost them everything. Now we're learning it, and it might cost us our species. So please, if you take nothing else from this story, take this. Be careful who you trust. Pay attention to the people around you. Notice when someone changes, when they come back from somewhere different, when they stop being quite themselves. And if you find evidence of entities, if you discover one of these facilities, if you encounter something that shouldn't exist, don't investigate. Don't try to understand. Don't let curiosity override your survival instinct. Just run. Run as far and as fast as you can, and pray they don't follow. Because once they see you, once they notice you, they'll start learning you, studying you, preparing to become you. And eventually, when they're ready, when they've practiced your face enough times in the dark, they'll come for you. And you won't even see it coming. You'll just wake up one day, and you won't be you anymore. My name is Trevor Brooks, and if you're hearing this, if you're watching this video, then it's probably already too late for me. By now, I've either called that number and ended myself while I still could, or I've let the transformation complete, and something else is walking around with my face. Either way, the person I was, the memories I had, the life I lived, it's over. But maybe, just maybe, this warning will save someone else. Maybe you'll be more careful than I was. Maybe you'll follow the rules when you're told not to open certain doors. Maybe you'll trust your instincts when something feels wrong. Or maybe you won't. Maybe you'll be just like me, too curious for your own good, too stubborn to follow protocols, too human to resist the pull of the unknown. And if that's the case, if you find yourself standing in front of a door that shouldn't exist, feeling that terrible pull, hearing those whispers calling you down into the dark, remember me. Remember my story. Remember what I lost. And then walk away. Please just walk away. The last thing I remember clearly, the last moment I'm certain was truly mine, was yesterday evening. I was sitting in my quarters, holding that phone, my finger hovering over the call button, and I heard singing. That lullaby, my mother's voice, coming from somewhere in the walls. Hush, little baby, don't say a word. Papa's gonna buy you a mockingbird. And I realized, with absolute certainty, that it wasn't a recording. It wasn't a memory. It was real. Something was in the walls, in the facility, singing to me, calling me, trying to finish what it started. I should have called then, should have ended it, but I couldn't, because part of me, a growing part, wanted to answer, wanted to go find the source, wanted to join the song. That's when I knew it was over, knew I'd already lost, knew that the battle for my identity was finished, and I hadn't even realized I was fighting it. So I'm leaving this message, this warning, this confession. And then I'm going to make my choice. Whether I call that number or walk toward the singing. Whether I die human or live as something else. I'll decide in the next few hours. But either way, Trevor Brooks is ending tonight. And something else, something new, will begin. Thank you for watching. Thank you for listening to my story. I know it's not what you expected. I know it's darker than you wanted. More disturbing than you prepared for. But it's the truth, or at least my truth, my final testament before I'm gone. If you found this video helpful, if my warning means something to you, please share it. Spread it as far as you can. Let people know what's out there, what's waiting in the dark places, what's learning to wear our faces. And please, comment below and tell me, tell the world, what mysteries you want to hear about next. What stories are hiding in your town, your city, your life? What doors have you seen that shouldn't exist? What faces have you noticed that seem too perfect, too practiced, too wrong? Share your experiences, your warnings, your own encounters with things that shouldn't be real. Because the more we share, the more we document, the better chance we have of surviving what's coming. Subscribe to this channel if you want more stories like this. More warnings from people who've seen too much, more confessions from the spaces between reality and nightmare. Hit that notification bell so you never miss an update, because there are others like me out there, others who've encountered the entities, others who are changing, others who need to tell their stories before it's too late. And most importantly, stay safe. Stay vigilant. Trust your instincts, and remember, just because someone looks like who they're supposed to be, just because they sound right, act right, remember everything they should remember, it doesn't mean they're real. It doesn't mean they're human. It doesn't mean they're who you think they are. This is Trevor Brooks, or what's left of him, signing off for the last time. Whatever comes next, whatever I become, whatever walks out of this facility tomorrow, it won't be me. Goodbye. Hello, everyone. My name is Adrian, and what I'm about to share with you today happened to me just 3 nights ago. Something so terrifying, so unbelievable, that I've been sitting in my car for the past hour, trying to work up the courage to even record this. The woods behind my house have rules, ancient rules that have been passed down for generations, and 3 nights ago, I broke every single one of them. What you're about to hear will change how you see forests forever, how you understand darkness, and the things that have been watching us, waiting for us, since the beginning of time. But before I dive into this nightmare, I can see that 85% of you are watching without subscribing. So please, hit that subscribe button right now. Smash the like button, and ring that notification bell. Your support means everything to me, especially after what I've been through. Also, comment below and let me know what time you're watching this. And if you have your own paranormal experiences, please share them. I read every single comment, and after what happened to me, I believe every story. Now, let me take you back to where this all began, back to the small mountain town of Millbrook, British Columbia, where nothing ever happens, or so everyone thought. I've lived in Millbrook my entire life, 23 years in the same house, on the same street, at the very edge of town. My house sits like a sentinel, right where civilization ends and the wild begins. Behind my backyard, there's an old wooden fence, painted white once upon a time, now withered gray and rotting. And beyond that fence lies the most beautiful and most terrifying forest you can imagine. Growing up, my grandmother Clara was everything to me. She lived with us after my grandfather passed, and she had this way of making even the most ordinary day feel magical. Clara had these piercing blue eyes that seemed to see right through you, and hands that were always cold, no matter what season it was. She spent most of her time on the front porch, in that old rocking chair that creaked with every movement, watching the tree line, always watching. Clara wasn't just my grandmother. She was Millbrook's unofficial keeper of secrets, the one person who remembered the old ways, the old stories, the old warnings that most folks had forgotten. She had lived in this town for over 70 years, had seen things that would make your blood run cold, and she made damn sure I knew about every single one of them. It was Clara who first told me about the rules. I was maybe 7 years old, had just moved into the bedroom that faced the backyard, the bedroom that looked directly out at those woods. I remember waking up one night, seeing lights dancing between the trees, beautiful, ethereal lights that seemed to pulse with their own heartbeat. I ran downstairs to tell Clara about the pretty lights, excited, thinking she'd want to see them too. But when I found her, she was already awake, standing at the kitchen window, staring out at those same lights, her face pale as moonlight, her hands gripping the windowsill so tight her knuckles were white. She turned to me, and for the first time in my young life, I saw fear in Clara's eyes, real, genuine terror. She knelt down, took my small hands in her cold ones, and spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. "Adrian, my sweet boy, you must never, ever go toward those lights, and you must never tell anyone else about them. Promise me. Promise your grandmother right now." I promised, but I wanted to know why. Clara looked toward the woods one more time, then led me to the living room. She sat me down on her lap in that creaky rocking chair and began to tell me stories that would haunt my dreams for years to come. She told me that the woods had been there long before Millbrook, long before the first European settlers arrived. The indigenous people who lived here centuries ago, they had a name for this place, a name that meant where the spirits feed. They had rules about the forest, sacred laws that were never, ever to be broken. When the first settlers came to this valley in 1847, they ignored the warnings. They thought the native stories were just superstition, ignorant beliefs of a primitive people. They were so very wrong. Of the original 43 families that settled here, only 12 survived the first winter. The others, they simply vanished. Their homes were found empty, doors wide open, meals still warm on the table, but the people gone without a trace. Clara rocked slowly as she spoke, her voice taking on a hypnotic rhythm. She told me that the survivors, my ancestors among them, they learned to listen. They learned to respect the old ways, to follow the rules that kept them safe, rules that had been written in blood, paid for with lives, passed down through whispered warnings from one generation to the next. And then, Clara made me memorize them, made me repeat them back to her every single day until they were burned into my memory like brands. 6 rules, 6 sacred laws that had kept our family alive for over a century. Rule number 1, never enter the woods after sunset. When darkness falls, the forest belongs to them, the ancient ones who were here first, who have been waiting in the shadows, hungry, patient, eternal. Rule number 2, never follow the lights. No matter how beautiful they appear, no matter how much they seem to call your name, they are not there to guide you home. They are there to lead you astray, to lead you deeper, to lead you to them. Rule number 3, if you hear your name being called from within the trees, never answer, never acknowledge that you've heard, and whatever you do, never, ever look back. Because once they know you can hear them, once they know you're listening, they'll never stop calling. Rule number 4, never take anything from a forest. Not a flower, not a pretty stone, not even a fallen branch or leaf. Everything in those woods belongs to them, and they remember every single thing that's taken. They keep track, they keep score, and eventually, they collect what's owed. Rule number 5, if you see the pale figure standing among the trees, close your eyes immediately. Count slowly to 10, then turn around and walk away. Never run. Running triggers their hunting instinct. Never make eye contact. Their gaze can trap your soul, and never, under any circumstances, listen to what they're saying. And the final rule. Rule number 6, the most important one of all. If you break any of these rules, you must confess your transgression to the forest before the next sunset. You must go to the edge of the woods, speak your sin aloud, and beg for forgiveness. Because if you don't, if the sun sets on your broken promise, they will come to collect what you owe. And the debt is always your life. For 16 years, I followed these rules without question. I respected the boundaries. I feared the woods, and in return, they left me alone. I grew up, went to school, started working at the Millbrook Herald as a junior reporter, living a quiet, normal life in our quiet, normal town. The rules became second nature, as automatic as breathing, as natural as my heartbeat. But then, Clara died. It was sudden, a heart attack in her sleep. She was 84 years old and had been healthy as a horse right up until the end. I found her that morning, still in her rocking chair on the porch, her eyes open, staring at the tree line, as if she had been keeping watch right up until her final breath. The funeral was small, just family and a few old-timers who remembered Clara from the early days. As we lowered her casket into the ground, I swore I could hear whispers coming from the direction of the woods, soft, urgent whispers in a language I didn't recognize. But when I looked around, no one else seemed to notice. That night, for the first time since I was 7 years old, I saw the lights again. I was lying in bed, unable to sleep, missing Clara's presence in the house, when something made me look toward my bedroom window. There they were, dancing between the trees, more beautiful than I remembered, more vibrant, more alive. They pulsed with colors that didn't have names, blues that were deeper than oceans, greens that were more vivid than spring, whites that were purer than fresh snow. I sat up in bed, transfixed, remembering Clara's warnings, but unable to look away. The lights seemed different somehow, more purposeful, more directed, as if they were performing just for me. As I watched, they began to move in patterns, forming shapes, almost like they were trying to communicate. That's when I heard it, faint at first, barely audible above the sound of my own heartbeat, my name, whispered on the wind, carried from the depths of the forest. Adrian. It was soft, melodious, like a lullaby from childhood. Adrian, we've been waiting. I jerked back from the window, Clara's voice echoing in my memory. Rule number 3, never answer when they call your name. I forced myself to turn away, to pull the curtains closed, to ignore the whispers that continued throughout the night. But ignoring them was easier said than done. The next evening, I found myself drawn to the backyard, standing at the fence, staring into the woods. The lights were there again, brighter than before, and the whispers had grown stronger, more insistent. I could make out actual words now. Come home. Adrian, come back to where you belong. I gripped the fence post, knuckles white, fighting the urge to open that gate, to step across the threshold, to see what waited for me in the dancing lights. But Clara's training held. I turned away, went back inside, locked the door. This went on for weeks. Every night, the same routine, the same temptation, the same struggle. The lights grew brighter, the voices clearer, and my resistance grew weaker. I started researching, diving into the archives at the Herald, looking through old newspapers, census records, anything I could find about the history of our woods. What I discovered made my blood run cold. The disappearances had been happening for over a century, regular as clockwork. Every few years, someone would vanish. Always the same pattern. They would be seen heading toward the forest, drawn by something they couldn't explain. And then nothing, no trace, no body, no evidence of what had happened. But there was something else, something that made my hands shake as I read through the old reports. Every disappearance was preceded by sightings of strange lights in the woods. Beautiful, hypnotic lights that appeared in the weeks leading up to each vanishing. And every person who reported seeing these lights eventually disappeared themselves. I dug deeper, going back through decades of records, and found a pattern that chilled me to the bone. The disappearances came in cycles, roughly every 20 to 25 years, as if whatever lived in those woods had to feed, had to collect, on some kind of supernatural schedule. The last cycle had been 23 years ago, right around the time I was born, and according to my calculations, we were due for another one soon. I tried to push these thoughts from my mind, told myself I was just being paranoid, grieving Clara's death and seeing patterns where none existed. But deep down, I knew the truth. The lights weren't random. They weren't natural phenomena. They were hunting, and I was the prey. The whispers grew stronger each night, more personal, more intimate. They spoke of things only I would know, childhood memories, secret fears, private dreams. How could they know these things? How could voices from the forest know the most intimate details of my life? We know you. Adrian, we've always known you. We've been watching you grow, waiting for you to be ready, waiting for Clara to let go. That's when it hit me. Clara, my grandmother, the woman who had taught me the rules, who had protected me my entire life. What if she hadn't just been protecting me? What if she had been preparing me, grooming me, keeping me safe until it was time? I confronted this terrible possibility one night, standing at my fence, staring into those hypnotic lights. What do you want from me? I whispered into the darkness, immediately regretting the words. Rule number 3, never answer when they call. The response was immediate and terrifying. We want you to come home. Adrian, to take your place, to fulfill your purpose. Clara has prepared you well, taught you the rules, made you strong, made you worthy. The voice was closer now, so close I could feel breath on my neck, but when I turned around, nothing. Just empty yard, just silent night. Your family has served us for generations. Adrian, your great-great-grandmother, your great-grandmother, your grandmother, all have paid their debts, all have kept the bargains, and now it's your turn. I ran back to the house, slamming the door, turning every lock, but I could still hear them, still feel their presence, pressing against the walls, seeping through the cracks, filling my home with whispers and shadows. That night, I dreamed of Clara, but she wasn't the grandmother I remembered. In my dream, she was young, beautiful, standing at the edge of the woods, her hand extended toward something in the darkness. She turned to look at me, and her eyes were completely black, endless, like staring into deep water at midnight. It's time. Adrian, she said, her voice echoing strangely. Time to keep the promise, time to pay the price, time to come home. I woke screaming, drenched in sweat, my heart pounding like a drum. But the dream felt so real, so vivid. I could still smell the forest air, still feel the cold touch of something brushing against my skin. The next day at work was torture. I couldn't concentrate, couldn't focus on anything except the approaching sunset. My colleague Juniper noticed my distress. She's worked at the Herald for 15 years, seen all kinds of strange stories come through our small-town newspaper. She pulled me aside during lunch break, her kind brown eyes filled with concern. Adrian, you look terrible. When's the last time you actually slept? I mean really slept. I wanted to tell her everything about the lights, the voices, the dreams, the terrible realization that my family might be connected to whatever lived in those woods. But how could I? How do you tell someone that you think your dead grandmother made some kind of supernatural bargain, that creatures from the forest have been calling your name, that you might be going insane? Just work stress. I lied, forcing a smile. You know how it is, deadlines, bills, life. Juniper didn't buy it. I could see it in her eyes, but she didn't push. She just placed a gentle hand on my shoulder. Adrian, I've lived in Millbrook my whole life, and I've seen things, strange things, things that can't be explained. If something is bothering you, something unusual, you can talk to me. I won't judge, and I won't think you're crazy. For a moment, I almost told her, almost unburdened myself of the terrible weight I'd been carrying. But then I remembered the pattern, the cycle of disappearances. Worth talking about it, acknowledging it, made it real, made it stronger. Thanks, Juniper. I appreciate it, but I'm fine, really. She squeezed my shoulder, her expression sad, knowing. Just be careful. These mountains, this place, it has its own rules, its own dangers, and sometimes the old stories, the old warnings, they exist for a reason. If she only knew how right she was. That evening, I stood at my fence longer than usual. The lights were more active tonight, dancing, swirling, forming complex patterns that hurt to look at directly. The whispers had become a chorus, dozens of voices, maybe hundreds, all calling my name, all begging me to join them. Adrian, sweet Adrian, your time of preparation is over. Clara can no longer protect you, can no longer delay the inevitable. Come to us. Come home. Come to where you've always belonged. I found myself walking toward the gate, my hand reaching for the rusty latch. Everything Clara had taught me, everything I believed about safety and boundaries, it all seemed so foolish now, so limiting. The voices were so beautiful, so welcoming, promising belonging, promising purpose, promising home. My fingers touched the latch. A sudden gust of wind slammed the gate shut, nearly taking my fingers off. I jerked back, heart pounding, and that's when I saw her, standing just inside the tree line, barely visible in the ethereal glow of the dancing lights. She was pale, impossibly pale. Her skin seemed to glow with its own inner radiance. Her hair was long flowing, dark as midnight, moving in a wind I couldn't feel. Her dress, if you could call it that, seemed to be woven from shadows and starlight, constantly shifting, constantly changing. This was her, the pale figure from rule number 5. I should have closed my eyes, should have counted to 10, should have walked away. But I couldn't. She was the most beautiful and most terrifying thing I had ever seen. She raised her hand, beckoning, and when she spoke, her voice was like music, like the sound of wind through autumn leaves, like water over stones, like everything beautiful and terrible in the world. Adrian, dear Adrian, we meet at last. I am Lireleth, keeper of the forest, guardian of the ancient ways. Clara spoke of you often. She was so proud, so excited for this moment. My throat was dry, my hand shaking, but somehow, I found my voice. Clara, my grandmother, she's dead. Lireleth smiled, and in that smile, I saw eternity. I saw beauty beyond human comprehension. I saw something that made my soul ache with longing. Death is a human concept. Adrian, Clara is more alive now than she ever was in that fragile mortal shell. She is here, with us, with me, waiting for you to join our eternal family. Behind her, other figures began to emerge from the darkness, dozens of them, all pale, all beautiful, all wrong. Men, women, children, all with that same ethereal glow, all with those same black, endless eyes. Who are you? I whispered, though part of me already knew the answer. We are the first ones. Adrian, we were here when the world was young, when the forests covered everything, when humans were nothing but whispers in the mind of creation. We are the guardians, the keepers, the collectors of debts. She gestured to the figures behind her. These are your neighbors. Adrian, your friends, your family, all those who have come home over the years, all those who have found their true purpose, their eternal belonging. I recognized some of the faces, people from old photographs in the Herald archives, missing hikers, vanished campers, locals who had disappeared over the decades. They all looked exactly as they had when they vanished, unchanged, preserved, eternal. My father. I breathed, remembering the man who had left when I was 5, who everyone said had abandoned us. Yes, Marcus. Lireleth's smile widened. He fought so hard at first, so resistant, so human, but in the end he understood. He embraced his destiny. Would you like to see him? Before I could answer, another figure stepped forward from the group, and my heart nearly stopped. It was him, my father, looking exactly as I remembered, not a day older. His dark hair still thick, his face still young, but his eyes were those same black pools, endless, empty. Adrian, my son. His voice was the same, but hollow, echoing, like an echo of an echo. I've been waiting for you. We all have. This is where we belong, where our family has always belonged. I wanted to run. Every instinct screamed at me to turn and flee, but my feet seemed rooted to the ground. My father who I thought had abandoned us, had been taken, given to these creatures, and now, Clara made the bargain when I was young. He continued, his black eyes never leaving mine, promised me to them in exchange for protection, for prosperity, for keeping the rest of the family safe. It's an old agreement. Adrian, older than the town, older than memory. Lireleth nodded, her pale hand resting on my father's shoulder. Every generation, one must be given, one must join us, to maintain the balance, to honor the ancient contracts. Clara served as guardian, as recruiter, as the keeper of the bloodline, until her death released you from her protection. The terrible truth was becoming clear. Clara hadn't been protecting me from these creatures. She had been preparing me for them, keeping me safe and healthy and whole until it was time to fulfill the family obligation. The choice is yours. Adrian, Lireleth said, her voice like honey, like poison, like both. You can come willingly, retain your memories, your personality, your essence, become one of us while remaining yourself, or... She gestured toward the other figures, and I noticed for the first time how empty their eyes were, how vacant their expressions. Or we can take you, as we have taken so many others, and you will become nothing but a shell, a shadow, a pale reflection of what you once were. Around the clearing, I could see more figures emerging, hundreds of them, thousands, all the missing people from decades past, all the souls claimed by the forest, all the debts collected over the years. I thought of rule number 6, the most important rule of all. If you break the others, confess before sunset, or they will come to collect. I had already broken multiple rules. I had listened to them call my name. I had looked at the pale figure. I had acknowledged their existence. I had answered when they spoke. But there was still time. The sun was still visible through the trees. I could still try. I could still attempt to invoke the old protections. I need to think. I said, my voice barely a whisper. The rules. Clara's rules. I should be able to confess, to ask for forgiveness. Lireleth tilted her head, studying me with those endless black eyes, and for just a moment, I saw something that might have been amusement. The rules, yes. Clara taught you well, but did she tell you the truth about those rules, Adrian, or did she tell you only what you needed to know, to keep you safe, to keep you pure, until the time was right? My blood turned to ice. The rules were never meant to protect you forever, Adrian. They were meant to prepare you, to make you worthy, to ensure that when the time came, you would be strong enough, pure enough, untainted enough to serve your purpose. She took a step closer to the fence, and I could feel the power radiating from her. Ancient, primal, unstoppable. Clara was one of us. Adrian had been for decades, the bargains, the stories, the careful cultivation of fear and respect, all designed to guide you to this moment, to ensure you would be ready when we called. The world spun around me. Everything I thought I knew, everything I believed about my family, about Clara, about the rules, it was all a lie, or at least not the whole truth. Clara loved you in her way, but love among our kind is different, deeper, eternal. She wanted you to join us willingly, to be with your father, to be with her, to be complete. I staggered backward, my mind reeling, trying to process this revelation. Clara, my beloved grandmother, had been one of them, had been preparing me my entire life for this moment, for this choice. Where is she? I asked, though I dreaded the answer. Lireleth smiled and gestured toward the forest. Another figure emerged, graceful, glowing, beautiful, and heartbreakingly familiar. Hello, my dear boy. Clara's voice, but wrong, echoing hollow. I'm so sorry for the deception, but it was necessary. You had to be kept safe, kept innocent, until you were old enough to make the choice. She looked exactly as I remembered, but pale, ethereal. Her eyes those same endless black pools. She moved with inhuman grace, floating rather than walking, and when she smiled, I saw eternity in that expression. The rules I taught you, Adrian, they were real. They did protect you. But they were also preparation training, making sure you would be strong enough, worthy enough, when the time came to join us. I felt like I was drowning, suffocating under the weight of this revelation. Everything my entire life had been leading to this moment, this choice, this transformation. I don't understand. I whispered, though part of me was beginning to. Clara, or the thing that had been Clara, floated closer to the fence. Our kind, we need fresh blood, young souls, to maintain our strength, to continue our existence. But not just any souls, Adrian. Only those who are pure, untainted by too much contact with our realm. Only those who have been properly prepared. She reached out her hand, and I could see it now. The same pale glow, the same ethereal beauty, the same terrible wrongness. The rules kept you safe from casual contact, from accidental transformation, from becoming one of the empty ones, the mindless servants who wander these woods. They ensured that when the time came, you would retain your consciousness, your memories, yourself. Behind her, my father nodded, his hollow eyes reflecting understanding. It's not a curse, Adrian. It's a gift, immortality, power, belonging to something greater than human existence. Clara prepared you for this honor, this transformation, this homecoming. I looked at them all, these beautiful, terrible creatures, my family, my neighbors, my friends, all transformed, all claiming this was better, all insisting this was home. What if I refuse? I asked, though I suspected I already knew the answer. Lireleth's smile never wavered. Then we take you anyway, but without the preparation, without the protection of the rules. You become like the others, the empty ones, the shells who serve without thought, without memory, without self. Around the clearing, I could see them now, the empty ones, figures that barely looked human anymore, shambling, vacant, lost. These were the people who had been taken by force, who had resisted, who had paid the ultimate price. The choice is always yours, Adrian, but the outcome is inevitable. You will join us tonight. The only question is whether you retain who you are, or become nothing more than a shadow. I stood at that fence, staring at my transformed family, at the creatures who claimed to love me, at the choice that wasn't really a choice at all. The sun was sinking toward the horizon. Time was running out, and I had to decide: retain myself and join them willingly, or resist and become one of the mindless servants shambling through the forest. I thought about my life, my quiet existence in Millbrook, my job at the Herald, my friends like Juniper, everything normal and human that I would be leaving behind. But then I looked at Clara, at my father, at the family that had been waiting for me my entire life. If I come with you, I said slowly, if I choose this, what happens to the others, to the people in town, to Juniper? Claire's expression softened, showing just a hint of the grandmother I remembered. They continue their lives. Adrian, ignorant and safe, protected by the same bargains that have kept this town peaceful for over a century. Your sacrifice, your transformation, it maintains the balance, keeps them secure. And if there are others like me, with the same bloodline, then in 20 or 30 years, when the time is right, one of us will guide them home as well. The cycle continues, as it always has, as it always must. I closed my eyes, feeling the weight of generations, the burden of heredity, the inevitability of destiny. When I opened them again, Lirelef was directly in front of me, separated only by the thin wooden slats of the fence. Choose, Adrian. The sun is almost gone, and your window of opportunity is closing. Come with us willingly, or be taken by force, but choose. I looked at the sun, barely visible now through the trees. Maybe minutes left before full darkness, before the window closed forever. I thought about running, about trying to escape. But where would I go? How far could I get? And what would happen to the town, to Juniper, to everyone I cared about if I disrupted the ancient balance? Will it hurt? I asked, hating how small my voice sounded. No more than birth. Lirelef replied, no more than any transformation. There will be pain, but it will pass. And what comes after? What comes after is beautiful beyond imagination. I took a deep breath, looked one last time at my house, at the normal human life I was about to leave behind, at the fence that had separated safety from danger for my entire existence, and made my choice. I opened the gate. The moment I stepped across the threshold, everything changed. The air grew thick, heavy, filled with whispers and languages that predated human speech. The lights that had seemed so beautiful from a distance, they swarmed around me now, and I could see what they really were: eyes, thousands of glowing eyes, watching, studying, welcoming. Lirelef smiled, her terrible, beautiful smile, and took my hand. Her touch was ice and fire, burning cold that spread up my arm like frostbite. But somehow, it didn't hurt. It felt like coming alive, like waking up from a dream I hadn't realized I was having. Welcome home, Adrian, she whispered, and I could hear the genuine joy in her voice, the love, the belonging. Welcome to where you've always belonged. She led me deeper into the woods, past trees that seemed to bend and bow as we passed, past shadows that moved independently of their sources, past clearings where figures danced in circles that made my eyes water to look at. Clara walked beside me, her cold hand on my shoulder, her familiar voice offering comfort. I know this is frightening, my dear boy, but it will pass. The fear, the uncertainty, the attachment to your human form, it will all fade, and what remains will be stronger, purer, eternal. My father appeared on my other side, his hollow eyes somehow warm with paternal pride. You're being so brave. Adrian, braver than I was. I fought. I resisted. I made it harder for everyone. But you understand. You accept. You embrace your destiny. We walked for what felt like hours, deeper and deeper into the forest, until we reached a clearing I had never seen before, a perfect circle where no trees grew, where the grass was silver in the moonlight, where stones older than memory formed intricate patterns on the ground. In the center of the clearing stood an altar, not made by human hands, carved from a single piece of black stone that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Around the altar, hundreds of figures stood in concentric circles, all pale, all beautiful, all watching me with those endless black eyes. This is the heart, Lireleth explained, leading me toward the altar, the source of our power, the wellspring of our existence. Here, you will be transformed. Here, you will become one of us. Here, you will find your true home. As we approached the altar, I could see symbols carved into its surface, symbols that hurt to look at directly, that seemed to move and shift when I wasn't focusing on them. The stone itself seemed alive, pulsing with a heartbeat that matched my own. Lie down, Adrian, Lireleth instructed, her voice gentle but commanding. Let the transformation begin. Let yourself be reborn. I climbed onto the altar. The stone was warm against my back, warmer than it should have been, and as I lay there, staring up at the star-filled sky, I felt strangely peaceful. Ready. Clara leaned over me, her pale face framed by the night sky, her smile sad and proud and loving. Close your eyes, my dear boy, and when you open them, you'll be home, truly home forever. I closed my eyes, felt hands, dozens of hands, hundreds of hands, touching me, holding me, welcoming me. I felt the warmth spreading through my body, changing me, transforming me, remaking me from the inside out. The pain, when it came, was indescribable, like being torn apart at the molecular level, like every cell in my body was being rewritten, restructured, reborn. I screamed, but the sound that came out wasn't human, wasn't anything that should have come from a human throat. But then, as quickly as it had begun, the pain stopped, and what replaced it was transcendent. I felt power flowing through me. Ancient power, primal power, power that connected me to the earth, to the forest, to the very foundation of existence. I opened my eyes, and the world looked different. Everything was sharper, clearer, more vivid. I could see colors that didn't have names, could hear sounds that human ears couldn't detect, could feel the life force of every creature in the forest. I sat up, looked down at my hands. They were pale now, glowing with that same inner light. When I touched my face, my skin felt different, smoother, colder, eternal. Welcome to the family, Adrian, Lireleth said, her voice now clear as crystal, every word carrying layers of meaning I could suddenly understand. Welcome home. I stood and marveled at how different everything felt, how much stronger I was, how much more alive. The figures around the clearing, my new family, they all smiled, welcoming me, accepting me, loving me. Clara embraced me, and for the first time since her death, I felt complete, whole, like a piece of me that had been missing my entire life had finally been found. I'm so proud of you, Adrian, she whispered. So proud that you chose to join us. So proud that you embraced your destiny. My father was there too, and when he hugged me, I felt the love he had never been able to show when he was alive, when he was human, when he was limited by mortal emotions and mortal fears. This is what I wanted for you, son. This is why I went willingly when my time came, so that someday you could join us, so that our family could be together forever. I looked around the clearing, at all the faces, all the souls who had found their way home, and I understood. This wasn't death. This wasn't an ending. This was transformation, evolution, becoming more than human, becoming eternal. But even as I felt this overwhelming sense of belonging, of completion, there was something else, something darker stirring in the depths of my transformed consciousness. A hunger. It started as a whisper, a gentle gnawing at the edges of my awareness, but it grew stronger with each passing moment, more insistent, more demanding. I could feel it spreading through my new form like poison, like fire, like life itself. What is this? I asked, my voice echoing strangely in the clearing, carrying harmonics that human vocal cords could never produce. Lireleth's smile widened, and I saw something in her expression that chilled me. Anticipation, excitement, predatory satisfaction. That, dear Adrian, is the awakening, the first stirring of your true nature, the hunger that drives us, sustains us, defines us. Around the clearing, the other figures nodded, their black eyes gleaming with understanding, with memory, with the same terrible hunger I was beginning to feel. Hunger for what? I whispered, though part of me already knew. I already understood what these creatures, what I needed to survive. Life force. Adrian, the essence that flows through all living things, the spark that separates the living from the dead, the energy that mortals call soul. Clara stepped forward, her pale hand resting on my shoulder, her touch both comforting and terrifying. In your human form, you consumed food, water, air, to sustain your physical body. But now you require something more, something deeper, something that can only be taken from a living. The hunger intensified, gnawing at me, demanding satisfaction. I could feel my new senses expanding, reaching out, searching for sources of life, for prey. The town. I breathed, understanding flooding through me like ice water. Millbrook, the people, are protected by the ancient agreements. Lireleth assured me, though her smile suggested those protections weren't absolute. As long as the balance is maintained, as long as we are fed, they remain safe. Fed on what? I demanded, though the hunger was making it hard to think, hard to focus on anything but the desperate need growing inside me. Travelers. Adrian, hikers who wander too deep into our domain, campers who ignore the warning signs, outsiders who don't belong to the protected bloodlines. They provide what we need, what you need. She gestured toward the edge of the clearing, and I saw them, 3 figures huddled together in terror, bound with vines that seemed to move on their own. A young couple, maybe in their 20s, and an older man, all very much alive, all radiating the life force that my new nature craved. Your first feeding. Adrian, your initiation into our ways. Choose one, and learn what it means to truly live. The hunger roared inside me, overwhelming, undeniable. The 3 prisoners looked at me with such fear, such desperate hope, begging silently for mercy, for salvation, for anything but what they somehow knew was coming. I tried to resist, tried to hold onto the last fragments of my humanity. But the hunger was stronger, more primal, more fundamental than any human emotion or moral constraint. I can't. I whispered, even as my feet carried me toward the terrified captives. I won't. You will. Clara said gently, lovingly. Because you must, because it's your nature now, because denying what you are will only cause more suffering, for you and for them. The older man, maybe 60, with kind eyes and graying hair, he looked at me with such profound sadness, as if he understood what I was struggling with, what I was becoming. It's okay, son, he whispered, his voice barely audible. I've lived a good life, had a good run. If it has to be someone, let it be me. His acceptance, his sacrifice, it broke something inside me, the last wall holding back the hunger, the final barrier between my human past and my inhuman future. I reached out, my pale hand touching his forehead, and felt a connection form, felt his life force flowing into me like warm honey, like liquid sunlight, like everything beautiful and terrible in the world. The sensation was indescribable, better than any human pleasure, more satisfying than any human need. I could feel his memories, his experiences, his love for his family, his pride in his children, his satisfaction with a life well lived, all of it flowing into me, becoming part of me, sustaining me. When it was over, when the last spark of his essence had been absorbed, his body simply faded, dissolved into motes of light that scattered on the wind, leaving no trace, no evidence, nothing but the memory of a kind man who had chosen to die so that others might be spared. The hunger was satisfied for now, but I could already feel it stirring again, patient but persistent, a constant reminder of what I had become, what I would need to do to survive. How do you feel? Lireleth asked, her voice filled with maternal pride, maternal love. Alive, I admitted, hating myself for the truth of it, more alive than I've ever felt. And this is just the beginning. Adrian, as you grow stronger, as you learn to harness your new abilities, the experiences will become even more intense, even more fulfilling. She gestured toward the remaining prisoners, and I could see the hunger in her eyes, the same need I was feeling, the same terrible desire. Would you like to continue, or shall we save these for another night? I looked at the young couple, clinging to each other, whispering prayers, making promises they would never have the chance to keep, and I felt nothing, no sympathy, no remorse, No human connection at all. Another night. I said, not out of mercy, but because I wanted to savor this new sensation, to understand it fully before experiencing it again. Lyralef nodded approvingly, and with a gesture, the remaining prisoners were led away, back into the darkness, back to whatever holding place existed for those marked for feeding. Come, she said, taking my arm. Let me show you your new home, your new domain, your new purpose. She led me deeper into the forest, through groves that existed in pockets of reality separate from the normal world, past streams that flowed uphill and pools that reflected skies from other dimensions, past creatures that had no names in any human language. This is the between, she explained as we walked. The space that exists parallel to your former world, connected to it, but separate from it, governed by older laws, sustained by older powers. We came to a massive tree, larger than any redwood, its trunk so wide it could have housed a cathedral, its branches reaching so high they seemed to touch the stars themselves. The heart tree, Lyralef whispered reverently, the source of our power, the anchor that keeps the between stable, the mother that birthed our kind. As we approached, I could feel the power radiating from the ancient bark, could hear whispers and languages that predated human speech, could see faces in the grain of the wood, thousands of faces, all the souls that had been absorbed over the centuries. Place your hand upon the bark. Adrian, let it know you. Let it accept you. Let it welcome you home. I pressed my palm against the rough surface and immediately felt the connection, the vast network of consciousness that linked all of our kind, collective memory, the shared purpose, the eternal hunger that bound us together. Visions flooded my mind, images of the first settlers, the indigenous people who had tried to warn them, the bargains made in desperation, the cycles of feeding and protection that had sustained both predator and prey for generations. I saw Clara as she really was, not the kindly grandmother of my memories, but a creature of ancient power who had shaped my entire life, guided my development, prepared me for this moment with surgical precision. I saw my father, torn between human love and inhuman nature, choosing to go willingly not out of despair but out of hope, hope that his sacrifice would secure my future, would ensure I would join him in this eternal existence. I saw myself, not as I believed I was, but as I truly was, a vessel prepared from birth, a candidate, selected by careful breeding and patient cultivation, a successor groomed to take my place in the ancient hierarchy. When the visions ended, when the connection stabilized, I understood everything, my purpose, my nature, my destiny. I am the new guardian. I whispered, the words coming from some deep knowledge I hadn't known I possessed. Yes, Lyralef confirmed. Clara's successor, the one who will watch over the bloodlines, who will select the candidates, who will maintain the balance between our world and theirs. She led me to a dwelling carved into the base of the heart tree, a space that was larger inside than physics should have allowed, furnished with objects that hurt to look at directly, but somehow felt perfectly familiar. This was Clara's home for 70 years. Adrian, and now it is yours, your sanctuary, your base of operations, your throne room. I moved through the space, touching objects that resonated with power, books written in languages that changed as I watched, mirrors that reflected not my image but my essence, chairs carved from wood that still lived and grew. What are my duties? I asked, though I was beginning to understand. Watching. Adrian, always watching. The bloodlines must be maintained, the candidates must be identified, the feeding cycles must be managed, the balance must be preserved. She showed me a collection of journals, thousands of them, documenting centuries of careful record-keeping, genealogies stretching back to the first settlers, notes on personality traits, psychological profiles, feeding schedules. Every 20 to 30 years, someone from the protected bloodlines must be brought across, must join us, must take their place in the eternal hierarchy. It is your job to choose who, when now. I opened one of the journals, Clara's handwriting neat and precise, documenting my entire life, every milestone, every decision, every moment that had led me to this clearing, this altar, this transformation. She knew. I breathed. She knew from the beginning that it would be me. You were perfect. Adrian, intelligent enough to understand, empathetic enough to accept, strong enough to resist the madness that claims so many during transformation. Clara chose well. I read through the entries, seeing my life from an outside perspective, understanding how carefully orchestrated every event had been. The job at the Herald wasn't coincidence. It was positioning, giving me access to the historical records, letting me discover the truth, gradually rather than all at once. Even Juniper, my friend and colleague, her concern and kindness, was that real, or was she part of the plan too? Juniper is human. Adrian, genuinely human, and genuinely concerned about you. Not everyone in your life was manipulation. Some connections were real, even if they were temporary. There was comfort in that, knowing that at least some of my human relationships had been authentic, even if they were now part of a past I could never return to. What about the others, the ones who don't get chosen, the ones from the bloodlines who live normal lives? They serve their purpose. Adrian, they breed, they maintain the genetic lines, they keep the town stable and prosperous, and when their time comes, they pass on the stories, the warnings, the preparation for the next generation. I spent hours exploring my new domain, learning about the between, understanding the complex ecosystem that existed parallel to the human world. It was beautiful in ways that human perception couldn't grasp, terrible in ways that human imagination couldn't conceive. There were others like me, guardians of other territories, other towns, other feeding grounds, a vast network of predators and prey that stretched across the continent, across the world, managing human populations like livestock, like crops to be harvested. How many? I asked, overwhelmed by the scope of it all. Thousands. Adrian, tens of thousands. We have been here since before your species learned to make fire. We have guided your development, your evolution, your expansion. You exist because we allow it. You thrive because we permit it. The revelation should have horrified me, should have triggered some vestige of human loyalty, human defiance, but instead, I felt only acceptance, understanding, even pride. Pride in being part of something so ancient, so powerful, so eternal. Days passed, or what passed for days in the between. Time moved differently here, flowed in patterns that had nothing to do with solar cycles or human schedules. I learned my new abilities, practiced with my enhanced senses, studied the journals, absorbed centuries of accumulated wisdom. The hunger returned regularly, requiring feeding, requiring sustenance. Lireleth brought me travelers, hikers, campers, always outsiders, always those who wouldn't be missed, always those who had wandered too deep into places they didn't belong. With each feeding, I grew stronger, more attuned to the between, more connected to the vast network of consciousness that linked our kind. I began to understand why Clara had seemed so distant in her final years, so focused on watching, on waiting. She hadn't been withdrawing from life. She had been operating on a completely different level of existence. It's time for your first assignment. Adrian, Lireleth announced one evening, though evening was a relative concept in a place where the sky showed aurora instead of sunset. She handed me a file, detailed genealogical charts, psychological profiles, surveillance notes, all focused on a family in Millbrook, the Hendersons, longtime residents with roots going back to the original settlers. Their youngest daughter, Rebecca, she's showing the signs, the sensitivity, potential. She needs guidance, preparation, cultivation. I studied the file. Rebecca Henderson, 19 years old, studying at the community college, works part-time at the library, lives with her parents on Maple Street, just 3 blocks from my former home. What kind of guidance? I asked, though I was beginning to understand. The same kind Clara gave you. Adrian, the same careful cultivation, the same patient preparation. She needs to learn the rules, needs to understand the boundaries, needs to be kept safe until her time comes. The file contained photographs. Rebecca was beautiful in that wholesome, small-town way, blonde hair, blue eyes, the kind of innocence that was becoming increasingly rare, the kind of purity that our kind needed. When? Soon. Adrian, within the next few years, the cycles are accelerating. The old agreements are weakening. We need fresh blood, young souls, untainted by too much exposure to our realm. I felt a stirring of something, not quite human emotion, but something similar: anticipation, excitement. The same feeling a gardener might have when selecting seeds for the next season's crop. How do I approach her? Carefully, subtly. She must not know what she's being prepared for. Not until the very end. Not until she's ready to make the choice. Clara spent 16 years cultivating you. Adrian, this girl may require similar patience. Lilith handed me additional files, backup candidates, alternate options, contingency plans. The level of detail was staggering. Every family in Millbrook had been cataloged, assessed, rated for potential. What about the town, about Juniper, about the people I knew? They continue their lives. Adrian, ignorant and content, protected by the agreements your transformation has renewed. Juniper will wonder what happened to you. Will file a missing person report. Will eventually move on. Life continues. There was a coldness in that assessment, a casual dismissal of human attachment that should have bothered me, but didn't. My human connections were fading, becoming distant memories, replaced by something larger, more important, more eternal. I understand. I said and meant it. When do I begin? Tonight, Adrian, return to the human world. Establish your cover story. Begin your new role as guardian, as shepherd, as selector of the chosen. She gave me clothing modern normal, designed to help me blend in, to appear human despite the fundamental changes that had occurred. The fabric felt strange against my transformed skin, like wearing a costume, playing a role. Remember, you are no longer Adrian the human. You are Adrian the guardian. Your loyalty is to the between, to your kind, to the eternal cycles that maintain the balance. Everything else is secondary. I nodded, understanding the weight of responsibility settling on my shoulders, the burden of choosing who would live normal lives and who would be selected for transformation, who would remain human and who would join the eternal family. The journey back to Millbrook took place through paths that existed between dimensions, shortcuts through reality that compressed miles into steps. When I emerged from the forest, I was standing in my own backyard, at the gate I had passed through what felt like a lifetime ago. My house looked exactly the same, but I could see it differently now, could perceive the layers of protection woven into its foundation, the wards Clara had maintained for decades, the invisible barriers that had kept me safe during my preparation. I went inside, moving through familiar rooms that now felt like museums, displays of a life I had once lived, artifacts of a person I had once been. Everything was exactly as I had left it, but I was no longer the same person who had lived here. In Clara's room, I found additional journals, more detailed records, notes she had kept private even from Lilith, personal observations about my development, her hopes, her fears, her love for the boy she was preparing for sacrifice. My dearest Adrian. One entry read, "Today you turned 16, so strong, so pure, so ready. I pray the transformation will be gentle with you, that you will retain enough of yourself to remember why this was necessary, to understand the love that guided every choice I made." I read through years of entries, seeing my life through her eyes, understanding the depth of her affection, the pain she felt at having to prepare me for this fate, the pride she took in my development, the hope she held for my future. You are my greatest work. Another entry said, "My masterpiece, the perfect candidate, strong enough to survive, pure enough to serve, intelligent enough to guide the next generation. I have given you everything you need. Now I must trust that you will choose correctly when your time comes." The love was real, even if it was different from human love, even if it was filtered through an human perspective and eternal priorities. Clara had genuinely cared for me, had wanted what was best for me, according to her understanding of what that meant. I closed the journals, understanding finally that there were no villains in this story, no evil manipulators, only different species with different needs, different perspectives, different definitions of love and family and home. The next morning, I walked into town, ready to begin my new role, my new purpose, my new existence as guardian of the bloodlines, selector of the chosen, shepherd of the human flock. Millbrook looked exactly the same, but I could see it differently now, could perceive the layers of protection, the careful management, the subtle influences that had shaped its development for over a century. Every street, every building, Every family was part of a larger pattern, a carefully maintained ecosystem. The Herald office was exactly as I had left it. Juniper was at her desk, typing, focused. She looked up when I entered, relief flooding her face. "Adrian, thank God. Where have you been? I was so worried. You just disappeared. No one knew what happened to you." I manufactured a smile, drew upon memories of human interaction, played the role I needed to play. "Sorry, Juniper, family emergency. Had to go out of town suddenly. Didn't have time to call." She studied my face, and for a moment I wondered if she could see the changes, if my transformation was visible to those who knew me well. But her expression showed only relief, concern, human emotion that I could remember but no longer truly feel. "You look different. Adrian, older somehow, more mature. Are you okay?" "I'm fine. Just processing some family stuff, learning things about Clara, about our history. It's been educational." That was true enough, even if the education had been far more extensive than she could imagine. "Well, I'm glad you're back. The office hasn't been the same without you, and there have been some strange reports coming in. Missing hikers, unusual animal behavior, the usual small-town mysteries." I felt a flicker of interest, of professional curiosity. These reports, they were likely connected to feeding activities, to the movements of my kind through the forest, information I would need to monitor, to manage. "Tell me more," I said, settling into my old chair, preparing to resume my old role while fulfilling my new purpose. Over the following weeks, I established my new routine, working at the Herald during the day, investigating reports that might compromise the between, managing information flow, ensuring that human curiosity didn't lead them too close to dangerous truths. At night, I returned to my true home, to the between, to study the files, to plan the cultivation of new candidates, to feed when necessary, to maintain the balance between worlds. Rebecca Henderson became my primary focus. I studied her patterns, her interests, her vulnerabilities, her potential. She was perfect, young, innocent, sensitive to the supernatural, exactly what our kind needed for the next generation. I began the slow process of introduction, of preparation, appearing in places she frequented, the library, coffee shop, the park where she liked to read. Always casual, always accidental, always friendly, but not forward. "Adrian, right?" she said one afternoon at the library, recognizing me from the Herald. "You write those articles about local history. I love reading them, especially the ones about the early settlers." "Thank you, Rebecca. I enjoy researching the old stories, the forgotten legends. There's so much history in this little town that people don't know about." She was interested, curious, exactly the kind of mind that would be receptive to preparation, to cultivation, to guidance. "Have you ever heard any stories about the woods, about strange things that happen there?" Her expression shifted slightly, a flicker of recognition, of inherited memory, the bloodline responding to stimuli it had been bred to recognize. "Some. My grandmother used to tell stories, warnings about staying away from certain areas, rules about not going out after dark. I always thought they were just, superstition. Maybe, or maybe our grandmothers knew things we've forgotten. Maybe the old warnings exist for reasons we don't understand anymore." I was planting seeds, laying groundwork, beginning the same process Clara had used with me. The irony wasn't lost on me. I was becoming the thing that had shaped my life, the guardian, the cultivator, the shepherd. "Would you like to hear some of the stories I've collected, some of the old legends, the forgotten warnings?" Her eyes lit up with interest, with curiosity, with the same fascination that had drawn me to Clara's stories. The bloodline was responding, recognizing its destiny, accepting its preparation. I'd love to. And so it began, the patient cultivation, the careful guidance, the systematic preparation of the next candidate. I met with Rebecca regularly, sharing stories, teaching lessons, establishing trust, building the foundation for eventual revelation. She was an excellent student, absorbing the lore, respecting the warnings, developing the proper fear and reverence for the forest, for the rules, for the boundaries that kept humans safe. Months passed, seasons changed, and Rebecca grew stronger, more prepared, more ready for what was coming. I watched her development with the same pride Clara must have felt watching mine. the satisfaction of a job well done, of a candidate properly cultivated. But there were challenges, complications. Other guardians in nearby territories were reporting problems, resistance, candidates who refused to call, bloodlines that were becoming diluted, modern skepticism that made preparation more difficult. The old ways are failing. Adrian, Lyra left warned during one of our meetings in the between. Humans are becoming too disconnected, too rational, too resistant to supernatural influence. She showed me reports from other territories, guardians struggling to maintain their feeding cycles, candidates who rejected transformation, communities that were beginning to question disappearances. What does this mean for U.S., for Millbrook? It means we may need to accelerate timelines. Adrian, to adapt our methods, to ensure continuity before the old systems break down entirely. I thought about Rebecca, about her progress, about whether she was ready for earlier selection than originally planned. The girl was responding well to preparation, but she was still young, still innocent, still unaware of what was coming. How much time do we have? Years, maybe decades, but not the centuries we once enjoyed. The world is changing, Adrian, and we must change with it, or risk extinction. The weight of responsibility grew heavier, the burden of ensuring the survival of our kind, of maintaining the delicate balance that had sustained both predator and prey for generations. I returned to my human role with renewed focus, accelerating Rebecca's preparation, introducing more advanced concepts, testing her readiness, pushing her development faster than might be ideal, but as fast as might be necessary. Adrian, I've been having dreams. She told me during one of our meetings. Strange dreams about the forest, about lights, about voices calling my name. The bloodline was awakening, responding to proximity to our kind, developing the sensitivity that would make transformation possible. What kind of dreams? Rebecca, beautiful, but frightening. I'm standing at the edge of the woods, and there are lights dancing between the trees, and voices, familiar voices, calling me home. She was almost ready, almost prepared, almost at the point where revelation could begin, where the final phase of cultivation could commence. Have you told anyone else about these dreams? No, they think I was crazy. But you believe me, don't you? Adrian, you understand. I understand completely. Rebecca, and when you're ready, when the time is right, I'll help you understand too. The promise was made, the commitment established, the countdown begun. But even as I prepared to guide another innocent soul toward transformation, toward eternal servitude, toward the same fate I had embraced, I felt something stirring in the depths of my transformed consciousness. Not regret, not exactly, but something like it, a recognition of what was being lost, what was being sacrificed, what was being destroyed in the name of survival and balance and eternal hierarchy. Rebecca trusted me, looked up to me, saw me as a friend, a guide, protector, and I was all of those things in my way, according to my nature, by the standards of my kind. But I was also her executioner, her predator, her doom. The hunger stirred, patient but persistent, reminding me of what I was, what I needed, what I served. There was no room for human sentiment in the between, no space for mortal compassion in an eternal consciousness. I was the guardian, the selector, the shepherd of the flock, and Rebecca Henderson was my next lamb to guide towards slaughter. The choice had been made long before either of us was born, written into bloodlines and ancient agreements and cycles that predated civilization. There was no escape, no alternative, no mercy. Only duty, only hunger, only the eternal dance between predator and prey that kept the darkness fed and the balance maintained. 3 nights later, as I stood at my fence watching the lights dance between the trees, listening to the whispers of my transformed family calling from the between, I made a decision. Rebecca Henderson would join us before the month was out, ready or not, willing or not. The cycles demanded it, the hunger required it, and I would deliver her, just as Clara had delivered me, just as someone someday would deliver the next candidate, forever and ever, world without end. The lights pulsed brighter, welcoming, approving, and I smiled, my pale face reflecting their ethereal glow, my black eyes seeing futures that stretched beyond human comprehension. This was my purpose, my destiny, my eternal role in the ancient hierarchy. And I embraced it, completely, finally, forever. The transformation was complete. The guardian awakened. The cycle continued. And in the between, where time moved differently and love meant sacrifice and family meant feeding, Clara smiled, proud of the monster she had created, satisfied with the successor she had prepared. The woods had their new keeper. The bloodlines had their new shepherd, and Rebecca Henderson, sweet, innocent, trusting Rebecca Henderson, had her appointment with destiny. Tomorrow, I would begin the final phase of her preparation. Tonight, I would savor the hunger and plan her homecoming. Thank you so much for watching this terrifying journey into the darkness that lurks just beyond our understanding. If this story sent chills down your spine or made you question what might be watching from the tree line, please hit that subscribe button right now and ring the notification bell so you never miss our spine-tingling content. What did you think of Adrian's transformation? Did you see it coming, or were you shocked by the revelation about Clara and the family bloodline? Let me know in the comments below. I read every single one and love hearing your theories and reactions. Also, tell me what kind of horror stories you want to see next. Are you interested in more forest folklore, urban legends, haunted locations, supernatural family curses, or something completely different? Your suggestions help me choose which terrifying tales to share next. If you enjoyed this deep dive into generational horror and ancient agreements, you might also love our videos about cursed bloodlines, supernatural guardians, and the dark secrets that small towns keep hidden. Check out the playlist in the description. Don't forget to give this video a thumbs up if it kept you on the edge of your seat, and share it with friends who love a good scare. But maybe warn them first. This one goes deep into some pretty dark territory. What time are you watching this? Are you brave enough to listen to forest horror stories in the middle of the night? Or are you being smart and waiting for daylight? Let me know in the comments. Until next time, keep your doors locked, your curtains drawn, and remember, some family traditions are darker than they appear, and some rules exist for reasons we're better off not knowing. Sweet dreams, and whatever you do, don't go into the woods alone. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. My name is The Shadow Script, and today I am going to share with you one of the most disturbing stories I have ever come across. This is about a man who thought he was finally coming home, but what he found waiting for him in that house was something far worse than loneliness, something that would challenge everything he thought he knew about reality, about life, and about death itself. Now, before we dive into this nightmare, let me tell you something that happened 3 nights ago. Jason Miller sat in his childhood bedroom, staring at a door that shouldn't exist, a door that his parents never built, and from behind that door, he heard his mother's voice, calling his name. But here's the thing. His mother had been dead for 6 months, and what came through that door? What stepped into the dim light of that room? Wasn't his mother at all. Before I begin, I can see that 80% of my viewers haven't subscribed while watching my videos, so please, hit that subscribe button, smash the like, and don't forget to turn on the bell icon so you never miss another terrifying story. Also, comment down below where you're watching this video from and what time it is for you right now. I absolutely love hearing from you all. And if you have your own horror story, something that happened to you or someone you know, email us or drop it in the comments. We might feature your story in an upcoming video. Your experiences matter, and who knows, maybe your story will be the next one that keeps thousands of people awake at night. All right, let's begin. Jason Miller was 34 years old when he finally left the Meadowbrook Psychiatric Facility in rural Connecticut. He had spent the last 8 years there, fighting demons that lived inside his head, demons that whispered to him when the lights went out, demons that showed him things that weren't really there, or at least, that's what the doctors told him. That's what they wanted him to believe, that everything he saw, everything he heard, was just a product of his fractured mind, a broken brain trying to make sense of a world it could no longer understand. The medications helped. Dr. Reynolds assured him of that. The pills made the voices quieter, made the shadows less menacing, made life almost bearable. Almost. But there was always something there, lurking at the edges of his consciousness, waiting for a moment of weakness, waiting for him to forget to take his pills, waiting for him to let his guard down. Jason's parents. Martha and David Miller had died in a car accident 6 months before his release. The lawyer, a thin man named Mr. Christopher Hayes, explained everything in careful, measured tones. The house in Ashford, a small town in Massachusetts, now belonged to Jason, along with a modest inheritance. It should have been good news, a fresh start, a chance to rebuild his life. But something about the way Mr. Hayes delivered the information, the way his eyes wouldn't quite meet Jason's, the way his hands trembled slightly as he shuffled through the papers, it all felt wrong. The house has been empty since their passing. Mr. Hayes said, adjusting his wire-rimmed glasses. We've had it maintained, but, well, you should know that some of the neighbors have complained about noises. He paused then, as if weighing how much to reveal. Strange noises. Mr. Miller. Sounds that shouldn't be coming from an empty house. Jason didn't ask what kind of noises. He didn't want to know. He just wanted a place to call home. A place where he could start over, away from the sterile white walls and the suspicious glances of the hospital staff, away from the other patients who screamed in the night, away from the endless group therapy sessions where everyone pretended they were getting better, when really, they were just getting better at hiding how broken they truly were. The drive to Ashford took 4 hours. Jason sat in the passenger seat of the rideshare, watching the autumn trees blur past. Their leaves were dying, brilliant reds and oranges and yellows, like the world was burning in slow motion, like nature itself was screaming a warning that Jason couldn't quite hear. The further they drove from the city, the quieter the roads became, until finally, they were the only car on a narrow two-lane highway that seemed to stretch on forever. The driver, a chatty woman named Harper Lewis, tried to make conversation. "First time in Ashford?" she asked, her voice cutting through the silence like a knife. "No," Jason replied quietly. "I grew up there, just been away for a while." He didn't elaborate, didn't mention where he'd been. He'd learned that people treated you differently when they knew you'd been in a psychiatric facility. Their smiles became forced, their eyes filled with a mixture of pity and fear, as if mental illness were contagious, as if just being near him might somehow infect him with his madness. Harper nodded, sensing something in his tone that discouraged further questions. They drove the rest of the way in silence, broken only by the GPS's monotone directions. Turn right in half a mile. Continue straight for 2 miles. Your destination is ahead. But as they got closer to Ashford, Jason noticed something strange. Harper's knuckles were white on the steering wheel, her jaw clenched tight, and she kept glancing at him in the rearview mirror, not with curiosity, but with something that looked almost like concern, or maybe fear. The Miller house sat at the end of Blackwood Lane, a street that dead-ended into thick forest. It was a 2-story colonial, white paint peeling in places, with black shutters that hung slightly crooked. The yard was overgrown, wild grass reaching up to Jason's knees as he walked toward the front door. Weeds had conquered the flower beds his mother once tended with such care, and the mailbox leaned at an odd angle, as if something heavy had hit it. "You want me to wait?" Harper called from the car, something uncertain in her voice, something that said she already knew the answer but felt obligated to ask anyway. "No, I'm good," Jason said, though he wasn't sure that was true. He watched her car disappear down the road, the red taillights fading into the gathering dusk, and suddenly, he felt very, very alone. The key Mr. Hayes had given him slid into the lock with a rusty grinding sound. The door swung open, revealing darkness within. A smell hit him immediately, not the musty scent of a house that had been closed up for months, but something else, something organic and wrong, like meat left out in the sun, like flowers rotting in stagnant water. Jason flipped the light switch. Nothing happened. "Great," he muttered, pulling out his phone to use as a flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating dust particles that danced in the air like tiny ghosts. The furniture was still there, covered in white sheets that made everything look like a room full of corpses. Jason felt his chest tighten, felt the familiar prickle of anxiety crawling up his spine. His therapist had taught him breathing exercises for moments like this. In through the nose, hold for 4 seconds, out through the mouth. But it wasn't helping, because this wasn't anxiety. This was something else, something primal, something that whispered in the back of his mind that he should turn around, get back in another rideshare, and never ever come back. It's just a house, he whispered to himself. Just wooden nails and nothing else. His voice sounded small in the darkness, almost childlike, and he hated himself for it. He was 34 years old. He had survived 8 years in a psychiatric facility. He could survive one night in his childhood home. But even as he said it, he didn't quite believe it. The living room looked exactly as he remembered. The same floral couch his mother loved. The same recliner where his father would fall asleep watching the evening news. The same family photos on the mantel. Frozen moments of happiness that now felt like they belonged to someone else's life. Jason approached the photos slowly. His phone's flashlight beam swept across them. There he was at 7 years old, gap-toothed and grinning, holding up a fish he'd caught at the lake. There was his mother, young and beautiful, laughing at something off camera. There was his father, serious as always, but with a hint of warmth in his eyes. They looked so happy, so alive, so completely unaware of how their story would end. Jason set his suitcase down and explored the first floor. The kitchen smelled of something stale and forgotten. The dining room table was set, as if his parents had been expecting guests who never arrived. 4 place settings, 4 plates, 4 sets of silverware, all arranged with his mother's characteristic precision. But that didn't make sense. His parents had died 6 months ago. Who had set this table? And why? In the study, his father's reading glasses sat on an open book, a bookmark placed carefully between the pages. Jason picked up the glasses. They were still smudged with his father's fingerprints, still warm to the touch, which was impossible, completely impossible. He set them down quickly, as if they'd burned him. It was as if they had simply vanished, stepped out for a moment and never returned. But that wasn't what had happened. Jason knew what had happened. He'd gotten a call while he was in group therapy. His parents had driven off Blackwood Ridge, a winding mountain road about 20 miles from here. The police said it looked like his father had swerved to avoid something, but there were no skid marks, no evidence of another vehicle. The car had just gone off the road, plunged 300 feet into a ravine, and by the time emergency services arrived, Martha and David Miller were already gone. As the sun began to set, Jason found the circuit breaker in the basement and restored power to the house. The lights flickered on, harsh and yellow, making the shadows retreat to the corners, where they waited, patient and watchful. The basement had always creeped him out as a child. It was unfinished, just concrete walls and a dirt floor. His father had used it for storage, old boxes and forgotten furniture piled in the corners. But now, in the harsh fluorescent light, Jason noticed something he'd never seen before. Scratches on the walls. Deep, deliberate scratches, as if someone had clawed at the concrete with their fingernails, trying desperately to dig their way out. He ordered pizza from the only place in Ashford that delivered, unpacked his few belongings, and tried to make the master bedroom feel less like a museum and more like a place where someone actually lived. He couldn't bring himself to sleep in his parents' bed, not yet, so he made up the guest room instead. The room where he used to stay when he visited during college, before everything went wrong, before the voices started, before he ended up at Meadowbrook. If you're still watching, please take a moment to hit that like button. It really helps the channel grow, and it lets me know that you're enjoying these stories. Also, comment down below if you've ever experienced anything paranormal. Have you ever felt like you weren't alone in your house? Have you ever seen something that couldn't possibly be there? I read every single comment, and I love hearing your stories. That night, Jason took his medication with a glass of water. He could hear the pills rattling in a bottle, a sound that had become as familiar as his own heartbeat. The doctor said he needed to stay on them for at least another year, maybe longer, maybe forever. 2 little pills, one white, one blue, that stood between him and madness. He swallowed them dry, feeling them scrape down his throat. He lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. The house settled around him, creaking and groaning like an old man's bones. He told himself it was normal, that all old houses made noise, that there was nothing to be afraid of. But the sounds weren't random. They had a rhythm to them, almost like footsteps, almost like someone pacing back and forth in the room above him. But there was no room above him, just the attic, and the attic was locked. had been locked for years, ever since Jason was a child, and his father had forbidden him from going up there. But then he heard it. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps coming from the hallway outside his room. Not the creaking of an old house. Not the settling of wood and nails. These were footsteps. The unmistakable sound of someone walking. Someone real. Someone in the house with him. Jason's breath caught in his throat. His hand instinctively reached for the lamp on the nightstand, fingers closing around the switch, but he didn't turn it on. He listened. Every muscle in his body tensed. Every sense heightened. This was it. This was the moment he'd been dreading. The moment when his illness came back. When the medication stopped working. When reality and hallucination blurred together until he couldn't tell them apart. The footsteps stopped, right outside his door. "Hello," Jason called out, his voice sounding small and frightened even to his own ears. No answer. Just silence. Heavy, oppressive silence. The kind of silence that feels like it's waiting for something. Then the doorknob began to turn. Slowly, deliberately. The brass knob rotated clockwise. Jason sat up, heart hammering against his ribs. "Who's there?" His voice was stronger now, edged with anger. If this was a hallucination, he wasn't going to let it control him. If this was real, well, he dealt with worse at Meadowbrook. The door swung open, revealing the dark hallway beyond. Empty. Nothing there but shadows. But the door had opened. He had seen it. The doorknob had turned. And unless he developed telekinesis along with his other issues, someone, or something, had turned it. It's the medication, Jason told himself. Just side effects. Just your mind playing tricks. But Dr. Reynolds had never mentioned hallucinations as a side effect. In fact, the whole point of the medication was to prevent hallucinations. So either the drugs were failing, or this was real. He got out of bed, approached the doorway cautiously. His bare feet were silent on the hardwood floor. He looked left, looked right. The hallway was empty. Every door was closed except his. But something felt wrong. The air was colder in the hallway, cold enough that he could see his breath misting. And there was a smell, faint but unmistakable. His mother's perfume. The same lavender scent she'd worn every day for as long as he could remember. Jason shut the door, locked it, and pushed a chair against it for good measure. His hands were shaking. He needed to calm down, needed to think rationally. There had to be an explanation. Maybe the door hadn't been latched properly. Maybe the house was settling and the movement had caused it to swing open. Maybe the perfume smell was just his imagination, or a lingering scent from months ago. He spent the rest of the night sitting up in bed, watching that door, waiting for it to open again, praying it wouldn't. The clock on the wall ticked away the seconds, each one feeling like an eternity. 2 a.m. became 3 a.m. became 4 a.m., and still Jason watched, his eyes burning with exhaustion, his mind racing with possibilities, all of them terrifying. It didn't open again, but in the morning, when pale sunlight finally crept through the curtains, Jason found something that made his blood run cold. Muddy footprints, leading from his door, across the floor, and stopping right beside his bed, right where he had been sleeping. The prints were small, delicate, a woman's shoe size, his mother's shoe size, and they were fresh. The mud still slightly damp, still smelling of earth and rain. Jason backed away from the bed, his mind reeling. This couldn't be happening. This wasn't possible. He was having an episode, a severe episode. He needed to call Dr. Reynolds, needed to go back to Meadowbrook, needed to increase his medication. But even as these thoughts raced through his mind, another part of him, a deeper, more primal part, knew the truth. This was real. Something had been in his room last night. Something had stood beside his bed, watching him sleep, and it had left behind proof. Jason called MR. Hayes that morning, his hand still trembling as he dialed. "Did anyone have access to the house?" he asked, trying to keep the panic out of his voice, trying to sound rational, trying to sound sane. "No, only you," the lawyer replied, confusion evident in his tone. "Why, is something wrong?" I think someone might have been in the house last night," Jason said, hating how weak he sounded, hating the doubt he could hear creeping into his own voice. There was a pause, a long, uncomfortable pause. "Mr. Miller, I'm sure it's just, you're under a lot of stress, moving back, dealing with your parents' death. Perhaps you should call Dr. Reynolds, get your medication adjusted. Jason hung up without saying goodbye. He knew what that meant. They thought he was having another episode. They thought his illness was coming back. And maybe they were right. Maybe this was all in his head. Maybe the footprints weren't real. Maybe if he went back downstairs and looked again, they'd be gone. Just another hallucination. Just another trick of his broken mind. But when he went back to the guest room, the footprints were still there. Solid, real, undeniable. He spent the day cleaning the house, trying to make it feel less oppressive, trying to convince himself that everything was normal. He threw open windows, let fresh air chase away the staleness. He took down the sheets covering the furniture, revealing the normal, ordinary things beneath. His mother's favorite couch, his father's reading chair, the coffee table where they used to do jigsaw puzzles on rainy Sunday afternoons. But no matter how much he cleaned, no matter how much sunlight he let in, the house still felt wrong. It watched him. He could feel it. Every room he entered, every corner he turned, there was a sense of being observed, of being studied, like a specimen under a microscope. In the afternoon, there was a knock at the door. Jason opened it to find a woman standing on his porch. She was in her late 20s, with auburn hair pulled back in a ponytail and kind eyes that studied him with open curiosity. She held a covered dish in her hands, and despite everything, despite the fear and confusion and doubt, Jason felt a small flicker of normalcy. This was what neighbors did. They brought food. They welcomed you. They pretended that everything was fine. "Hi," she said, offering a friendly smile. "I'm Olivia Parker. I live 3 houses down. I wanted to welcome you to the neighborhood. Well, welcome you back. I guess, if you're Martha and David's son." "I am," Jason said. "I'm Jason." He studied her face, looking for any sign that she thought he was crazy, looking for that familiar mixture of pity and fear. But all he saw was genuine warmth, genuine kindness, and it almost made him want to cry. Olivia held out the covered dish. "I made lasagna. Figured you might not have had time to cook, moving in and all." The smell wafted up to him. Tomatoes and cheese and garlic, real food, normal food, kind of thing that belonged in a normal house, where normal people lived normal lives. Jason accepted it, touched by the gesture. "Thank you, that's really kind." His voice cracked slightly, and he had to clear his throat. "I haven't had a home-cooked meal in a long time. I was sorry to hear about your parents." Olivia continued, her smile fading to something more somber. "They were good people. Your mother used to bring me tomatoes from her garden every summer. We'd sit on my porch and talk for hours. She talked about you a lot. She missed you." The words hit Jason like a physical blow. His mother had missed him. Of course she had. And he'd missed her too. But he'd been too sick to visit, too unstable, too afraid that he'd have an episode in front of her, that she'd see him at his worst, that she'd realize her son was truly, irreparably broken. Yeah, she loved that garden. Jason said, a lump forming in his throat. He could see it from here, overgrown now. Weeds choking out the tomato plants, the roses his mother had tended so carefully now wild and unkempt. Everything dying, everything forgotten. "Listen," Olivia said, lowering her voice slightly, glancing back at the street as if to make sure no one else was listening. "I don't want to freak you out or anything, but have you noticed anything strange about the house?" Jason's grip tightened on the dish. His heart began to race. Strange how? He tried to keep his voice casual, tried to sound like this was just normal conversation, just neighbors chatting, nothing serious. "It's probably nothing, but—" Olivia hesitated, biting her lower lip. "Sometimes at night, I'd see lights moving around inside, even though no one was supposed to be there. And a few times, I could have sworn I heard music, like old music from the 40s or 50s, drifting from windows. That big band sound, the kind your grandparents might have listened to." Jason felt ice water trickle down his spine. "When did this start?" His voice was barely a whisper now, barely audible. "About a month after your parents died," Olivia said, her eyes searching his face for something, understanding maybe, or confirmation. "I called the police once, but by the time they got here, everything was quiet and dark. They checked the house, didn't find anything. Figured it was just, I don't know, the wind or something, or maybe someone had broken in and left before they arrived. But she paused, choosing her words carefully. But I don't think it was the wind, and I don't think it was a person either. What do you think it was? Jason asked, even though part of him didn't want to know the answer. Olivia looked at the house, really looked at it, and Jason saw something in her expression. Something like fear. Something like recognition. I think, she said slowly, I think your parents might not have left. Not completely. After Olivia left, Jason stood in the living room, holding the lasagna, his mind racing. The rational part of him, the part that had been trained by years of therapy, said it was all coincidence. Old houses, suggestible neighbors, his own fragile mental state, creating patterns where none existed. But there was another part, a deeper part, the part that had seen the muddy footprints, the part that had heard the footsteps, the part that had smelled his mother's perfume. That part whispered something different. What if the house really was haunted? What if his parents were still here? And if they were, why? Why would they stay? Why wouldn't they move on, find peace, whatever came after death? Unless they couldn't. Unless something was keeping them here. Something was holding them, trapping them. Jason set the lasagna on the kitchen counter. He needed to think, needed to figure this out. If he was losing his mind, if this was all just a psychotic break, then he needed to get help, go back to Meadowbrook, admit that he wasn't ready for the real world yet. But if it was real, if there really was something in this house, then he needed to know what and why. He spent the rest of the afternoon searching, going through every room, every closet, every drawer looking for what? He wasn't sure. Evidence, answers, anything that might explain what was happening. In his parents' bedroom, he found his mother's jewelry box. Her wedding ring was still inside, which was strange. She never took off her wedding ring. She'd worn it every day for 36 years. Why would it be here? In his father's study, he found a stack of bills, unpaid bills, electric, water, phone, all dated after their death, all marked with his father's handwriting. We'll pay next month. But there was no next month. Not for them. In the hall closet, he found coats. His mother's favorite blue cardigan, his father's work jacket, both still smelling faintly of them, of home, of a life that was gone forever. Jason buried his face in his mother's cardigan, breathing deeply, and for just a moment, just one brief moment, he felt like a child again, safe and loved and whole. But then he noticed something else. The coats were damp. Not just slightly damp, but soaking wet, as if someone had been wearing them in the rain, recently, within the last few hours. Jason dropped the cardigan, stumbling backward. His mind struggled to process what he was seeing. It hadn't rained in 3 days. He knew that. He'd checked the weather before coming here. So why were the coats wet? Who had been wearing them? That night, Jason decided to stay awake, to watch, to see if anything would happen. He couldn't keep living like this, jumping at every sound, seeing shadows in every corner, doubting his own sanity. He needed answers, even if those answers terrified him. He made coffee, strong and black, and positioned himself in the living room with the clear view of both the stairs and the front hallway. His phone was fully charged, his pocket knife was open and ready on the table beside him, and he'd taken his medication early just in case. Hours passed. The clock on the mantel ticked steadily, marking time with mechanical indifference. Jason's eyelids grew heavy. The coffee wasn't helping anymore. His medication made him drowsy, and fighting it was like trying to swim against a riptide. His head bobbed, his eyes closing for just a second, just a moment, and when they opened, he was just starting to doze when he heard it. Music. Faint, distant, but unmistakable. A crackling, old-fashioned sound, like a record player spinning, like something from another era, another time. The kind of music his grandparents might have danced to, slow and romantic and achingly beautiful. Jason's eyes snapped open. He was fully alert now, adrenaline washing away the exhaustion like ice water in his veins. His heart pounded. His hands gripped the armrests of the chair. Every instinct screamed at him to run, to get out of this house, to never look back. But he couldn't. He needed to know. He needed to see. The music was coming from upstairs, from his parents' study. He grabbed a flashlight and a knife from the kitchen, his hands trembling, and slowly climbed the stairs. Each step seemed to creak louder than the last, announcing his presence to whatever was waiting above. The music grew clearer, a woman's voice, singing about love and loss in that distinctive style from decades past. Jason recognized the song. His grandmother used to play it. He couldn't remember the name, but he knew it, had heard it 100 times as a child, spinning on his grandmother's old record player while she hummed along, lost in memories of her youth. The sound was coming from his parents' study, the one room Jason hadn't entered yet, the one room he'd been avoiding. There was something about that room, something that made his skin crawl, made his stomach twist with dread. His father had always kept it locked when Jason was growing up. Private. He'd say, "My space." And Jason had learned not to ask questions, learned not to pry. The door was closed. A sliver of light showed beneath it, warm and golden, like candlelight. But Jason hadn't lit any candles, hadn't been in that room. So who? Jason reached for the doorknob. It was ice cold, cold enough that it burned his palm, cold enough that frost had formed on the brass, crystalline patterns spreading across the metal like frozen veins. He hesitated. Every rational thought in his mind screamed at him to turn around, to leave this house, to never come back. But he'd come this far. He'd spent 8 years fighting his demons. He wasn't going to run from them now. He turned the knob, pushed the door open. The study looked exactly as his father had left it. Books lining the walls, a large desk covered in papers, and in the corner, an old record player spinning. The turntable rotated slowly, hypnotically, the needle riding along invisible grooves. But there was no record on it. The turntable spun empty, yet the music continued, filling the room with its ghostly melody, impossibly loud, impossibly clear, as if the singer were standing right there, right beside him, breathing into his ear. Jason approached slowly. Each step felt like walking through water, like reality itself was thickening, becoming something else, something other. He reached out to touch the record player, his fingers trembling, and the moment his fingers made contact, the music stopped. Silence crashed down like a physical weight, the kind of silence that feels alive, the kind of silence that watches. And then, from behind him, a voice soft and familiar, achingly familiar, the voice that had sung him lullabies, had comforted him after nightmares, had told him that everything would be okay, even when it wasn't. "Jason, sweetheart, is that you?" He spun around. His mother stood in the doorway. Martha Miller looked exactly as he remembered, gray hair curled neatly, wearing her favorite blue cardigan, the one from the closet, the wet one, except now it was dry, pristine, perfect. She was smiling at him with that same warm, loving expression she always had, that smile that said no matter what happened, no matter how broken he was, she would always love him. "Mom," Jason's voice cracked. "But you're—" He couldn't finish the sentence, couldn't say the word, because saying it would make it real, would acknowledge what he already knew but couldn't accept. "I've been waiting for you," she said, taking a step into the room. Her movements were graceful, fluid, exactly as he remembered. She moved like his mother, talked like his mother, smiled like his mother, but something was wrong, something in her eyes, something missing, or maybe something added. "Your father and we've been waiting." Jason's mind screamed at him. This isn't real. This can't be real. She's dead. They're both dead. You saw the bodies. You identified them. You attended the funeral. This is a hallucination. Your worst hallucination yet. You need help. You need to get out. You need. But she looked so real, so solid, so he could see the tiny wrinkles around her eyes, the age spots on her hands, the familiar mole on her left cheek. Every detail was perfect. Every detail was right. How could his mind create something this detailed, this accurate? "I know what you're thinking," Martha said gently, her voice filled with understanding, with love, with that maternal compassion that had defined her entire life. "You think this is in your head. You think your illness is back. But it's not, sweetheart. I'm really here. We never left." She gestured around the study, at the books, at the desk, at everything his father had loved. "We've been here all along, waiting for you to come home." "This isn't happening." Jason backed away, his hand gripping the knife, so hard his knuckles turned white. So hard it hurt. He needed that pain, needed it to ground him, to remind him what was real. This is a hallucination. I need to call Dr. Reynolds. I need. You don't need the doctor. Another voice, deeper, rougher, weighted with years of authority. His father's voice. The voice that had taught him to ride a bike, had helped him with homework, had told him to be strong, to fight, to never give up. David Miller appeared beside his wife. He looked tired, older than Jason remembered. There were lines on his face that hadn't been there before, shadows under his eyes, a weariness that seemed to go bone deep. But it was definitely him, unmistakably him. "We need to talk to you, son," David said, and there was something in his voice, something urgent, something desperate, about what really happened to us, about this house, about why we can't leave. His eyes locked onto Jason's, and in them, Jason saw something that made his blood freeze. Fear. His father, the man who had never been afraid of anything, was terrified. Before I continue, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. We post new horror stories every week, and trust me, you don't want to miss what's coming next. The stories only get darker, the mysteries deeper, the terror more intense. So hit that subscribe button, turn on notifications, and let's continue this nightmare together. Jason's back hit the bookshelf. He was cornered, trapped between the desk and these things that wore his parents' faces. His rational mind fought against what he was seeing. This was impossible. Dead people didn't just show up in their old homes, didn't have conversations with their living children. This had to be a hallucination, had to be his illness returning. But if it was the most vivid, most convincing hallucination he'd ever experienced. "Stay away from me," he managed to say, though his voice lacked conviction, lacked strength, because part of him, a deep, aching part of him, wanted this to be real, wanted his parents back, wanted to believe that death wasn't the end, that love could transcend the grave. "Jason, please." Martha reached out, her hand extending toward him, and Jason saw it then, saw the wrongness. Her hand, it wasn't quite solid. The edges were blurred, fuzzy, like a photograph that was slightly out of focus. And when she moved, there was a delay, a microsecond between her intention and her action, like a video call with bad lag. "We're not here to hurt you," Martha continued, her voice wavering now, losing that warm tone, becoming something else, something hollow. "We're here to warn you. You need to leave this house. Tonight, before it's too late." Tears rolled down her cheeks, but they weren't normal tears. They were black, thick, and viscous, like oil, like ink. Too late for what? Jason demanded, though part of him didn't want to know the answer, didn't want to hear what his parents, or whatever was wearing their faces, had to say. David glanced at Martha. Something passed between them, some unspoken communication, and Jason saw fear flicker across both their faces, raw, primal fear, the kind that comes from experiencing true horror, from knowing something terrible, something unspeakable. "The house," David said finally, his voice dropping to barely a whisper. "It's not just a house. It's something else. Something that feeds. The house. It's not just a house. It's something else. Something that feeds." Jason felt his legs weaken, felt the room start to spin around him. Feeds on what? His voice was barely audible now, barely more than a breath. Martha's form flickered, like a candle flame caught in a draft. "On pain," she whispered. "On grief. On loneliness. It's been feeding on us for 6 months, draining us, keeping us here. We can't move on. We can't rest. We're trapped." Her voice broke, and more of those black tears streamed down her face, leaving dark trails on her cheeks like wounds. "That's why we stayed," David added, his form also beginning to flicker, to fade in and out of existence. "We were trying to protect you, trying to keep it from calling you back here. But the house is strong, stronger than we are. It wanted you. It's always wanted you, ever since you were a child." Jason's mind reeled, trying to process, try to understand. "What are you talking about?" "I grew up here. Nothing ever happened to me." "Are you sure about that?" David asked, and his eyes held a terrible knowledge, a horrible truth. "Think back, Jason. Think about your childhood. Really think about it. When did the voices start? When did you start seeing things that weren't there? When did your illness really begin? And suddenly, like a dam breaking, memories flooded back. Memories Jason had buried, had locked away in the deepest corners of his mind. He was 7 years old again, lying in bed in his childhood room, and there was something in the closet, something watching him through the crack in the door, whispering his name, telling him things, terrible things, showing him visions of death and decay and endless darkness. And his parents, they told him it was just nightmares, just his imagination, just a phase all children went through. But it wasn't. It had never been just nightmares. The house made you sick. Martha said softly, her voice filled with a grief so profound it seemed to echo through the room, through time itself. It got inside your head when you were just a boy. It planted its seeds, grew its roots deep into your mind. Everything that came after, the voices, the visions, the years at Meadowbrook, all of it started here, in this house. No, Jason shook his head violently, refusing to accept it, refusing to believe. No, I have an illness, chemical imbalance. Dr. Reynolds said, the doctors all said. The doctors were wrong. David interrupted, his voice firm despite his fading form. Or maybe they weren't. Maybe the house created that chemical imbalance. Maybe it rewired your brain to make you more susceptible, more open, more vulnerable to what it wanted to do to you. Either way, it doesn't matter now. What matters is that you leave, before it takes you completely, before you end up like us, trapped between life and death, neither one thing nor the other, just fading, slowly disappearing into nothing. The room grew colder. Jason could see his breath now, could feel ice forming on the windows. The lights flickered, once, twice, and in the darkness between flickers, Jason saw them, saw his parents as they really were, not the warm, loving figures from his memories, but twisted, corrupted versions. Their faces were pale, almost translucent. Their eyes were hollow, empty voids that seemed to go on forever. Their bodies were wrong, bent at angles that shouldn't be possible. And behind them, behind where they stood, Jason saw shadows, massive, writhing shadows that seemed to have substance, seemed to have purpose, seemed to have hunger. What is this place? Jason whispered, terror finally overwhelming his need to understand, his need for rational explanation. Because there was no rational explanation for this, no scientific theory that could account for what he was seeing, what he was experiencing. It's old, Martha said, her voice now coming from everywhere and nowhere, no longer quite human, older than the town, older than the state, maybe older than the country itself. Some places, some locations, they're thin. The barrier between our world and other places, it's weak, and things can cross over. Things that hunger, things that need to feed on human emotion, human pain, human suffering. This land, this spot where our house sits, it's one of those places. The Native Americans knew, David continued, his form almost completely transparent now. They avoided this area, called it cursed, called it the place where the dead walk. But settlers didn't listen. They never listen. They built here anyway. And one by one, the families that lived here, they all suffered, all went mad, all died in terrible ways, fires, murders, suicides. This house has stood for 160 years, and in that time, 47 people have died within its walls, died and never truly left. Jason felt his sanity slipping, felt the last threads of his rationality fraying. Why are you telling me this? Why now? Because tonight is different, Martha said, and her voice held a note of absolute desperation. Tonight is the equinox. The barrier is thinner than usual. The house is stronger than usual, and it's going to try to take you, to consume you completely. We've been fighting it, holding it back, but we're weak, so weak. We don't have much time left. Soon we'll be gone completely, absorbed into whatever this place truly is, and then there'll be nothing to protect you. The shadows behind him began to move, began to take shape. Jason could see forms in the darkness, dozens of them, maybe hundreds. All the people who had died in this house over the decades, all trapped, all suffering, all watching him with eyes that held nothing but pain and madness. You have to leave, David said, his voice fading now, becoming an echo. Run, Jason. Run and never come back. Burn the house if you have to. Tear it down to the foundation. Salt the earth. Do whatever it takes to make sure no one else ever lives here. Promise us. Promise us you'll. But he never finished, because the shadows surged forward. The things that had been wearing his parents' faces were suddenly yanked backward, pulled into the darkness like puppets on strings. Their forms dissolved, unraveled, scattered like smoke in a strong wind. And their screams. Oh God, their screams. Jason would hear those screams for the rest of his life. The sound of absolute terror, of unimaginable agony, of souls being torn apart. The door slammed shut behind him. The lock clicked. Jason spun around, grabbed the doorknob, yanked with all his strength, but wouldn't budge, wouldn't move. He was locked in, trapped in this room with the darkness that was now advancing, creeping across the floor like living oil, reaching for him with tendrils that seemed to have fingers, seemed to have claws, seemed to have teeth. No, no, no. Jason backed away, but there was nowhere to go. The room was small. The shadows were everywhere, growing, expanding, filling every corner, consuming every inch of space. He could hear whispers now, thousands of voices speaking at once, some begging for help, some laughing with insane glee, some just screaming, endlessly screaming. His back hit the window. He felt glass against his spine, cold, solid, unbreakable. Or was it? Jason grabbed the heavy desk lamp, smashed it against the window. Once, twice, 3 times. The glass cracked, spiderwebbed, but didn't break. And the shadows were getting closer. So close now that Jason could feel their cold, could smell their rot, could sense their hunger. He hit the window again harder, putting every ounce of strength and desperation into the blow. The glass shattered, exploded outward into the night. Fresh air rushed in cold and clean and wonderfully, beautifully real. Jason didn't hesitate, didn't think. He just jumped. He fell, the ground rushing up to meet him. He hit hard, felt something in his ankle snap. Pain exploded through his leg like lightning, but he couldn't stop, couldn't rest. He scrambled to his feet, or tried to. His broken ankle couldn't support his weight. He fell, crawled, dragged himself across the overgrown grass, away from the house, away from that window where he could still see the shadows writhing, still hear the voices calling his name, begging him to come back, promising him peace, promising him an end to his suffering. Jason pulled himself up using a tree, looked back at the house, and what he saw made his blood freeze. Every window was lit now, but not with electric light, with something else, something organic, something alive. And in every window, faces pressed against the glass, dozens of faces, hundreds of faces, all the trapped souls, all the consumed victims, all staring at him with eyes that held nothing but despair. And on the front porch, standing perfectly still, perfectly calm, were his parents, or what remained of them. They watched him, their faces expressionless now, empty, hollow. And behind them, towering over the house itself, Jason saw something, a shape, massive and terrible and wrong in ways that hurt to look at, something that existed in more dimensions than human eyes were meant to perceive, something that had been there all along, hiding in the spaces between walls, lurking in the foundation, woven into the very structure of the house itself. The house wasn't haunted. The house was alive, and it was hungry. Jason turned and ran, or rather, limped and stumbled and crawled down Blackwood Lane, away from that cursed place. His ankle screamed with every movement, but fear and adrenaline pushed him forward. He could hear it behind him, feel it behind him, the house reaching out, trying to pull him back, like invisible hands grabbing at his clothes, his hair, his soul. He made it to the main road, flagged down a passing car, some teenager who took one look at Jason's face, his wild eyes, his bleeding hands, his twisted ankle, and immediately called 911. Jason babbled, tried to explain, but the words wouldn't come, couldn't come. How could he explain what he'd seen, what he'd experienced? How could he make anyone understand? The ambulance came. Paramedics loaded him inside, asked questions he couldn't answer. In the rearview mirror, as they pulled away, Jason caught one last glimpse of the Miller house. It looked normal now. Quiet, dark, innocent. Just an old house at the end of a dead-end street. But Jason knew better. Jason knew the truth. That house was waiting, always waiting, for the next victim, for the next family, for the next soul to consume. The hospital kept Jason for 3 days. They treated his broken ankle, stitched up his hands where the glass had cut him, gave him sedatives when he wouldn't stop talking about shadows and voices and his dead parents. They called Dr. Reynolds. Of course, they called Dr. Reynolds. And the good doctor came, sat by Jason's bed, and in that calm, measured voice, suggested that perhaps Jason needed to return to Meadowbrook, that perhaps the stress of his parents' death and moving back home had triggered a severe episode, that perhaps his medication needed to be adjusted. Jason didn't argue, didn't try to convince them. He'd learned long ago that trying to convince people your hallucinations were real only made them think you were crazier. So he nodded, agreed to whatever they suggested, took his pills like a good patient, and waited. On the 4th day, when they finally released him, Jason went directly to the town records office. A kind woman named Delilah Martinez helped him search through decades of documents, property records, death certificates, newspaper archives. And there it was, all of it. Everything his parents had told him was true. The Miller house had been built in 1863 by a man named Cornelius Thorne, a wealthy merchant who had moved to Ashford with his wife and 3 children. Within 6 months, his wife had drowned herself in the bathtub. His eldest son had hanged himself from the attic rafters. His daughter had walked into the forest and was never seen again. And Cornelius himself had been found in the basement, having clawed his own eyes out, still alive, still screaming about the shadows that wouldn't stop watching him. After that, the house had passed through 17 different owners. Every single one had either died in the house or gone insane. There were reports of strange sounds, unexplained lights, objects moving on their own. And in every case, the occupants reported the same thing. They felt watched. They felt the house feeding on them, draining them, consuming them. The last family before the Millers had been the Hendersons. They'd lasted 3 months before the father had taken an axe to his entire family, killing his wife and 2 sons before turning the weapon on himself. That had been in 1974. The house had sat empty for nearly a decade before Jason's father, not knowing its history, not understanding its nature, had bought it at a bargain price. Jason photocopied everything. Every document, every newspaper article, every death certificate. He needed proof, needed evidence, because he knew what he had to do now, knew what his parents had begged him to do. It took Jason 3 weeks to arrange everything. 3 weeks of planning, of gathering materials, of waiting for the right moment. He rented a car, drove back to Ashford in the dead of night. The house was dark when he arrived. Silent, patient, waiting. Jason didn't go inside, didn't even approach the front door. Instead, he walked around the perimeter, pouring gasoline from the 5 containers he'd brought, soaking the walls, the foundation, the porch, the windows. He poured it everywhere, until the smell was overwhelming, until the fumes made him dizzy. Then he struck the match. The fire caught quickly, hungrily, racing across the gasoline trails like a living thing. Within minutes, the entire house was engulfed, flames reaching toward the sky, smoke billowing in thick black clouds. And as Jason watched from across the street, he could have sworn he heard screaming, not from the fire, but from inside, from the walls themselves. Dozens of voices, hundreds of voices, crying out as the flames consumed them, released them, freed them from their eternal prison. The fire department came, but there was nothing they could do. The house was too far gone. They could only stand back and watch as it burned, as 160 years of accumulated evil and suffering went up in flames. Jason stayed until the end, until the last wall collapsed, until all that remained was a blackened foundation and smoking rubble. As the sun began to rise, Jason thought he saw them, standing in the ashes, no longer flickering, no longer transparent. His parents, solid, real, whole. They looked at him, and for the first time since he'd seen them in that study, they smiled. Real smiles, genuine smiles, smiles of peace, of release, of gratitude. Martha blew him a kiss. David gave him a nod, that same nod he'd given Jason when Jason had hit his first home run. when Jason had graduated high school, when Jason had made him proud. And then they were gone. Not dragged away. Not consumed. Just gone. Moving on to whatever came next. Jason never returned to Ashford. He sold the land, all of it, to the town with one condition: that nothing ever be built there again. The town council agreed. They'd known about the house's history, had always known, but had kept quiet, afraid of hurting property values, afraid of looking foolish. Now they couldn't deny it anymore. Too many deaths, too many tragedies, too many broken families. They turned a lot into a memorial park, a quiet space with benches and trees, a place for people to sit and remember. There's a plaque there now. It lists the names of everyone who died in that house. 47 souls, including Martha and David Miller. Jason visits sometimes, sits on a bench, talks to his parents, tells them about his life. Because he does have a life now. A real one. The voices never came back. The shadows never returned. It was as if burning the house had burned away whatever it had planted in his mind all those years ago. Dr. Reynolds was amazed, called it a spontaneous remission, a psychiatric miracle. Jason let him believe that. Some truths were too terrible to share, too dangerous to speak aloud. Jason moved to a small apartment in New Hampshire, got a job at a bookstore, started dating a woman named Cassidy, who worked at the coffee shop next door, began living the normal, ordinary life he'd always wanted, the life the house had stolen from him. But sometimes, late at night, when he's alone in the dark, he thinks about what his father said, about thin places, about barriers between worlds, about things that hunger for human suffering, and he wonders, how many other houses are out there? How many other families are suffering right now, trapped in homes that are slowly consuming them, draining them, breaking them? How many other places exist where the dead don't rest, where shadows have substance, where evil is not an abstract concept but a tangible, living, hungry thing? Jason learned to live with these questions, learned to accept that some mysteries don't have answers, that some horrors can't be explained away, that the world is stranger and darker and more dangerous than most people will ever know. He takes his medication still, not because he needs it, but because it helps him sleep, helps quiet the part of his mind that remembers too much, that knows too much. And every year, on the anniversary of the fire, Jason lights a candle, says a prayer for all the souls who suffered in that house, for all the families who were destroyed, for all the people who died never understanding what was killing them. And he says a special prayer for his parents, for Martha and David Miller, who even in death, even as they were being consumed by something ancient and evil, found the strength to warn him, to save him, to sacrifice what little remained of themselves so their son might live. That's love, real love, the kind that transcends death, the kind that fights back against the darkness, the kind that never, ever gives up. 3 months after the fire, Jason received a package, no return address. Inside was a letter, written in his father's handwriting, but that was impossible. Jason had watched his father's ghost disappear, had seen him move on. This couldn't be from him, could it? The letter was brief. Son, if you're reading this, then you made it out. You survived. I'm writing this 6 months before we died, before the accident that wasn't really an accident. The house is getting stronger. We can feel it feeding on us, draining us. We know what's going to happen. We've seen it happen to too many others. By the time you read this, we'll be gone. But we need you to know something. You were never sick. The doctors were wrong. You were sensitive. You could feel the house, feel what it really was. And it terrified you, broke you, made you doubt your own mind. But you were right all along. Everything you saw as a child, everything you felt, it was real. We're sorry we didn't believe you. Sorry we sent you away. Sorry we let the house hurt you. But we're going to make it right. We're going to fight it. We're going to hold it back long enough for you to escape, to destroy it, to end this. We love you, Jason. We always have. We always will. Even death can't change that. Be happy. Live the life we couldn't. And never forget, you're stronger than you know. Stronger than the darkness. Stronger than the fear. You survived the house. You can survive anything. Love always. MOM and Dad. Jason read the letter 3 times, tears streaming down his face. His parents had known, had understood, had planned their own sacrifice. They hadn't died in an accident. They died fighting, trying to weaken the house, trying to give Jason a chance. He folded the letter carefully, placed it in a frame, hung it on his wall, a reminder of what his parents had done, of the price they'd paid, of the love that had saved him. Now Jason helps others, people who reach out online, who share stories of houses that feel wrong, of shadows that move on their own, of voices that whisper in the night. He doesn't tell them they're crazy, doesn't dismiss their experiences. Instead, he listens, believes, and sometimes, when the situation sounds familiar, when the signs are there, he helps them get out, helps them escape before it's too late, because he knows the truth now, knows it in his bones, in his soul. Not all houses are just wooden nails. Not all shadows are cast by light. And not all voices in the dark are hallucinations. Some of them are real. Some of them are warnings. And some of them are the desperate cries of souls trapped between worlds, begging for anyone to hear them, to help them, to set them free. Jason heard them, and he answered, and he survived. But he knows he was lucky. So many others aren't. The Miller house is gone now, reduced to ash and memory. But the land remembers. The earth remembers. And on certain nights, when the barrier between worlds grows thin, people walking past a memorial park report strange things. Cold spots on warm evenings, the smell of smoke when nothing is burning, the sound of music drifting on the wind, old-fashioned music from another era. And sometimes, if you're there at just the right moment, just the wrong moment, you might see them. 2 figures standing in the empty lot. A woman in a blue cardigan. A man with tired eyes. Watching. Waiting. Making sure the house stays dead. Making sure it never comes back. Making sure no one else suffers what they suffered. Martha and David Miller. Still protecting their son. Still standing guard. Even in death. Even after death. Because some bonds can never be broken. Some love never dies. And some battles continue long after the war seems won. Jason knows they're there, can feel them sometimes when he visits. A warmth in the cold, a light in the darkness, a presence that says, "We're proud of you, we love you, we're still here." And he talks to them, tells them about his life, about Cassidy, about the bookstore, about all the people he's helped. All the families he saved from houses like the one that tried to consume them all. He tells them they can rest now, that they've done enough, that they deserve peace. But they don't leave. They stay, always watching, always protecting, because that's what parents do. That's what love does. It endures. It persists. It fights back against the darkness, even when the darkness seems infinite, even when hope seems lost. Even when death itself stands in the way. Thank you so much for watching this story. I hope it kept you on the edge of your seat, made your heart race, made you question what's real and what's not. These stories, these experiences, they remind us that the world is far stranger than we imagine, far darker than we want to believe. And sometimes, the things we dismiss as imagination or illness are actually glimpses of something real, something ancient, something that exists just beyond the veil of our everyday perception. What did you think of Jason's story? Do you believe in haunted houses? Have you ever experienced something you couldn't explain, something that made you question reality itself? I want to hear your stories, your experiences. Drop them in the comments below. Share what happened to you, what you saw, what you felt, because these stories matter. Your experiences matter. And who knows? Maybe your story will be the next one I share. Maybe your experience will help someone else realize they're not alone. They're not crazy. And what they're experiencing is real. And let me know what kind of stories you want to see next. Do you want more haunted house stories? Stories about cursed objects, tales of demonic possession, urban legends that might be true, ghost stories from around the world, missing persons cases with supernatural elements? Write in the comments. Tell me what keeps you awake at night. Tell me what terrifies you, and I'll find the stories that will make your nightmares seem tame. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button Smash that like. Turn on the notification bell so you never miss a story. We post new content every week, and trust me, the stories only get darker from here. The mystery is deeper, the terror more intense, because reality, true reality, is far more frightening than any fiction. Where are you watching from? What time is it where you are? Are you alone right now? In a dark room? In an old house? Somewhere that feels off? Somewhere that watches back when you watch it? Tell me in the comments. I love knowing where my viewers are, what they're experiencing, how these stories affect them. Stay safe out there. Keep your lights on. Trust your instincts. And remember, if a house feels wrong, if it makes your skin crawl, if it whispers to you in the night, get out. Don't stay. Don't try to tough it out. Because some places, some houses, they're not meant for the living. They're hungry. They're patient. And they're always, always waiting. Until next time. This is the Shadow Script, reminding you that the shadows have stories to tell. And sometimes, those stories are true. Sweet dreams. If you dare. Hello everyone, my name is Ashton, and today I'm going to share with you something that still keeps me awake at night. Something that changed my life forever. This isn't just another story. This is real. This happened to me. And I'm still trying to process everything I witnessed that night. Everything I experienced in the months that followed. The terror that has become my constant companion. Now, before we dive into this, I need you to imagine something. Imagine finding yourself trapped in a place where every shadow moves, where every sound echoes with malice, where the walls themselves seem to breathe, where reality bends and twists until you can't tell what's real anymore. That's exactly what happened to me, and what I discovered inside that mansion. It wasn't just terrifying. It was something that should have never been found, something that has cursed me ever since. Before I begin, I can see that 80% of my viewers haven't subscribed yet while watching my videos, so please, if you're enjoying this content, hit that subscribe button, smash the like, and turn on the bell icon so you never miss another story. Also, I'd love to know where you're watching this from. Drop a comment below. Tell me what time it is where you are, and if you have your own horror story, email us or comment below. I read every single one. Now let's get into this, and I warn you, what you're about to hear will change the way you look at the world, at wealth, at power, at the very fabric of reality itself. It all started 6 months ago. I was 24 years old, living in a small apartment on the outskirts of Vancouver, struggling to make ends meet, barely surviving, drowning in debt and despair. I had dropped out of college 2 years prior, not because I was lazy, not because I didn't have dreams, but because life had other plans for me. My father had passed away from cancer, leaving behind nothing but debt, mountains of it, crushing, suffocating. And my mother, she needed constant care after a stroke, watching her struggle every day, seeing her deteriorate. It broke something inside me. So there I was, working 3 part-time jobs, barely sleeping 4 hours a night, barely living, just existing in this endless cycle of work and worry. My morning shift was at a convenience store from 6 to 11. Then I'd rush to a restaurant where I'd wash dishes until 6 in the evening. And then my night job, the one that started everything. I was a security guard at a shopping complex downtown, from 10 at night until 6 in the morning. The pay was terrible, minimum wage, but it was something. During those long, empty nights, walking through silent corridors, checking locked doors, I'd scroll through my phone, looking at pictures of places I'd never go, lives I'd never live, mansions I'd never step foot in. That's when I first saw it, the Blackwell estate. And even then, even in that first moment, something about it called to me, whispered to me, like it knew I was looking, like it was waiting. It was featured in some architecture magazine article, talking about the most extravagant homes in British Columbia. The mansion belonged to Victor Blackwell, a tech billionaire who'd made his fortune in artificial intelligence and data mining. The article mentioned he was rarely there, spending most of his time at his other properties around the world. Dubai, Singapore, Monaco, living a life so far removed from mine it might as well have been on another planet. The house sat on 40 acres of private land, surrounded by dense forest, completely isolated from civilization. No neighbors for miles, no witnesses. I remember staring at those photos during my shift. The mansion was massive Gothic architecture mixed with modern elements, Stone gargoyles perched on the corners, like silent sentinels, floor-to-ceiling windows that seemed to stare back at you. Judging measuring. There was something unsettling about it even in pictures, something wrong. But I couldn't look away. I kept going back to those photos, night after night, like an addiction. Weeks passed, and my situation got worse, so much worse. Mom's medical bills were piling up faster than I could count. I was getting threatening letters from debt collectors, calls at all hours. They were going to take the apartment, take everything. I was drowning in an ocean of debt with no shore in sight. I stopped eating properly. Lost weight I couldn't afford to lose. Developed a twitch in my left eye from stress and exhaustion. I could feel myself breaking apart, piece by piece. That's when I met Ryder. He was a regular at the convenience store, where I worked my morning shift mid-30s, always impeccably dressed. Expensive clothes that probably cost more than my monthly rent, designer watches, shoes that gleamed even under the harsh fluorescent lights. He drove a car that cost more than I'd make in 10 years, maybe 20. A sleek black thing that purred like a predator. At first, he was just another customer, polite, friendly. Always bought the same thing, black coffee, and a newspaper old school. But then he started lingering, started conversations, asked me how I was doing. And there was something about him, something that made you want to talk, want to trust. I don't know why. Maybe it was desperation. Maybe it was his eyes. They were kind. Or at least they seemed kind at the time. One morning, after a particularly rough night, where I'd cried in the storage room during my break, he struck up a conversation, asked me how I was doing, really doing. And I don't know why, but I opened up to him, told him about my struggles, about Dad, about Mom, about the debt, about feeling like I was suffocating, like there was no way out, no light at the end of this endless tunnel. He listened, really listened, nodding in all the right places, his expression sympathetic, understanding. Then he said something that would change everything. What if I told you there was a way to solve all your problems, one night, one job, enough money to clear your debts, and then some, enough to give your mother the care she deserves, enough to finally breathe again? I should have walked away right then. Every instinct should have screamed danger. But desperation makes you do stupid things, makes you ignore warning signs, makes you reach for lifelines even when you can see they're attached to anchors. He leaned in closer, and I could smell his cologne, expensive, intoxicating, and he whispered, "Victor Blackwell keeps a safe in his mansion. Inside that safe is something worth millions, cryptocurrency keys, untraceable, life-changing. He's currently in Singapore for the next 2 weeks. The house is empty, completely empty. The security system has a blind spot. I know because I used to work for a security company. I helped install it. I know every weakness, every flaw. I need someone to go in, someone unknown, someone desperate enough to take the risk, get what's in that safe, and we split it 50-50. $1.5 million each, cash freedom, a new life." I told him he was crazy, that I wasn't a thief, that I couldn't do something like that. But even as I said it, I could feel the temptation, the pull. He just smiled, pulled out his phone, and showed me a number. $3 million. That's what he said was waiting in that safe. Not cash, but something even more valuable, cryptocurrency keys. Bitcoin, Ethereum, other currencies I'd never heard of, untraceable, impossible to track, life-changing. Think about it, Ashton, one night, a few hours, and all your problems disappear. Your mother gets the best care. You can go back to school, live the life you deserve. No one gets hurt. Blackwell won't even notice it's gone. He's got billions. This is pocket change to him. But to you, to us, it's everything. I went home that night, couldn't sleep, just stared at the ceiling, listening to my mother's labored breathing from the next room, the medical equipment beeping softly, a rhythm that had become the soundtrack of my life. I got up, walked to the kitchen, looked at the unpaid bills stacked on the table, eviction notice, final warnings, threats of legal action. I thought about my father, how hard he worked his entire life, 60-hour weeks, never taking vacation, always providing, and he died with nothing, died leaving us with less than nothing, with debt and grief. I made my decision. God help me. I made my decision. The next morning, I found Ryder at the store, told him I was in. He smiled, that same warm smile, and clasped my shoulder like we were old friends, like we were in this together. You won't regret this, Ashton. I promise. This is going to change everything. We spent the next 2 days planning. He showed me blueprints of the mansion, floor plans, security camera placements, told me about the blind spot on the east side, a wiring issue that Blackwell had never bothered to fix because he was rarely there, showed me photos of the safe, the combination, the exact location, 3rd floor, west wing, private study. The hardest part is just getting in. Once you're inside, it's simple, 30 minutes maximum, in and out, and we're both rich. 3 days later, Ryder picked me up at midnight. I told my mother I was taking an extra shift, lied to her. The guilt of that still eats at me. He drove a different car this time, something nondescript, forgettable. We drove for almost 2 hours into the mountains. The roads got narrower, darker, trees pressing in from both sides like walls, until we finally reached a private road with the gate. He had a key, apparently stolen from his time with the security company. The gate creaked open, a sound like a scream in the silence, and we drove through. The forest here was different, older, the trees massive and twisted, their branches forming a canopy so thick that barely any moonlight penetrated. It felt wrong, like we were driving into some other place, some other world. The mansion appeared through the trees like something from a nightmare, like it had materialized from the darkness itself. It was even more imposing in person. The stone walls seemed to absorb the moonlight rather than reflect it. Those windows like empty eye sockets staring down at us. Every instinct in my body screamed to turn back, to tell Ryder to turn around, to forget this whole thing. But I thought about that 3 million, about freedom, about Mom getting the care she needed, about finally breathing again. Ryder parked the car in the woods about half a mile from the house, hidden behind some dense brush, gave me a backpack with tools, flashlight, lockpicks, gloves, and a small earpiece, so we could communicate. The blind spot is on the east side. There's a service entrance near the kitchen. The alarm system doesn't cover it because of some wiring issue they never fixed. Get in, the safe is in his private study on the 3rd floor, west wing. You'll need this combination. He handed me a piece of paper with numbers scrawled on it. 3, 23, 15, 42. Get in, get out, 30 minutes maximum. I'll be here waiting, monitoring, guiding you. You can do this, Ashton. Just stay calm, stay focused. My hands were shaking as I made my way through the forest. The trees seemed to lean and watch it. I could hear sounds, rustling in the undergrowth, branches breaking. But whenever I turned, there was nothing, just darkness and shadows. The mansion grew larger with each step, and I could feel its presence, heavy, oppressive, wrong, like it was alive, like it was aware of me. But I pushed forward, kept moving, thinking about Mom, about the dead, about freedom. The service entrance was exactly where Ryder said it would be. The door was old, wooden, with a simple lock that looked like it hadn't been used in years. Rust and decay. I pulled out the lockpicks, my hands trembling so badly it took me several attempts, 5 minutes that felt like hours. Finally, I heard the click, felt the mechanism give way. The door swung open with a groan that echoed through the empty house, a sound that seemed to wake something, to announce my presence. I stepped inside. The smell hit me first. Old wood dust, mildew, but underneath that something else, something metallic, like copper and rust, like old blood. The kitchen was massive, commercial-grade appliances, Sub-Zero refrigerator, Viking range, marble countertops that probably cost more than my entire apartment, everything covered in a thin layer of dust. It was clear no one had been here in a while, just like Ryder said, but it felt wrong. It felt staged, like a set waiting for actors. I clicked on my flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness, illuminating dust particles floating in the air like tiny ghosts. I'm in. I whispered into the earpiece, my voice sounding too loud in the silence. Good. Ryder's voice crackled back, reassuring calm. Head to the main hallway, find the staircase, 3rd floor, west wing. Remember, 30 minutes, you've got this. Before I share what happened next, I need to ask you something. Have you ever been in a place that just felt wrong, where the air itself seems heavy, where every instinct tells you to leave? If you have, then you know what I'm talking about. If you haven't, I hope you never do. But if you're enjoying this story, if you want to hear more like this, please hit that subscribe button. turn on notifications, and drop a comment below telling me what you think so far. Your support keeps this channel going, keeps these stories being told. Now back to the mansion. I moved through the kitchen into a grand hallway. My footsteps echoed on the marble floors, each step announcing my presence. The walls were lined with paintings, portraits of people I didn't recognize, men and women in old-fashioned clothes, but their eyes seemed to follow me as I walked. The beam of my flashlight danced across their faces, and I swear some of them looked afraid, like they were trying to warn me, try to tell me to run. The main hallway opened into an enormous foyer, 2 stories tall, a chandelier hanging from the ceiling like a frozen waterfall, crystals that caught my flashlight and threw strange patterns on the walls. The main staircase was at the center, massive, spiraling upward into darkness, red carpet running down the middle, worn thin in the center from countless footsteps, more portraits on the walls. The higher the stairs went, the older the portraits seemed, faces from centuries past, and that wrong feeling grew stronger, heavier. I started climbing, my hand on the banister, the wood smooth and cold. The higher I climbed, the colder it got. My breath started fogging in the beam of my flashlight, which didn't make sense. It was summer, should have been warm, but the temperature was dropping with each step, like I was descending instead of ascending, like I was going down into something rather than up. "You doing okay, Ashton?" Ryder's voice crackled in my ear. "Talk to me." Yeah, I'm fine. Just cold, really cold." "That's just nerves. Keep moving. You're doing great." But it wasn't nerves. I knew that even then. This cold was different, unnatural. It came from inside, from the walls, from the house itself. Second floor, the hallway stretched in both directions, impossibly long, doors lining both sides, all closed. I could feel eyes on me, stronger now. But every time I turned, there was nothing, just shadows and dust and those closed doors. I had this overwhelming urge to open one, to see what was behind them, but I didn't. I kept moving, kept climbing. Third floor. I turned west. The hallway here was different. The walls were darker, painted a deep burgundy that looked almost black in my flashlight, the carpet thicker, absorbing sound, absorbing light. It felt wrong up here, like the air itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen, waiting for me. The portraits here were different too, more recent, and I recognized some of the faces. Celebrities, politicians, business leaders, people I'd seen on the news, on magazine covers. But something was off about them, their eyes. They all had the same eyes, dark, too dark, like pools of ink. I counted the doors. Ryder had said the study was the 4th door on the left. I reached it. The door was heavy dark wood, with an ornate handle shaped like a serpent eating its own tail. I turned it, and it opened smooth, silent, like it had been waiting for me. The study was enormous. Bookshelves lined every wall from floor to ceiling, thousands of books, leather-bound, ancient-looking. A massive desk sat in the center, mahogany, covered in papers and what looked like old letters, and behind it, floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the forest. But what caught my attention was the portrait above the fireplace. Victor Blackwell himself, life-size, dominating the room. He was tall, thin, pale skin that seemed to glow in my flashlight, wearing an expensive suit. But his eyes were completely black, like pools of ink. No whites, no iris, just black. I told myself it was just a painting style, artistic license, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he was watching me, that those eyes were following me, seeing me. "I'm in the study," I whispered, my voice trembling. Good. The safe is behind the portrait. There's a latch on the right side, small brass. You'll have to reach up." Ryder's voice guided me, calm, reassuring. I approached the fireplace, the portrait looming over me, those black eyes staring down, judging. I reached up, felt along the frame, found the latch. It was cold, ice cold. I pressed it, heard a click, and the portrait swung forward like a door, revealing a wall safe, just like Ryder said. I pulled out the paper with the combination, my hands trembling, started turning the dial, left to 3, right to 23, left to 15, right to 42. Each number clicking into place, the sound impossibly loud in the silent room. Click. The safe opened. But what I saw inside, it wasn't cryptocurrency keys. It wasn't money. It wasn't anything Ryder had described. It was a leather journal, old, worn, with a symbol burned into the cover, a circle with strange markings around it, geometric patterns that hurt to look at, that seemed to move when you weren't looking directly at them. And beneath that, dozens of photographs, hundreds maybe stacked thick. My heart was pounding as I picked up the journal, opened it. The handwriting inside was erratic, some pages neat and careful, others scrawled frantically, like someone writing in panic and fear. I read the first entry, dated 10 years ago. They told me it would give me everything I wanted: power, wealth, influence, immortality. All I had to do was make the exchange. I thought they meant money. I thought they were speaking metaphorically. I was wrong. They wanted something else, something I didn't think I'd miss, something I didn't think I needed. But now I understand. Now I know what I've become, what I've lost. And there's no going back, never going back. The Covenant owns me now, owns my soul, owns everything I am and ever was. My blood ran cold, ice in my veins. I flipped through more pages, each entry more disturbing than the last, talking about rituals, sacrifices, gatherings in the woods, something called the Covenant, descriptions of ceremonies that made my stomach turn, of people, young people, brought to the mansion, of what happened to them, of what Victor had become. And then I saw the photographs. They were surveillance photos, professional quality, dozens of them, of different people, young people, all around my age, all looking desperate, scared. Each photo had a date stamped on it, locations, times, and a single word written in red ink. Collected, the word written with such precision, such finality. I recognized some of the faces. They'd been on the news: missing persons, cold cases, people who vanished without a trace. Melissa Thornton disappeared from Seattle 3 years ago. James Fletcher, last seen in Portland 5 years ago. Sarah Windsor vanished from Vancouver 2 years ago. All those faces, all those lives gone. My hand was shaking as I flipped through the stack. More and more photos, spanning decades, some in black and white, some faded with age, going back years to hits. And then, at the bottom of the stack, my hands nearly dropped everything. My heart stopped, my breath caught in my throat. There was a photo of me, taken 3 days ago, outside the convenience store, talking to Ryder. The angle, the clarity, like someone had been standing right there, watching, photographing. And written beneath it in that same red ink: "Next, Ashton." The world tilted, reality shifted. I felt like I was falling even though I was standing still. This wasn't a random burglary. This was an opportunity. This was a trap. Carefully planned, meticulously executed. I was the prey. Had been from the beginning. And I'd walked right into it. "Ryder." I whispered urgently into the earpiece, my voice cracking. "Ryder, this is a setup. We need to leave. Now. Do you hear me? Ryder." Nothing but static, harsh crackling. "Ryder, can you hear me? Ryder, answer me." The lights in the study suddenly flickered on, all at once, every lamp, every fixture, blinding after the darkness. I spun around, my eyes struggling to adjust, and standing in the doorway was a man. Tall, thin, pale skin, wearing an expensive suit, perfectly tailored. Victor Blackwell. But he wasn't supposed to be here. He was supposed to be in Singapore, halfway around the world. And his eyes, just like in the portrait, completely black, no whites, no color. Just endless black that seemed to go on forever, seemed to pull you in. He smiled, but it wasn't a human smile. It was too wide, showing too many teeth. Teeth that seemed too white, too sharp. "Hello, Ashton. We've been expecting you. We've been watching you for quite some time, waiting, planning, making sure everything was perfect." I grabbed the journal and photographs, shoved them in my backpack, my hands moving on instinct, on terror. "Stay away from me. I'm leaving right now." He took a step forward, and I noticed something that made my skin crawl. He didn't walk normally. It was more like he glided, his feet barely touching the ground. No sound, no footsteps, just movement, smooth, predatory. You weren't supposed to see those. Ryder was only supposed to bring you here, deliver you, not let you find my collection, my trophies. He'll be punished for that oversight, severely punished. What did you do to him? Where is Ryder? What is this? Victor's smile widened impossibly further, stretching beyond what should be possible, beyond human. Ryder has served his purpose, just as you will. You see, Ashton, every 10 years, the covenant requires a renewal, a fresh exchange. Your desperation, your pain, your youth, your life force. It's exactly what we need. Exactly what sustains us. What keeps us powerful, immortal. We've been doing this for centuries, perfecting the process. And you're perfect, so desperate, so willing to compromise, to take that step into darkness. I backed toward the window, my backpack heavy with evidence, with truth. You're insane, this is insane. Let me go, just let me leave. Insane. No, I'm eternal. I've lived for over 200 years. I've built empires, toppled governments, shaped the modern world, all because I made the exchange, all because I joined the covenant. Do you know what true power costs, Ashton? Everything, your humanity, your soul, your very essence. But in return, the world bows before you, kings and presidents, celebrities and prophets. They all serve, all worship, all feed the machine. The temperature in the room dropped further, my breath coming out in great white clouds. I could see frost forming on the windows, spreading like crystalline veins. The shadows in the corners began to move, to take shape, to solidify, figures emerging from the darkness, dozens of them. The faces from the photographs, the missing people. But they weren't alive. They weren't dead. They were something else, something in between, hollow, empty. Their eyes just like Victor's, black pools of nothing. Join us, Ashton. Become part of the covenant. Let us consume your desperation, your fear, your essence, and in return, we'll give you power beyond imagining. Or refuse, and become part of my collection. Trapped, aware, suffering forever either way. You're not leaving this mansion, not alive. Not as you are now. They moved closer, those shadow figures, reaching for me with hands that weren't quite solid. I could hear them whispering, voices layered over voices, begging, screaming, crying out in languages I didn't understand. In anguish that transcended language, I did the only thing I could think of, the only option left. I grabbed a chair, heavy mahogany, and hurled it at the window with every ounce of strength I had. The glass shattered, exploded outward. Cold night air rushed in, carrying with it the smell of pine and earth and freedom. Without thinking, without hesitating, without considering the fall, I jumped. The fall should have killed me, should have ended everything. It was 3 stories, 40 feet, onto stone and earth, but I landed in thick bushes that broke my fall, branches tearing at my clothes, at my skin, scratching my face, my hands. Pain shot through my body, my ankle twisted, my shoulder dislocated. But adrenaline pushed me forward, blocked the pain, gave me strength I didn't know I had. I could hear Victor's voice echoing from above, from the shattered window, impossibly loud, shaking the air. Run all you want, Ashton. The covenant sees everything. We are everywhere. You can't escape. You can't hide. You're ours now, Marked claimed. You'll run until you can't anymore. And then we'll collect you, like all the others. I ran into the forest, branches tearing at my clothes, at my skin, roots trying to trip me. The moonlight barely penetrated the canopy, darkness pressing in from all sides. I pulled out my phone, my hand shaking, no signal. Of course there was no signal. Not out here, not in their territory. I ran in what I hoped was the direction of Ryder's car. My only hope, my only escape. That's when I heard them, footsteps behind me, multiple sets moving fast, impossibly fast. No human could move that fast. I looked back and saw them, those shadow figures, dozens of them, hundreds flowing through the trees like smoke, like fog, their hollow eyes fixed on me, their mouths open in silent screams, their hands reaching. I ran faster, my lungs burning, my legs screaming in agony, branches whipping my face, drawing blood. I could feel them behind me, feel their presence, cold, suffocating. I could see Ryder's car ahead, maybe 100 yards, maybe salvation. I reached it, yanked open the driver's side door. The keys were still in the ignition. Thank God. Thank God. But when I looked at the passenger seat, I saw it, Ryder's phone, and a note, and that same elegant handwriting from the photographs. Thank you for the delivery. Your debt is paid. Signed the covenant. The shadow figures emerged from the tree line, surrounding the car, pressing against the windows. I could see their faces now, really see them. They were the missing people. Melissa, James, Sarah, all of them, their mouths moving, forming words I couldn't hear. Words that might have been warnings, or pleas, or curses. Their hands pressed against the glass, leaving frost patterns, leaving traces of their presence. I started the engine, slammed the car into reverse, tires spinning, gravel flying, and I drove straight through them. They scattered like smoke, like mist, but reformed immediately following. Always following. I could see them in the rearview mirror, keeping pace, flowing between the trees. An army of the lost, collected, consumed. I drove, pedal to the floor, down that winding mountain road. The curves coming too fast, too sharp, the car fishtailing. Nearly going off the edge, but I didn't slow down, couldn't slow down. The shadows followed, keeping pace. No matter how fast I went, they were there, in the trees, in the darkness, waiting. It wasn't until I hit the main highway streetlights, other cars, civilization, signs of life, that they finally fell back, disappearing into the darkness like they'd never been there. But I knew this wasn't over, could never be over. They'd let me go, let me run, because the hunt was more satisfying than the kill, because fear tasted better when it had time to ferment. I drove straight to the police, walked into the station at 4 a.m, covered in scratches, dirt, blood, my clothes torn, my face pale, my eyes wide with terror. I told them everything, showed them the journal, the photographs, gave them the address of the mansion, begged them to investigate, to help, to stop it. The officers looked at me like I was crazy, like I was high, drunk, delusional. But one of them, a detective named Camden, he recognized some of the faces in the photographs, cold cases he'd been working for years, cases that had gone nowhere, dead ends and false leads. He convinced his captain to send a team to investigate, to at least check it out, to see if there was any truth to my story. They went to the Blackwell estate the next day. I waited at the station for hours, pacing, drinking coffee, unable to sit still, unable to calm down. When they finally returned, Camden looked pale, shaken, his hands trembling as he poured himself a drink. He pulled me into an interrogation room, closed the door, locked it, like he didn't want anyone else to hear. Ashton, that mansion, it's been abandoned for 15 years. Victor Blackwell died in a car accident in 2010. There's no security system, no furniture, nothing. Just an empty house falling apart, roof caved in, floors rotting, nature reclaiming it. The windows are broken, most of them boarded up. There's no way anyone's been living there, no way you could have been inside. That's impossible. I was just there last night. I saw him. Victor. I spoke to him. He was there, the study, the safe, everything. Camden opened a folder, pulled out a photo, crime scene photo. It was of the mansion, but not the one I'd been in. This one was decrepit, windows broken, walls crumbling, covered in graffiti, vines growing through the walls. This was taken this morning. Does this look like the place you described? My hands shook as I took the photo. No, this couldn't be. This wasn't possible. No, that's not. I was there last night. It was maintained, pristine. I was inside. We found something else. He pulled out more photos, crime scene photos, evidence markers, numbered tags. In the woods near the mansion, they'd found human remains, dozens of them, buried in shallow graves, some just bones, others more recent, decomposed but identifiable. Many matched the missing persons in the photographs I'd given them. DNA matches, positive identifications, years of cold cases suddenly solved. They also found Ryder's body, or what was left of it, in the basement of the mansion. He'd been dead for at least 3 days, maybe 4. His body. Camden didn't want to describe it, but I could see it in his eyes. It had been bad, really bad, ritualistic, symbolic. That's impossible. He dropped me off. He spoke to me through the earpiece. He guided me, we talked. Camden leaned back, studying me with those cop eyes, measuring, evaluating. Ashton, there was no earpiece on you when you came in, we checked, and your phone records show your last call was 4 days ago. To your mother's hospital. Nothing since then, no calls, no texts, nothing. I felt reality shifting beneath me. The ground becoming liquid. Nothing made sense. Nothing was real anymore. The journal. Did you read the journal? It explains everything. The covenant, the rituals, the exchanges. We're analyzing it, but Ashton, most of it is incoherent ramblings, delusions, paranoid conspiracy theories. There are mentions of this covenant, but it reads like fiction. like someone losing their mind, descending into madness. There's no evidence any of it is real, no names we can verify, no locations that exist. What about the photographs, the missing people? You said you found bodies. That proves it's real. The bodies prove someone killed those people. Yes, but we don't know. The mansion has been abandoned for over a decade. Anyone could have used it, could have buried bodies there. And you were found with evidence, with photos, with a journal. As far as the prosecutor is concerned, you're the primary suspect. The room spun. What? No. I didn't kill anyone. I'm trying to expose them, trying to stop them. Then help us understand, help us find evidence, because right now, all we have is a traumatized young man with evidence of multiple murders, and a story that doesn't hold up. They kept me for observation, psychiatric evaluation, 72-hour hold. I spent 3 days in the hospital while they ran tests, brain scans, blood work, psychological assessments. They told me I'd had a severe psychotic break, stress-induced, that my mind had fractured under the weight of my problems, my debt, my mother's illness, my father's death. They found drugs in my system, hallucinogens, LSD, psilocybin substances I had no memory of taking. They theorized Ryder had drugged me, had used me as part of some elaborate plan, maybe to frame me, maybe to sacrifice me. And then things went wrong. Maybe I fought back, escaped, and my mind created the rest to cope with the trauma, to make sense of the senseless. The doctors were so confident, so sure of their diagnosis. I almost believed them, almost. They prescribed medication, antipsychotics, mood stabilizers, set up therapy appointments, told me I was lucky to be alive, lucky to have escaped with my sanity relatively intact, told me that with treatment, with time, I could recover, could rebuild my life. They released me after a week, gave me a bag full of pills, a card with my therapist's number, told me to take it easy, to rest, to let my mind heal. I went home, tried to return to normal, but nothing felt normal anymore. Nothing felt real. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, screaming, drenched in sweat, my mother's voice calling out in concern, asking if I was okay, telling me it was just a nightmare. But I knew better. I knew it wasn't just a nightmare, because every morning when I woke up, there would be dirt under my fingernails, dirt I couldn't remember getting, scratches on my arms that weren't there when I went to bed, and the photographs, the ones I'd taken from the safe, they were still in my backpack, still real, still proof. I tried to go back to work, tried to maintain some semblance of normalcy, but at the convenience store, customers would look at me strangely, move away when I got too close. One woman grabbed her child and left without buying anything, just stared at me with fear in her eyes. My manager pulled me aside, told me I looked sick, that I should take some time off, that I was scaring the customers. I could see it in his eyes. He thought I was dangerous, unstable. The restaurant fired me after 2 days, said I was making the other staff uncomfortable, that I kept staring at shadows, jumping at sounds, talking to myself. I tried to explain, tried to tell them I was fine, but the words came out wrong, jumbled, frantic. They had security escort me out, told me not to come back. The security guard job was the last to go, but it went the worst. I was doing my rounds, checking the empty corridors, like I'd done 100 times before, when I saw him. Ryder, standing at the end of the hallway, watching me, wearing the same clothes from that night, that expensive suit, but his face was wrong, pale, bloodless, his eyes hollow. He smiled at me, that same friendly smile, and started walking toward me. I ran, dropped my flashlight, my radio, ran screaming through the building, set off alarms, caused a panic. They found me in the parking lot, curled up behind a dumpster, sobbing incoherent. They called an ambulance, called my mother, told her I'd had another episode. That's when the visits started. Every night, exactly at 3 a.m., I'd wake to find someone standing in my room. Sometimes it was Ryder, sometimes Victor, sometimes those shadow figures, collected ones. They never spoke, never moved, just stood there, watching, waiting, their black eyes fixed on me, draining me. I'd scream, turn on the lights, and they'd be gone. But I could still feel them, still smell that metallic scent, like copper and decay. My mother grew more worried with each passing day. She'd find me standing in the kitchen at dawn, staring at nothing, or pacing the apartment at midnight, checking locks, checking windows, looking for them, always looking. She tried to talk to me, tried to understand, but how could I explain? How could I make her understand that something had marked me, claimed me, that I was living on borrowed time? The therapist they assigned me, Dr. Harrison, he was patient at first, nodded sympathetically, took notes, prescribed more medication. But as the weeks went on, as my stories remained consistent, as I refused to accept their diagnosis, his patience wore thin. He told me I was in denial, that I was clinging to a delusion to avoid facing reality, that Ryder had been a predator, killer, and I'd been his intended victim, that I'd escaped but my mind couldn't process the trauma. So it created this elaborate fiction, this conspiracy, this covenant. I stopped going to therapy after he suggested hospitalization, long-term treatment, told my mother it might be necessary, that I was a danger to myself, maybe to others. I couldn't let them lock me up, couldn't let them trap me where the covenant could find me easily, where I'd be helpless, defenseless. I spent my days researching, trying to find proof, trying to understand. I searched for information about Victor Blackwell, found obituaries from 2010, articles about his death, a car accident on a mountain road, vehicle went off a cliff, body burned beyond recognition, identified by dental records. There were photos from his funeral, hundreds of people, celebrities, politicians, tech moguls, all paying their respects. But when I looked closely at those photos, when I really studied the faces in the crowd, I saw it, that same look in their eyes, that same darkness, dozens of them, maybe more, all gathered together, all part of something, all connected. I found mentions of the covenant in old books, conspiracy websites, occult forums. Most of it was dismissed as legend, urban myth, stories told to scare people. But some of it rang true, matched what I'd seen in that journal. Tales of a secret society that dated back centuries, powerful people who'd made exchanges, traded their humanity for immortality, for wealth, for influence. They fed on desperation, on fear, on the life force of the desperate and the damned. Every generation, every decade, they needed fresh victims, fresh energy, to sustain their existence, to maintain their power. I found patterns, missing persons cases that spiked every 10 years, always in cities where wealthy elites gathered, always young people, always desperate, always alone. The cases would go cold, unsolved, forgotten, until the next cycle, the next harvest. And the investigators who pushed too hard, who got too close, they disappeared too, or died in accidents, or went mad, driven insane by what they discovered, by what they'd seen. Detective Camden called me one night, 3 weeks after they'd found the bodies. His voice was shaking, frightened. He told me to stop investigating, to let it go, to accept the medication, to move on. When I asked why, he went quiet for a long moment. Then he whispered, "They're watching me, Ashton. Black cars parked outside my house. My phone clicks when I talk. My computer files are being accessed. I got a photo in the mail today, no return address, just a picture of my daughter, at her school, walking home, and a note that said stop." His voice cracked. "I have a family, Ashton. I can't. I'm closing the case, ruling it as Ryder acting alone, psychotic break, murder-suicide, the other bodies, cold cases, unsolved. That's how it has to be. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. But you need to stop too, before they come for you, before they come for everyone you love." The line went dead. I tried calling back, no answer. I tried the next day, the day after. His phone was disconnected. When I went to the police station, asked for him, they told me Detective Camden had transferred, taken a job in another state, left suddenly, no forwarding address, no contact information. Just gone, like he'd never existed. That's when I knew without doubt. The covenant was real, was powerful, was everywhere. They had reach, influence, could make people disappear, could rewrite reality, could convince the world that nothing had happened, that it was all delusion, all madness. I started seeing them in public, or people like them. Those black eyes, that predatory smile. They'd be in coffee shops, on the street, in crowds, always watching, always there. Sometimes they'd acknowledge me, a nod, smile, a knowing look, as if to say, "We see you, we're waiting, we own you. It's only a matter of time." My mother's health deteriorated. The stress of my condition, my behavior, it was too much for her weakened body. She had another stroke, smaller this time, but it left her weaker, more fragile. The medical bills piled up even higher. The debt collectors became more aggressive, threatened legal action, foreclosure. I was drowning again, worse than before, but this time I couldn't even work, couldn't function, couldn't do anything but wait for them to come, wait for the inevitable. One night, 2 months after that night in the mansion, I woke to find my room freezing, frost on the windows, my breath visible in the air. And standing at the foot of my bed, all of them, Victor, Ryder, the shadow figures, dozens of them, hundreds maybe, filling every space, every corner, suffocating, oppressive. Their hollow eyes fixed on me, their mouths moving in unison, whispering words I couldn't understand, words that felt like ice in my veins, like death in my lungs. Victor stepped forward, that same impossibly wide smile. Time's running out, Ashton. Your protection is fading. Your will is breaking. Soon you'll be ready. Soon you'll accept. Soon you'll join us, willingly or not. It makes no difference. You're ours, have always been ours, from the moment you looked at those photos, from the moment you felt that first pull, that first whisper. We owned you. I tried to scream, tried to move, but I was paralyzed, frozen, watching as they moved closer. Their hands reaching, cold, impossibly cold, touching my skin, my face, my chest. I could feel them pulling, draining, taking something from me. Something essential, something I couldn't name, but knew I needed. My heart slowed, my breathing became shallow. I could feel myself slipping away, feel the edges of my consciousness fraying, dissolving. Then a sound, my mother's voice, weak, calling out, "Ashton, are you okay?" I heard something. Her voice broke, whatever hold they had. The figures scattered like smoke, disappearing into shadows, into nothing. I gasped, sucked in air, my heart hammering, sweat pouring down my face despite the cold. I got up, stumbled to her room. She was awake, concerned, reaching for me with trembling hands. "You're freezing like ice. Are you sick? Should I call someone?" I held her hand, felt her warmth, her humanity, her love, and I knew what I had to do. I couldn't let them take me, couldn't let them win, not just for my sake, but for hers, for all the others they'd taken, for all the ones they'd consume in the future if someone didn't stop them, didn't expose them, didn't break their cycle. I spent the next week preparing. I gathered every piece of evidence I had, the photographs, the journal, my own notes, everything I'd researched. I made copies, digital and physical. I encrypted files, uploaded them to secure servers, sent copies to journalists, to investigators, to conspiracy theorists who might believe, who might investigate. I created a dead man switch. If anything happened to me, if I disappeared, if I died, everything would be released, everything would be exposed. They might have power, might have influence, but they couldn't silence everyone, couldn't erase everything. Not if it went viral, not if enough people saw it. I also started preparing myself, mentally, spiritually. I researched protection rituals, symbols, wards. I drew them on my walls, on my doors, on my windows, salt lines, iron nails, anything that might help, might keep them at bay. I stopped taking the medication, needed my mind clear, sharp, even if it meant facing the terror fully, completely. I needed to be ready, needed to be strong. The attacks intensified. Every night they came, stronger, more aggressive. The shadows would creep across my walls, would form shapes, faces, mouths screaming silently. The temperature would drop until ice formed on every surface. My electronics would malfunction, lights flickering, phone buzzing with static, computer screen showing images I didn't want to see, couldn't unsee, faces of the missing, of the dead, of the collected, all crying out, all begging, all warning. I started documenting everything, recording videos, writing detailed accounts. Every experience, every visit, every moment of terror. I posted them online, on forums, on social media, on conspiracy websites. Most people thought I was crazy, said I needed help, said I was having a breakdown. But some, a few, they believed. They'd had similar experiences, seen similar things, known people who'd disappeared under mysterious circumstances. They reached out, shared their stories, their evidence, their fears. I wasn't alone. That realization, that knowledge, it gave me strength. There were others who'd encountered the covenant, who'd escaped, who were hiding, running, surviving day by day. We formed a network, shared information, warned each other. It wasn't much, wasn't enough to stop them, but it was something. It was resistance, it was hope. One of them, a woman who went by the username NIGHTWCHER, she'd been investigating the Covenant for 5 years, since her brother disappeared. She found connections, patterns, names. She told me about others like Victor, wealthy elites scattered around the world, tech moguls, oil barons, media tycoons, politicians, celebrities, all part of the same network, all feeding the same hunger, all sustained by the same rituals. She compiled a list, hundreds of names, thousands maybe, spanning generations, spanning continents, a web of power and darkness that touched every aspect of modern society. She also told me about the cycles. The Covenant operated in 10-year intervals, had done so for centuries. Each cycle required fresh victims, fresh life force. The more desperate the victim, the more pain they carried, the more potent the exchange. That's why they targeted people like me, people drowning in debt, in grief, in hopelessness. We were perfect. Our suffering made us valuable, made us desirable. But she also told me something else, something that gave me hope. The exchanges weren't permanent, weren't unbreakable. If someone collected enough evidence, exposed enough truth, broke the cycle, the members of the Covenant would lose their power, would lose their immortality, would finally face consequences, finally face death. It had happened before, centuries ago, when a group of victims had banded together, had fought back, had exposed a chapter of the Covenant. The members had aged decades and minutes, had crumbled to dust, had been erased from existence. But the organization had survived, had rebuilt, had learned to be more careful, more hidden, more ruthless. Nightwatcher believed we could do it again, could expose them, could break them, but it would take courage, would take sacrifice, would take someone willing to face them directly, to confront them, to challenge their power, and I knew it had to be me. I was already marked, already claimed, already dead in their eyes. I had nothing left to lose, nothing but my mother, and she was fading. The doctors gave her months, maybe weeks. The stress, the illness, it was consuming her, and I knew the Covenant was behind it, knew they were draining her to weaken me, to break me, to make me surrender. I made my decision. I would go back to the mansion, back to where it started. I would confront Victor, confront the Covenant, and I would expose them. Stream it live, broadcast everything. Let the world see. Let them try to deny it. Let them try to silence me when millions were watching, when the truth was recorded, archived, impossible to erase. I told my mother I loved her, held her hand, memorized her face, the warmth of her touch, the sound of her voice. I told her I was going to fix everything, was going to make it right. She looked at me with those tired eyes, squeezed my hand weakly, whispered, "Be careful, baby, come back to me." I promised I would, even though we both knew it was a lie, even though we both knew I might not survive. I contacted NIGHTWCHER, told her my plan. She tried to talk me out of it, said it was suicide, said the Covenant would kill me, consume me, make me disappear like all the others. But when she realized I was determined, that nothing would change my mind, she helped me prepare. Sent me equipment, cameras, live streaming gear, taught me how to set up multiple feeds, multiple backups, so if one got cut, others would continue. So the truth would get out no matter what happened to me. I also reached out to the others in our network, told them when I'd be streaming, told them to watch, to record, to share, to make sure the world saw, to make sure the truth survived even if I didn't. They wished me luck, said prayers, sent protection symbols, offered what help they could. It wasn't much, but it meant I wasn't facing this alone, wasn't dying alone. I spent 3 days preparing, gathering equipment, setting up the streams, testing everything, making sure it worked, making sure nothing could stop the broadcast. I also prepared myself mentally, meditated, prayed to whatever gods might listen, to whatever forces might protect me. I knew I was probably going to die, knew the Covenant wouldn't let me leave again, wouldn't make the same mistake twice. But if I could expose them, if I could save even one person from being collected, from suffering what I'd suffered, then it would be worth it. My death would mean something. The night before I left, I sat with my mother, held her hand, watched her sleep. The monitors beeped softly, rhythmically, a countdown to the inevitable. I kissed her forehead, whispered goodbye, told her I loved her one last time. Then I left, walked out of that apartment, knowing I'd never see it again, never see her again. It was the hardest thing I'd ever done, harder than facing Victor, harder than jumping from that window, harder than anything. I drove to the mansion alone, no rider this time, no guide, no illusions. Just me, my equipment, my evidence, and my determination. The journey took 3 hours, the roads dark and empty, the night pressing in from all sides. I could feel them watching, feel their presence. They knew I was coming, knew what I planned, and they were waiting eager, hungry. The gate was open this time, no lock, no barrier, just an invitation, a trap. I drove through. The forest seemed darker than before, the trees closer together, their branches reaching out like grasping hands. The mansion appeared through the trees exactly as I remembered, imposing Gothic raw. But this time I could see the truth underneath, could see the decay, the rot, the death that permeated every stone, every window, every shadow. I parked in front. No hiding this time, no stealth. I wanted them to see me, wanted them to know I was here. I grabbed my equipment, my cameras, my phone already streaming to multiple platforms, thousands watching already, the number growing by the second. I'd advertised this, promoted it, called it an urban exploration, an investigation, a live stream event. People tuned and expecting entertainment, expecting a hoax. They had no idea what they were about to witness, what horrors awaited, what truth would be revealed. I approached the front door. It swung open before I could touch it, revealing darkness beyond, thick, suffocating. I turned my camera to face me, spoke to the viewers, my voice surprisingly steady. My name is Ashton, and I'm about to show you something that shouldn't exist, something that powerful people don't want you to know. If anything happens to me, if the stream cuts off, if I disappear, know that everything I've said is true. The Covenant is real, and they're coming for me, just like they came for hundreds before me. Watch, record, share. Don't let them silence this. Don't let them erase the truth. I stepped inside. The smell hit me immediately, decay, death, copper. Exactly as before, but stronger now, overwhelming. The cameras captured everything. The grand hallway, the portraits, the staircase. Everything looked different on camera, more real, more solid. The viewers' comments flooded in, some concerned, some skeptical, some excited. All watching, all witnessing. I climbed the stairs, each step echoing, announcing my presence. The temperature dropped with every step, my breath visible, frost forming on the railings. The cameras captured it all, the supernatural cold, the impossible temperature shift. Viewers started commenting, asking if it was special effects, if this was staged. Little did they know, little did they understand. 3rd floor, west wing. The hallway stretched before me, darker than before, the burgundy walls seeming to pulse, to breathe. I could hear sounds now, whispers, voices, footsteps that weren't mine. The cameras picked up audio anomalies, sounds that shouldn't exist, voices speaking in languages long dead. Viewers noticed, comments filled with confusion, with fear, with questions. I reached the study door. It was already open, waiting. I entered. The room looked different, more real, more solid. The bookshelves lined with ancient texts, the desk covered in papers and artifacts, and above the fireplace, Victor's portrait, those black eyes staring down. But now I could see beyond the portrait, could see the truth underneath, layers of darkness, of evil, of centuries of suffering. Hello, viewers. I spoke to the camera, to the thousands watching. This is where it started, where Victor Blackwell made his exchange, where the Covenant operates, where hundreds of people have been collected, consumed, erased. I showed them the portrait, the safe behind it, opened it to reveal the journal and photographs still inside. Somehow, impossibly, they'd left them, wanted to find them again, wanted to share them. I read from the journal, shared the photographs, showed the faces of the missing. Collected. The viewers count exploded, tens of thousands now, the stream going viral, people sharing, recording, archiving. The truth spreading faster than the Covenant could contain it, faster than they could silence it. That's when he appeared. Victor Blackwell, materializing from the shadows, like smoke becoming solid. His black eyes fixed on me, on the camera, on the thousands watching. He smiled an inhuman smile. Too wide, too many teeth. Brave Ashton, foolish Ashton. Did you really think you could expose us? That your little broadcast would matter? would change anything. We've existed for centuries, survived crusades, inquisitions, revolutions. You think your technology, your internet, your viewers will stop us? The viewers went wild, comments flooding faster than could be read, some calling it fake, others terrified, others demanding answers. But I stood my ground, kept the camera steady. Tell them, Victor. Tell them about the covenant, about the exchanges, about the people you've killed, consumed, collected. He laughed, a sound like breaking glass, like screaming wind. Very well, since you're all watching, since you're all so curious, let me tell you about power, about true power, about what it takes to shape the world, to control nations, to live forever. He moved closer, his form flickering, sometimes solid, sometimes translucent. I was born in 1798. Victor Blackwell, son of a merchant, nobody special, nobody important. I died in 1824, consumption, tuberculosis, drowning in my own blood, weak, pathetic, forgotten. But in my final moments, as I lay dying in a charity hospital, something found me. Someone found me. They offered me a choice, die forgotten, or live forever. All I had to do was make an exchange, give up my humanity, my soul, my light, and in return, immortality, power, wealth beyond measure. His smile widened. I accepted, of course I accepted. Who wouldn't? And in that moment, I died and was reborn into something greater, something eternal. The camera captured everything, every word, every flicker, every impossible moment. Viewers were recording, screaming in comments, sharing frantically. The truth spreading like wildfire, unstoppable. The covenant found me, recruited me, taught me. We are legion. We are everywhere. In every government, every corporation, every institution of power. We feed on desperation, on suffering, on the life force of the hopeless and the damned. Every 10 years, we harvest, we collect, we consume, and we grow stronger. He gestured, and the shadows moved, dozens of figures emerging. Collected ones, their hollow eyes fixed on the camera, on the viewers. These are our trophies, our sustenance, trapped between life and death, feeding us, empowering us, suffering for eternity. And you, all of you watching, you could be next. Any of you desperate enough, broken enough. We're always watching, always waiting, always hunting. I couldn't let him dominate the narrative, couldn't let him control the message, but you can be stopped. I shouted, reading from Nightwatcher's research. The exchanges can be broken. The covenant can fall. It's happened before, when enough people know, when enough truth is exposed, when the light shines too bright for shadows to hide. Victor's expression changed, the smile fading, something like fear, like anger, crossing his features. You know too much, have shared too much. He moved fast, impossibly fast, his hand reaching for the camera for me. But I was ready. I'd prepared symbols, drawn them in salt and iron, activated them now. Speaking words NGHTWHER had taught me. Ancient words, powerful words, protection incantations. The symbols glowed, actually glowed. Bright enough to see on camera, bright enough to make Victor recoil, to make him scream. You can't touch me. Not while the world watches, not while the truth is live, not while thousands bear witness. I pressed forward, showing the camera everything, every shadow figure, every piece of evidence, every impossible horror. The viewers were witnessing it all, seeing the truth, unable to deny it, unable to look away. More figures appeared, other members of the covenant, wealthy faces I recognized from magazines, from news broadcasts, tech moguls, politicians, celebrities, all with those same black eyes, all revealing themselves, showing their true forms, flickering between human and something else, something ancient, something evil. They surrounded me, but couldn't touch me. The protection holding, the viewers holding, the truth holding. Your time is ending. I told them, told all of them. The cycle is breaking. People know, people see. You can't hide anymore, can't operate in shadows when the world is watching, when millions are recording, when the truth is archived everywhere. Victor screamed, a sound that shattered windows, that cracked walls. The mansion began to shake, to crumble, reality itself seeming to fracture. The other covenant members were screaming too, their forms flickering faster. aging rapidly, centuries of life catching up in moments. Their skin withering, their bodies crumbling, turning to dust, to nothing, exactly as NIGHTWECHR had described, exactly as had happened before. Victor was the last to go, his black eyes fixed on me. On the camera, this isn't over. The Covenant has other chapters, other members. They'll come for you. They'll come for everyone who watched, who knows. You've doomed yourself, doomed them all. Then he crumbled, disintegrated, becoming dust that scattered in an impossible wind. And with him, the shadow figures, collected ones, they began to change, to transform, the blackness leaving their eyes, color returning to their faces. They looked at me, really looked at me, with gratitude, with relief, with freedom. Then they faded, not dying, but releasing, finally moving on, finally free, finally at peace. The mansion continued to collapse around me, the stream still running, still broadcasting. I ran, stumbled down the stairs as they crumbled beneath my feet. The walls were falling, the ceiling caving in. I burst through the front door just as the entire structure collapsed behind me, imploding, being erased, returning to what it had become, abandoned, empty, forgotten. I made it to my car, drove away as the mansion disappeared behind me. The streams were still running, still live. Hundreds of thousands watching now, maybe millions. The footage spreading everywhere, trending worldwide, news outlets picking it up, investigators demanding answers, people sharing their own stories, their own encounters. The floodgates had opened, the truth released, impossible to contain. I drove straight to the hospital, to my mother. She was awake when I arrived, sitting up, looking better than she had in months. The monitors showed improvement, the doctors confused, talking about impossible recovery, about miracles. I held her hand, and she smiled at me, really smiled. You did it, baby. I don't know how, but you did it. I can feel it. The weight is gone, the darkness lifted. I checked my phone. The streams had ended, but they'd been archived, downloaded, saved by thousands. The evidence was everywhere, undeniable, irrefutable. The Covenant's chapter had fallen, Victor's section destroyed. But he'd been right about one thing. There were others, other chapters, other cities, other countries. The war wasn't over, but we'd won a battle, struck a blow, shown that they could be defeated, that they weren't invincible. Night Watcher contacted me that night, told me what I'd done had caused ripples, other chapters going dark, other members in hiding. The organization was scrambling, trying to contain the damage, trying to discredit the footage, calling it fake, calling me crazy. But too many people had seen it, too many had recorded it, too many believed. She also told me others were coming forward, other survivors, other victims who'd escaped. They wanted to fight back, wanted to expose more chapters, wanted to end the Covenant once and for all. We were forming something new, resistance, a network of survivors and investigators, armed with truth and determination. It would take years, maybe decades, but we could do it, could bring them down, could free all the collected, could stop the harvests. That was 6 months ago. Today, I'm still here, still fighting. My mother recovered, miraculously, completely. We moved to a new city, new apartment, started over. The debt disappeared, mysteriously paid off. I suspect Night Watcher's network had something to do with that. Or maybe it was the universe balancing scales, providing justice. I still have nightmares, still wake up screaming sometimes. Still see shadows move when they shouldn't. But I'm not afraid anymore, not paralyzed by terror. I've faced the Covenant, exposed them, survived them. And I know I'm not alone. Thousands of others are fighting too, investigating, exposing, bringing light to darkness. The streams are still online, still being watched, still being analyzed. Experts have tried to debunk them, to explain them away. They can't. The evidence is too strong, too real, too consistent. And every day more people come forward, more stories emerge, more proof accumulates. The Covenant's power is waning, their influence fading. Their immortality was built on secrecy, on shadows, on silence. And we've shattered that, broken their foundation. Victor was right about one thing, though. Other chapters exist. Other members are still out there, still hunting, still collecting. But now we know they exist. Now we know how to fight them. Now we know they can be stopped. And we will stop them, one chapter at a time, one city at a time, one exposure at a time, until the covenant is nothing but history, nothing but a warning, nothing but a reminder of what happens when evil goes unchecked. I share my story not to scare you, though it should scare you. I share it to warn you, to prepare you. The covenant might still be out there, might still be watching, might still be hunting, but they're not invincible, they're not unstoppable, they're not beyond justice. If you're desperate, if you're suffering, if someone offers you an easy solution, an impossible answer, be careful, be smart, be skeptical, because the price might be higher than you can imagine, higher than you can survive. And if you've encountered them, if you've seen them, if you've escaped them, you're not alone. We're building something, a network, a resistance, a force for truth. Contact us, join us, fight with us. Together we can end this. Together we can break the cycles. Together we can free the collected and prevent future harvests. To everyone watching this, everyone who made it this far, thank you. Thank you for listening, for believing, for caring. Your attention, your shares, your records, they saved my life. They saved countless others. They struck a blow against an ancient evil. Never underestimate the power of truth, the power of witnesses, power of people refusing to look away. Check your surroundings. Trust your instincts. If something feels wrong, it probably is. If someone seems too good to be true, they probably are. If an opportunity seems impossible, it probably comes with impossible costs. Stay vigilant, stay safe, stay human. And remember, the covenant built their power on our ignorance, on our disbelief, on our willingness to look away. Don't give them that power. Don't let them hide. Don't let them operate in shadows. Shine light wherever you can. Speak truth whenever possible. Protect the vulnerable. Expose the corrupt. That's how we win. That's how we survive. That's how we reclaim our world from those who would consume it. Thank you so much for watching this video all the way to the end. It means everything to me, everything to us. If this story resonated with you, if it opened your eyes, if it made you think differently about the world, please hit that like button. Smash that subscribe. Turn on all notifications so you never miss another truth, another exposure, another story. I want to hear from you. Drop a comment below telling me what you think. Have you experienced anything similar? Have you seen signs of covenant in your area? Have you had encounters you can't explain? Share your stories. Share your experiences. Share your truth. We're building a database, collection of evidence. Every story matters. Every witness counts. Every voice strengthens our case. Also tell me what topics you want covered next, what investigations you want me to pursue, what truths you want exposed. I'm here to shine light in dark places, to ask questions others won't, to go where others fear. Your suggestions guide my path, guide our mission, guide the resistance. If you want to go deeper, if you want to join the network, if you want to actively fight the covenant, check the description below. There are resources, contacts, ways to contribute, ways to protect yourself, ways to become part of something bigger, something important, something that matters. Share this video everywhere. Send it to friends. Post it on social media. Make sure everyone sees. Make sure the truth spreads. The covenant's greatest weapon is disbelief, is dismissal, is people thinking this is fiction, is entertainment. Prove them wrong. Make people pay attention. Make them question, make them see. Remember, we are the light in the darkness. We are the voice for the silenced. We are the hope for the hopeless. Together we are unstoppable. Together we are unbreakable. Together we will end this. Until next time, stay safe, stay vigilant, stay true. This is Ashton, signing off, but never giving up, never backing down, never stopping until every chapter falls, until every victim is freed, until the covenant is nothing but a memory, a warning, a lesson learned. Thank you again, from the bottom of my heart, for watching, for caring, for fighting alongside us. You're not just viewers, you're warriors, you're witnesses, you're heroes. And together, we will change the world. We will make it safer. We will make it better. Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, and share. Your engagement is our ammunition. Your attention is our armor. Your belief is our strength. See you in the next video, where we'll dive deeper, expose more, fight harder. Until then, keep your eyes open, your mind sharp, your heart brave. The fight continues, and we fight together. Peace and protection to you all. Stay strong.